Or do you think that if I once get out among you, the air of Hadit will change my opinions or induce me to be silent? All these are vain expectations. I see no object to be gained. If I should go to Hade and be constantly disputing with the people and telling them that you are all going astray, that you are worshiping idols instead of the living God, that I could wish to tear down every picture in your churches, that the bread and wine of the Lord's Supper are not Jesus Christ, that I believe the Pope to be the beast in the Revelation, whose business is to deceive the people and ruin their souls. By all this, I should injure your feelings, enrage the people, excite the opposition of the emirs and bishops and patriarchs, and then return here just in the state I am in now. The youngest brother Ferris, who accompanied his mother, conversed freely and in good temper, and listened with attention to all Assad's arguments, by which he endeavored to justify his views and determinations. But no argument or evidence could convince the disconsolate mother. Assad had repeated the name of Christ and the word of God so often that she, at last, in a fit of impatience, exclaimed, "Away with Christ and the word of God! What have we to do with them?" And when we pointed out to Assad some text of Scripture, which we thought applicable in any case, she would endeavor to close the book or catch it from him, as if it taught paganism or witchcraft. During her stay we dined, and as Assad took the meat upon his plate and ate it without a scruple, in this season of Lent, it was remarked with what a gaze of wonder she regarded him. She seemed to say in her heart, "All is over, my son is lost." After some hours of troublesome expostulation and entreaty, during which Assad once said he could bear it no longer, and rose and shook my hand to go, it was finally settled that the mother should go home without him, but that to save the family from the insupportable shame which threatened it, Assad should give her a paper stating in effect that he was not a follower of the English. When the paper was finished, "Now," said Assad, "go to your home in peace," and walked away. But suddenly recollecting himself, he called his brother back and said, "Ferris, I wish you fully to understand that I love you, and I have one request to make of you, which is that you will take the New Testament and read it attentively." "Give me a New Testament," said Ferris quickly. We gave him the book, and he went his way, evidently affected and softened by the interview. 9. The sheikh before mentioned communicated to Assad, through the medium of a priest, the offer of his daughter in marriage, on condition he should leave the English. 10. Set apart a day of fasting and prayer on Assad's account. He was observed not to be in a happy temper. Towards evening, he spoke of going home. I hoped he would finish writing the statement we had requested of him. "For," said I, "if you go home, I shall not see you again for months." "No," said he, "perhaps not for years." His manner was very peculiar. I knew not what was the matter, till in the evening, after a long conversation on the evidences of inspiration, he said, "I have been in deep darkness today. My heart has been full of blasphemy, such as I have scarcely ever known. I have even doubted the existence of God. But now I am relieved, and I would just say, I shall not go home tomorrow as I hinted." This temptation seems to have arisen chiefly from a discrepancy in the Scriptures, which I had showed him, and which I knew not how to reconcile. He begged that, for the present, I would by no means show him another such. 11. One of the neighbors brought Shidiak a letter, cautioning him, if he went to the sheikh's house, not to smoke or drink with him. 12. Word came to Assad that the sheikh was with the family below and would be glad to see him. Assad went down, but in a few minutes came up, pale and trembling, and said he was exceedingly dizzy and faint. He had just taken coffee below, attended with suspicious circumstances, and begged to know if he might not be poisoned. We opened a medical book we had and explained to him, as rapidly as possible, the symptoms of a poisoned person. "Oh, these are my feelings," said he, and fell upon his knees before his seat in silent prayer. We immediately gave him an emetic, which operated well, and before night he was relieved of every alarming symptom. The youth who gave the coffee, being sent for, gave good evidence of having had no bad intentions, and notwithstanding many suspicious circumstances, we did not think the evidence of an attempt at poison sufficiently strong to prosecute any public inquiry into the matter. 16. A youth from Dar el Khamer called to see Assad. He remarked that he once saw a priest at his village tear in pieces 5 of these books of ours, but he could not tell for what reasons. He had, apparently, never seen the 10 Commandments before, and was very much surprised to find image worship so expressly condemned in them. A letter was received by Assad from the Patriarch, written in very plausible terms. 17. 4 of the relatives of Assad came down and succeeded in persuading him to accompany them home. He said he could not believe, after all that has been said, that they would do him violence, and he strongly expected that his visit to Hadet would do good. A majority of us oppose his going, with all we could say, but he thinks he knows the people here better than we do. He left us toward evening, expecting to be absent only a few days. 24. Ferris Shidiak came to my house today and wished to speak with me in private. Yesterday morning, said he, as I was in my room reading the New Testament, my brother Mansour entered, drew a sword he had, and gave me a blow upon the neck. I continued with the book in my hand until one snatched it from me. Mansour afterwards drew up his musket, threatening to shoot me, but my mother interfered to prevent him. My brother Tanus, hearing a bustle, came in with a cane and began cudgeling me, without stopping to inquire at all into the merits of the case, calling out, "Will you leave off your heresy and go to church like other people, or not?" Mansour, not finding Assad present, as he seemed to have expected, went to Assad's chest, which stood near me, seized all the books he had received of you, Hebrew, Syriac, Italian, and Arabic, tore them, one by one, in pieces, and strewed them on the floor. In the course of the day, I came down near where the soldiers of the emir are encamped, and passed the night in company with my brother Ghalib. This morning he returned, with a line from me to Assad, and I came off to Beirut, with the full determination never to go home again. And now I will either go to some place in this country where I can enjoy my liberty, or I will take ship and leave the country altogether. As he wished my advice, I counseled him neither to go from the country nor from his home, but to return and at least make a further trial of doing good to his relatives and bearing their persecutions. He, however, continued inflexible. In the space of a few hours, Ghalib came in search of Ferris, with a letter from Assad, of which the following is a copy. To my beloved brother Ferris, the Lord Most High preserve him. Your departure caused me great grief. First, because you were impatient when trial and persecution came upon you. It is a thing we are regularly to expect, that if we hope in God in this world, we shall give universal offense. But we have another city for which we hope. Do not lose your courage, for you have not yet resisted unto blood, striving against sin. Remember, we cannot share in the glory of Christ if we share not also in his sufferings. Therefore rejoice whenever you are tried. Rejoice and never be sad, for our faith is sure. Secondly, I was grieved because you gave me no information where you were going and what you intended to do. Now it is not becoming that we should do anything rashly, that is, till we have prayed to God for direction. Come home then, and let us set apart a season of fasting and prayer to God, and do what is most agreeable to him. Perhaps it is best to let our works preach in silence in these evil days. You must know that if you fail to come home, you will give us great pain, and this, you know, would be inconsistent with love. Jesus says, "By this shall all men know that ye are my disciples, if ye have love one to another." You well know how much joy and consolation it would give us to see you. Do not then deny us this pleasure, but come at all events. If you do not come, it may be an injury both to yourself and me. I wish to see you, if it be only to say to you 2 words, and then act your pleasure, for not every word can be said with paper and pen. Farewell. Your brother and companion in tribulation, Ghalib, took me aside and begged me to urge his brother to go home. I said I had already advised him to do so, but that I could not force him to go. That if he found he could not enjoy liberty of conscience and the privilege of reading the word of God in Hadet, he was welcome to stay with me as long as he pleased. You are a man, said Ghalib, that speaks the truth and acts uprightly, but Assad and Ferris are not like you. They talk very improper things. Among these things, he mentioned a report to which Assad had given circulation, respecting the Patriarch, to which I was obliged to reply that, instead of taking it for granted to be a false report, he ought to believe it to be true, and that such a report was not abroad respecting the Patriarch alone, but respecting a majority of patriarchs and bishops of the whole land. After some further conversation on the wickedness of treating brothers, as they had done Pharis and Assad, we went to Pharis and endeavored to persuade him to go home with his brother. But it was all in vain. "If I leave this house," said he, "instead of going to Hadet, I will go in the opposite direction." The brother returned without him. After Galeb had gone, we put a great many questions to Pharis, and he communicated some interesting particulars. Among others was the following. "The day that Assad and myself left you, the 17th, the bishop of Beirut was at the next house, and I went to salute him. He said to me, 'I understand you have become English too. You reason on the subject of religion.' 'But,' said I, 'is everyone English if he reasons on that subject?' 'Bishop, but you read in the Bibles of the English.' Pharis, 'Yes, and from whom is the Bible? Is it from the English or from God?' B, 'But it is printed by the English.' P, 'Well, is it altered in any place?' B, 'See, now you have begun again to argue on the subject of religion. I tell you, young man, cease this heretical habit, or you are excommunicated.' Pharis informed us of 3 or 4 Bibles and New Testaments that we had given at different times to individuals in Hadet, which had lately been destroyed by order of the bishop. This news, together with a discovery we yesterday made in the neighboring house, of 2 covers of the New Testament, whose contents had long ago been torn out, shows us anew, if new evidence were wanting, that if the gospel is ever introduced again in its power and purity into this country, it will be with a desperate struggle. 2 brothers of Pharis, Mansour and Galeb, came to converse with him anew. We saw them seated together on the ground, at a little distance from the house, but afterwards saw them no more. It is singular that Pharis should have left without coming either to take his cloak or bid us farewell. June 28. Having heard nothing particular directly from Assad since he left, especially since the affair of the books, I yesterday sent him a line, and today received the following reply. Letter from Assad to Mr. Bird. Dear Sir, after expressing imperfectly the love I bear you and the desire I have to see you in all health, I have to say that in due time your letter came to hand, and I read and understood it. You ask respecting our health. I answer I am in a state of anxiety, but not so great as some days ago. On Thursday last, having come home from a visit to the Emir Sulman, I found the remnants of the Holy Scriptures, torn in pieces, as there is reason to believe, by order of the bishop. When I was told that my brother Mansour had done this mischief, I returned to the Emir and informed him of the affair. He sent to call Mansour, while I returned again to our house. I now learned that my brother Pharis had gone off. After searching for him some time, I went down to the inn in quest of him, but he was not to be found. As I was on my way returning from the inn, where I had gone in search of my brother, I prayed to God that he would take everything from me if necessary. Only let faith and love towards him remain in my heart. As I proceeded on, a man came up and gave me information that all the consuls of Beirut were slain, and that you also were slain with them. The report came from a man who said he had deposited goods with you for safety. In order to be the more sure, I asked the man if it were really true, and he again assured me that it was. Ask me not the state of my feelings at that moment. On reaching home, I heard this terrible news confirmed. At the same time, looking out and seeing the heap of ashes near the house, all that remained of the 11 copies of the Holy Scriptures which my brothers had destroyed, I burst into tears and committed all my concerns into the hands of God, saying, Blessed be his holy name. The Lord gave and the Lord hath taken away. And so I prayed on, with tears and groanings, which I cannot describe. I afterwards heard that Pharis was probably in the neighborhood, and set off to search after him by night, but found him not. When I heard the news of your death confirmed, I sent off a messenger, that wherever Pharis might be found, he might return. And when I received his letter, saying that he had gone to your house, I could not yet believe that the report respecting you was false. But when the truth on this subject began to appear, then I heard by a person who came to the yesterday evening that the patriarch and the emir had made an agreement to kill me, and that they had sent men to lie in wait for that purpose. I was afterwards told by another person that some of the servants of the emir were appointed to accomplish this end. Here I am, then, in a sort of imprisonment, enemies within and enemies without. One of my brothers the other day advised me to surrender myself entirely to the mercy of the bishop, whereupon I wrote the bishop a letter, of which I send you the enclosed copy, and gave it to my brother Tanus, begging him to carry it to the bishop and bring me his reply. Tanus read the letter and without saying a word threw it down in contempt. I then gave it to my uncle with the same request, but as yet I have gotten no reply. K. All my concerns I commit into the hands of God, who created me. Through the blood of our Lord Jesus Christ, I hope that all my distresses will be for the best. I accept with pleasure all your kind wishes, and send you many salutations in the Lord, and pray for you length of days. March 27, 1826. 31. Information is received that Assad has been taken away against his will to the Patriarch. April 4th. Faris Shidiak arrived here in the evening direct from Daralma and said he had accompanied Assad to that convent a week ago, that Assad was still there, and that the Patriarch, having in the morning set off for Kanobin, would send down for Assad after a few days. He then handed me the following line from Assad: if you can find a vessel setting off for Malta in the course of 4 or 5 days, send me word. If not, pray for your brother. We were disposed to send off a messenger this very evening, but Faris said it would not be necessary. Had some serious conversation with Faris, in which I exhorted him to continue reading the New Testament and take particular notice of the general spirit of it, and then to judge if all this deceit, confining, beating, and threatening to kill was consistent with that spirit. We observed that we supposed the Patriarch and the Bishop were well pleased with all the violence that Mansour had used in this affair. Yes, said Faris, priest Hana Stambodi at Ainwarka told me yesterday that none of us had any religion except Mansour. In a subsequent part of his journal, Mr. Bird records the following particulars respecting Assad during his last visit to Hadet and when about to be violently removed from thence. They were received from Faris. A neighboring emir being sick, one day Assad carried him a paper of medicine, on the outside of which he had written how it was to be taken. While Assad stood without, a servant took in this medicine and gave it to the prince, saying, "This is from Assad Shidiak, and here he has written the directions on the paper." The prince, who is not remarkable for mildness, and perhaps was not conscious that Assad overheard him, spoke out angrily, "A fig for the paper and writing! 'Tis the medicine I want." "Your lordship is in the right," replied Assad. "The truth is with you. The medicine is the thing, the paper that holds it is nothing. So we ought to say of the gospel, the great medicine for the soul. 'Tis the pure gospel we want, and not the church that holds it." After Mansour, in his Catholic zeal, had torn up and burned all his Bibles and Testaments, Assad could not remain without the scriptures, but sent and obtained a copy from the little church, which he daily read, marking the most striking and important passages. When his relatives to the number of 20 or more had assembled, and Assad perceived they were come to take him to the Patriarch by force, he began to expostulate with Tanus, and besought him to desist from a step so inconsistent with fraternal love. He besought in vain. Tanus turned away from him with a cold indifference. Affected with his hardness, Assad went aside and wept and prayed aloud. The evening before he was taken away, he said to those who had assembled, "If I had not read the gospel, I should have been surprised at this new movement of yours. But now it is just what I might have expected. In this blessed book, I am told, the brother shall deliver up the brother to death, and a man's foes shall be they of his own household. Here you see it is just so. You have come together to fulfill this prophecy of the gospel. What have I done against you? What is my crime? Allowing that I do take the Bible as my only and sufficient guide to heaven, what sin is there in this?" During the evening, he laid himself down to sleep, as he was to set off early in the morning. But he was often interrupted, for whenever he caught a word of false doctrine from the lips of those who continued their conversation, he would rise up, refute them, and again compose himself to rest. One of his uncles, speaking of his going to the Patriarch, said in a great rage, "If you don't go off with us peaceably, we will take your life." Assad replied, "Softly, softly, my dear uncle. Don't be hasty. Blessed are the meek." Ferris wrote a letter this evening to Assad in a hand that had been agreed on between them, saying that if he would come to Beirut, he need not fear, and that it might be a matter for further consideration whether he should leave the country. 5. The letter of Ferris was sent off by a Moslem who returned at evening, saying that when he arrived at the convent, he was accosted by 2 or 3 men inquiring his business, telling him he was a Greek and had letters from the English. They then seized him and took the letter by force, and had he not shown them that he was a Moslem, would have probably sent him to the emir of the district for further examination. They then asked him some questions about the English, and assured him that after 8 days, Assad would no longer be a living man. Thus were our hopes of a second deliverance of this sufferer of persecution, for the present, blasted. After all the threats which have been thrown out without being put in execution, we rather hope that this last will prove like the rest. Yet we cannot tell how far their hatred of the truth may, with the divine forbearance, carry them. We leave all with him, in whose hands our life and breath are, and whose are all our ways, with the humble hope that light may yet arise out of darkness, and that much glory may be added to his name from this evident work of Satan. 6. Sent word in a blind hand on a torn scrap of paper to Ferris respecting the fate of our message to his brother. He returns answer that he is coming to Beirut tomorrow. 7. Ferris came according to his notice of yesterday, saying that if the patriarch should get his letter to Assad, there would be danger in his staying at Hadad. He should be glad to go to Malta or almost any other place out of the Maronite influence, lest his brothers should seize him and deliver him up to the fury of the patriarch, as they had done his brother Assad. Mansour, the eldest and most violent of them, when he heard yesterday that a letter had arrived for Ferris from Beirut, breathed out threatenings and slaughter, not only against Ferris, but against the innocent messenger himself. 8. Wrote to a friendly Maronite bishop to give me whatever information he might be able to procure respecting Shediac. May 10th, a messenger whom we sent to Canabine returned with the report that he was denied the privilege of seeing Assad, under pretense that he was going through a course of confession, during which the rule is that the person so confessing shall pass his time for a number of days alone and see no company. 14. We were today credibly informed that Shediac is still firm in his adherence to the gospel, but that he was kept under rigid inspection, not being permitted to step out of his room without an attendant. 17. Ferris Shediac informed us today that he had been told that his brother Assad had been at the college of Einwarka. He thought it might be true, as one object in delivering him up to the patriarch was to give the people the general impression that he had no longer anything to do with the English. He had now been a sufficient time absent from us to give general currency to the report that he was no longer with us, and now perhaps the patriarch had let him go free. 27. The messenger who went before to Canabine had set out to go for us a second time, and this morning early returned with the following story. Being met by a man near Batroun, whom he suspected to be from Canabine, he inquired him out and found him to be a messenger sent by Assad himself to his uncles and other connections, to beg them to come and deliver him. Assad saw the man and gave him his commission from the window of the convent, without the knowledge of the patriarch or the others in his service. This messenger said that Assad was in close confinement, in chains, and was daily beaten, and that the great cause of complaint against him was that he refused to worship either the pictures or the Virgin Mary. I had written a letter of mere salutation to Shediac by my messenger, which letter he enclosed in one from himself, and sent it on by his brother, returning himself with the messenger from Assad. This brother of his, he is much afraid, may be ill-treated by the patriarch. 28. J. the messenger called and said that he himself should not go to Canabine, but 12 or 15 of his other relatives would go and endeavor at least to save him from chains and stripes. J. had been to the Emir Bishar the Less, who lives at Hadad, begging him, with a present, to save his brother, if it should prove that he had suffered by the suspicion or the resentment of the patriarch. The Emir promised to interfere. But why, said he, should Assad go and join the English? They are a people I do not love. June 2nd. A youth of the neighborhood said it was reported that Assad was a complete maniac, that he rent his garments, raved, reviled, etc., and that he had been sent to the convent at Kosha, like other lunatics, for a miraculous cure. This news was brought by priest Bernardus of Xir, mentioned in Shiddiak's statement. 3. The brother of J, about whom he was so solicitous, returned last evening in safety with the following letter in Assad's own handwriting. To our respected brother J, after expressing my love to you, I have to say that your letter by your brother arrived in safety, and I have understood it. In it you and yours inquire after my health. May the Lord pour out his grace upon you and follow you with his blessings. As to me, I am at present in health with regard to my body. But as to other circumstances, your brother will give you information. Love to cousin, your wife. Pray send me word respecting you every opportunity, and may the Lord lengthen your days. From your brother. This letter is certainly genuine and is a full proof of what nature the insanity is, under which he labors. It has greatly relieved the anxiety we felt from the report of yesterday. From the verbal account given by the lad who brought the letter, the following are selected as the most important particulars. He entered the convent on his arrival, and seeing nobody but the keeper of the prison room, obtained leave to go in and see Assad alone. He found him sitting on the bare floor, with a heavy chain around his neck, and firmly fastened at the other end into the wall. His bed had been removed together with all his books and writing materials, and, what is considered here the extreme of privation, he was left without a pipe. The lad continued with him an hour or two, without being discovered by anyone but the keeper. During the conversation, Assad observed that not long since he was sent to Kosha, as a man possessed of a devil, and that he escaped from that place and had arrived near Tripoli when he was taken by a party of Maronites and brought back to the Patriarch. He had, since that time, been kept regularly at Canabine, subject occasionally to beating and insult, from such as might call in to see the heretic. We understood the man to say that the Patriarch even instructed the common people to spit in his face and call him by odious names in order to shame him into submission. Assad gave his advice that we should either send someone with a horse and get him away by stealth, or get the consul to interfere by writing to the Pasha. The letter written by Assad was done through the contrivance of his keeper for a small reward. After hearing all this, we went directly to the consul to inform him of the case and to urge him to an interference. He consented that we should first procure someone to write a firm and consistent letter to the Patriarch, demanding by what right he had taken a man from an English employer and under English protection, and imprisoned him unheard, etc., intimating that if the man was not soon given up, something more would be done. Toward evening, Jay came again to inquire what we had concluded on. When he found what step we had taken, he seemed much alarmed for his own safety, and begged us not to proceed, for he should be immediately suspected as the mediator of the affair, and should be in danger of being persecuted as such. He mentioned as a justification of his fears that the keeper overheard Assad when he recommended that course to his brother, and that the keeper, when inquired of, would of course mention the fact to the Patriarch. Instead of the measure we were about taking, he recommended to apply to the emir through one of his relatives, who was our mutual friend, and to this we consented. It is, however, probable that the object of J is not so much to avoid danger as to put his friend the emir in a way to get a small present. 5. J has been to see the emir in order to persuade him to intercede with his uncle, the emir Bashir, but the former was not at home, and therefore the latter was not consulted. J then went to the emir Iam, but found him quite averse to do anything, saying that to liberate a man who had become English would never do. He next saw Mansour the brother, and asked him if he knew that Assad was in close confinement. Yes, answered he, and he may end his days there, unless he can learn to behave himself better. One characteristic mark of a heathen is that he is, without natural affection, implacable, unmerciful. Jay says that his brother has told him, in addition, that Assad himself, on the whole, wished not to have the consul interfere, but that someone might, for the present, be sent every week or two to see how he got along, and in the meantime, he hoped to make his own escape, for that only a few days before he had loosed himself from his chains and got out of the convent, but not understanding the path, he became afraid to proceed, and returned of his own accord. 6. Went again to confer with the consul with regard to Assad. When we mentioned the fact that Assad was under a sort of oath of obedience to the Patriarch, an agreement which all make who are educated from the funds of the Anwarka College, he seemed to think differently of the case, because though an oath to bind the conscience, as in this case, can never be binding, and is neither acknowledged by Turks or English, yet in the opinion of all Maronites, it justifies what the Patriarch has done. This English protection, they would say, is of no avail, since he was under a previous engagement to serve the Patriarch. The consul thinks the case, if presented to the chief emir, would be rejected without consideration, on the ground that it was ecclesiastical and not civil, and if presented to the pasha, he would exact fines from many innocent convents, and otherwise oppress them, without perhaps, after all, procuring the release of the prisoner. He would prefer some secret mode of effecting the object. Priest Bernardus of Gzir, already mentioned, was on a visit to the family below, and sent up to beg the favor of a sight at Shidiak's statement. I at first refused, but on a second application, and being assured that the priest was a friend of Shidiak, I consented, and invited the man to come and take with me a cup of coffee, which he did. It will be observed that this Bernardus was one of those who wished Shidiak to say that his faith was like that of the Roman Catholic Church, although it should be a falsehood, saying that the Patriarch would bestow on him a pardon for the lie. The priest acknowledged to the family below that Shidiak's statement of that affair was correct. 14. Received a line from the friendly Maronite bishop, to whom I had written, April 8th, who says that he has been assured, probably afresh, that Shidiak is in prison and suffers beating. 15. The emir came and conversed a length of time on the case of Shidiak. I offered to reward him well for his trouble, if he would procure his release, which he has promised to attempt. 21. J came to say that he had never seen the emir, who had endeavored to persuade his uncle to write to the Patriarch. The uncle, however, refused, but added, You may write in my name and say that it is my pleasure that Shidiak should be liberated. The messenger has, therefore, gone with such a letter. 22. This morning came to New Shidiak, accompanied by a young emir, saying that they had knowledge of our attempt to liberate Assad through the medium of the emir. It will not do, said he. You will not accomplish your object so. They both said that the emir was a great liar, had a little mind, and little, if any, influence with his uncle. In short, they proposed a more excellent way, viz. That we should give them also a good reward to engage in this noble work of brotherly love. 24. The messenger from the emir arrived from Canabine with the following letter from the Patriarch in answer to his own. After kissing the hands of your honorable excellency, etc., etc., with regard to your slave, Assad Shidiak, the state into which he has fallen is not unknown to your excellency. His understanding is subverted. In some respects he is a demoniac, in others not. Every day his malady increases upon him, until I have been obliged to take severe measures with him, and put him under keepers, lest he should escape from here, and grow worse, and infuse his poison into others. 2 days ago he succeeded in getting away in the night, and obliged me to send men to bind him and bring him back. And after he was come, he showed signs of returning sanity, and begged to be forgiven. But he does not abide by his word, for he is very fickle, and the most probable opinion respecting him is that he is possessed of the devil. However, as he was, to appearance, disposed to yield me obedience, I treated him kindly and humanely, and used every means to promote his permanent cure. This is what I have to communicate to your excellency, and the bearer will inform you further. Whatever your excellency commands, I obey, and the Lord lengthen your life. 27. A youth from Ain Warka informed us that he had seen a letter in Assad's own handwriting, saying that he had yielded obedience to the Patriarch and professed again the faith of the Roman Catholic Church. This report excited great joy, he says at the college. We are rather pained by the news because, if Assad has done this, we are almost sure it has been done insincerely, and merely to escape the pains of his persecution. The same person says that a relative of the Patriarch at Canabine has been in the habit of writing, every week or two, to the college, to give the news of what was done with Assad from time to time, in which he spoke of his chains and stripes, and so on. He also observes that many people have boldly questioned the right of the patriarch to proceed to such extremities with the members of his church, saying they saw not, at this rate, which was chief governor of the mountains, the prince, or the patriarch. July 1st. One who seemed certain of delivering Shediac, if he should set about it, went with our recommendation to Tripoli, from which place he hopes to have a convenient communication with Canabine. 14. The youth who went to Tripoli to attempt something came back unsuccessful. 17. Application has been made by Faris to the Emir M, but he refused to do anything for Assad, alleging that it is an affair of religion and belongs exclusively to the patriarch. Faris says that notwithstanding the superstition and anger which his mother exhibited when here, she has more than once said that the English are better than the Maronites, for they take an interest in the fate of Assad, while the Maronites all seem to care nothing about him, whether he is dead or alive, happy or wretched. Faris, as well as others, says that Tanus is Assad's enemy from jealousy. Assad is younger than Tanus, but has been much more noticed. This Tanus could not bear, and has therefore been quite willing to see him disgraced and punished. Faris observes that Tanus was quite as favorably disposed to Protestant principles as Assad, but the moment Assad took the start of him, he fell back, and is a much firmer Maronite than ever. He seemed to be affected at the death of Mr. Fisk, but inferred from it that God did not approve the efforts of the Protestants in this country. The death of Mr. Dalton, also his former pupil, probably confirmed this feeling. 18. Tanus came to converse about his brother Assad. He had just received a letter in Assad's own handwriting, saying that he was reduced to a great extremity of distress, and perhaps had not long to live, and begging Tanus to come up and see if nothing could be done to end or mitigate his sufferings. Tanus declares that he would be very glad to get him away from Canabine, if he could be safe, but that in any other place in the dominions of the Emir Bashir, he would be killed. He might be safe at the consuls, but with me, he would not be. There are men in these mountains, said he, that can kill and have killed patriarchs and emirs, and that in their own houses. And why could they not kill Assad with you if they chose? Is your house more secure than the convent of the patriarch or the palace of the emir? A man in entering your house would violate all law, but the English would not make war for the killing of a single man. I observed that an application would very possibly be made to the Pasha by the consul if Assad was not soon delivered up. An application of that sort, replied T, would be quite useless. The Pasha would send the application to the Emir, and do you not think the Emir would arrange the affair as he pleased? He knows well this sort of dealing. He has known how to manage these mountains for 40 years. And do you think he would be at a loss about such a trifle as this? For example, what would be more easy for the Emir if he chose to detain the man than to say he had committed murder, and therefore could not be given up? But, said I, such a charge must be established by competent witnesses and under the consul's inspection. True, replied he, and where would be the difficulty in that? The Emir would bring 500 witnesses tomorrow to establish any crime he was pleased to allege. And as to his fearing the Pasha, though he holds his office under him, yet his power is even superior to the Pasha's. The patriarch, continued Tanus, can do just what he chooses in spite of the English. You have brought books here, and the patriarch has burned them in spite of you. He has issued to all denominations a proclamation full of lies against you, and what have you been able to do? You have indeed written a reply to the proclamation and hold it up to the people and say, look how the patriarch lies about us. But what does he care for all that? So talks a Lebanon mountaineer of more sense, information, and truth than most others, respecting the moral character and godly fear of his patriarch and prince. 19. Faris brought us a letter which had just been received by the family at Hadet from the patriarch, wishing them to come immediately to Canabine. Tanus and his mother have gone and intend, if possible, to bring Assad away, either to Kesroan or to Hadet. The mother insisted on going and wished to pass through Beirut on her way, that she might consult us before she went, but this was not permitted her. The above-mentioned letter, in English, runs thus. After telling you how much I desire to see you in all health and prosperity, I send you news respecting the wretch Assad Shidiak, otherwise called Lord of Hell. His obduracy with which you are acquainted has exceedingly increased. It is not unknown to you how much care I have bestowed on him for his good, how much I have labored for his salvation, and under what severe discipline I have put him, and all to no effect. And now, as might be expected, he has fallen ill, and therefore can no longer run away, according to his custom, and we have been thus constrained to take off the severity of our treatment. But fearing lest his disease should increase upon him, I have sent you word that you may come and see how he is, and consult what is best to be done with him. Make no delay, therefore, in coming, and the apostolic blessing be upon you. This attempt of his family to effect his liberation failed, for some reason unknown, and he continued immured in prison, suffering persecution. He was confined in a small room with an iron collar round his neck, fastened to the wall with a strong chain. In October 1826, another attempt was made to effect the liberation of Assad. The civil authorities were consulted, but could not be prevailed upon to enlist in his behalf. In November 1826, however, he effected his escape, but was soon arrested and treated more cruelly than ever. In the Herald for April 1828, we find the following history of Assad from the time he was betrayed into the hands of the Patriarch till the spring of 1826. It is thus prefaced by Mr. Bird, one of the missionaries. This account of our suffering friend, though by no means complete, may nevertheless be relied on as authentic, and is by far the most full and satisfactory account which we have been able to obtain. It was sent us, as you will see in the journal, by the friendly young Sheikh, Nami Latuf, who sometime previous spent a few weeks in our families, and whose heart seems to have been touched with the truths of the gospel. The priest, who has proved so great a benefactor to Assad, is a relative of the Sheikh, and they have grown up together from childhood on the most intimate terms of familiarity and friendship. Many of the occurrences here related, the priest found written among the monks who passed their time idly with the Patriarch, and to many he was an eyewitness. The account was drawn up under his own inspection. He seems a man unusually conscientious for an Arab, unusually open to conviction and argument, and has promised to do his utmost to save Assad from further abuse, and in the end to deliver him from his state of confinement. Thus, while all our own efforts have failed of essentially benefiting the poor man, the Lord, without any of our instrumentality, has raised up a friend from the midst of his persecutors, who has already saved him from impending death, and we hope and pray will soon open the way for his complete deliverance from this Syrian Inquisition. When the relatives of Assad brought him to the convent of Alma in the district of Kesron and gave him up to the Patriarch, the latter began by way of flattery to promise him all the worldly advantages he could bestow, but withal demanding that he should put away all the heretical notions and all the corrupt knowledge which the Bible men, those enemies of the Pope, had taught him. He replied, "These things which you hold out to me are to me of no value. I no longer trouble myself about them, for they are vain and of short duration. Every Christian is bound to think and labor and strive to be accounted worthy to hear that blessed welcome. Come ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. As to rejecting from my mind those things which I have learned from the Bible men, I have to say that, for many years, I had read occasionally the Holy Scriptures, which are able to make us wise unto salvation, but could not live according to them, for I was given to the indulgence of all wicked passions. But since my acquaintance with these men, I see myself through the merits of my Savior, possessed of a new heart. Though it is not yet, I confess, in all respects such as I could wish it to be." During the few days they remained in the Kesron, the Patriarch showed him every attention and suffered no one to oppose his opinion, saying, "The Protestants, by the great sums they have given him, have blinded his eyes and inclined him to join them, and diffuse their poisonous sentiments, so that he cannot at once be brought to leave them. Let him alone for the present, do nothing to oppose or to offend him, until we shall arrive at Canabine, where we may examine into his faith and state at our leisure. And if we find that he still clings to his heresy, we then can do with him as circumstances may require." After a short time they proceeded with him to Canabine, and there began to use arguments to convince him of his errors, and persuade him to confess and forsake them, and embrace whatever the councils and the church had enacted, requiring that he should surrender his conscience to the Holy Catholic Church, and bless all whom she blessed, and curse all whom she cursed. And this they did in the most stern and threatening manner. He replied, "It has been said by the mouth of the Holy One, bless and curse not." They still pressed him to yield his opinions, but he said, "I can give up nothing, nor can I believe anything but as it is written in the Holy Scriptures. For in these is contained all doctrines necessary to salvation." "But," said they, "is everything then worthless that has been ordained by the councils and the fathers?" He answered, "The councils may have enacted laws good for themselves, but we are not bound to follow them." After urging him day after day to no purpose, they finally asked in despair, "Are you then still of the same sentiment?" "Of the same sentiment," said he. "I still believe and hold whatever is written in the Holy Scriptures, and neither more nor less." "Will everyone then who reads the gospel be saved?" "By no means. But as it is written, he that hath my commands and keepeth them, he it is that loveth me." "It is the duty of every person to possess the gospel and read it?" "Yes, it is the duty of everyone. For," said Paul, "if our gospel be hid, it is hid to them that are lost, in whom the God of this world hath blinded the minds of them which believe not, lest the light of the glorious gospel should shine unto them." They then reviled him and spurned him away from their sight, and began to meditate measures of violence against him. He was separated from all around him, and compelled to take his meals by himself. And lest he should attempt to escape, a person was set over him to keep him under a constant watch. He was made to feel himself in the lowest state of disgrace, all taking the fullest liberty to reproach and ridicule him. From this state of debasement he soon began to meditate his escape. Accordingly, one evening, just as the sun had set, and while his keeper's eye was off him, he fled. An immediate and diligent search was made for him, but he could not be found until the second day, when he was discovered still hiding in a grove nearby. For he was totally ignorant of the way he ought to take. They brought him immediately to the patriarch. When he arrived, he was met by reproaches and revilings, and the servants, by order of the patriarch, beat him and put him into confinement. This was at Dimon, a pleasant, airy situation belonging to Canabine, and about an hour's distance from it. Soon after this, he was taken up to the latter place, when he was left a little more at large, but was always under the watch of a keeper. One evening, when all had gone in the chapel for prayers, he lay as if he had been asleep, and the monk, his keeper, thinking him really so, went in with the rest, but took with him as a precaution a Assad's silver inkhorn, supposing that if he should wake and think of escaping, he would not be willing to leave behind him so valuable an article. When Assad saw that all were gone, knowing the length of their prayers, he at once left the convent and ran about an hour's distance. People were dispatched in search of him with all diligence, but they returned without finding him. On account of his ignorance of the way, he remained secreted near the road till the day broke, when he continued his flight until he had reached the distance of 3 hours or more from his prison, when a couple of men in the service of the patriarch, having been apprised of his escape by the pursuers during the night, discovered him and called out, "Who are you? Are you Assad?" He replied, "I am Assad." They at once took him into custody and brought him back, but without any violence or indignity, to the patriarch. A different treatment, however, awaited him at the convent. He had no sooner reached it than they covered him with insult, beating him and mocking him, and saying, "Fool that you are, why did you answer to your name?" He replied, "God has laid a curse upon the lying mouth, and therefore I cannot use it." They said, "If you do not return to your faith and hold to all that has been ordained by the church and the fathers, you are ruined. You will die under your tortures and go to perdition." He replied, "Whoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be saved." I am willing to expose myself to every indignity and suffering for the sake of him who loved us and shed his precious blood for our salvation. These things I am bound to say and do, and I am bound to exhort you also, as beloved friends. When he had said this, they all laughed him to scorn, called him a madman, and were about to beat him for attempting, as they pretended, to make heretics of them also. When he saw their anger, he cried out, "Why are you enraged at me? And what are you about to do to me? I am a dying man like yourselves, and preach unto you that you should turn from your vanities unto the living God, who made heaven and earth and the sea, and all that are therein. They then renewed their cries that he was mad, and thrust him into his prison room, and locked the door upon him, and strict orders were given that no one should say anything to him more or less. In this state he remained for some days. The patriarch then sent to him to inquire after his faith, especially respecting his trust in the images of the church, declaring to him that without faith in these he could not be saved. He replied, "Let no man beguile you of your reward in a voluntary humility and worshiping of angels." They brought him proofs from the councils that images were used by the fathers and ought to be set up and worshipped in the churches in honor of the saints and to obtain their intercession. He answered, "I will also bring you proof from the councils that the worship of images and all use of them in the churches was forbidden and reprobated by the fathers." Here they contradicted him. "Be it as it may," said he, "it is impossible for me to follow the opinions of any man or set of men, and leave the word of God behind me. This word tells me that forasmuch as we are the offspring of God, we ought not to think that the Godhead is like unto gold, or silver, or stone, graven by art or man's device." The messengers then quit him, and made their report to the patriarch, who left him in his prison for a considerable time in the most abject and suffering state. In process of time, certain individuals, possessed of a little humanity, became interested in his situation, sympathized in his sufferings, interceded for him, and procured liberty to open the prison door, so that anyone who chose could go in and see him without restraint. Again he began to meditate an attempt to escape, and on a certain evening set off from the convent. But as before, his ignorance of the proper path to escape in prevented the accomplishment of his purpose. He soon saw the lighted torches streaming off in every direction in search of him, and to avoid his pursuers, turned aside a short distance and climbed into a tree. From this situation he did not dare to come down till the night was fairly gone, when he shifted the position of his clothes, turning his cloak inside out, using his turban for a girdle and his girdle for a turban, and took his way. He had, however, not proceeded far, when one of the patriarch's men discovered him and called out, "Assad, is it you?" He answered, "It is I." The man immediately caught him like a greedy wolf, bound him, beat him, and drove him before him, as a slave or a brute, to Canabine. On their way they were met by many others who had been sent off in quest of him, who all united with the captor in his brutal treatment. On his arrival, the patriarch gave immediate orders for his punishment, and they fell upon him with reproaches, caning him and smiting him with their hands. And so it was that as often as they struck him on one cheek, he turned to them the other also. "This," said he, "is a joyful day to me. My blessed Lord and Master has said, 'Bless them that curse you, and if they strike you on the right cheek, turn to them the left also.' This I have been enabled to do, and I am ready to suffer even more than this for him, who was beaten and spit upon, and led as a sheep to the slaughter, on our account." When they heard this, they fell to beating him anew, saying, "Have we need of your preaching, thou deceiver? Of what avail are such pretensions in one who is in the broad way to perdition?" He replied, "He that believeth that Jesus Christ is the Son of God hath eternal life." "Ah," said they, "this is what blinds you. Your salvation is by faith alone in Christ. Thus you cast contempt on his mother and his saints. You deny the presence of his holy body on earth." And they threw him on the ground, overwhelmed with the multitude of their blows. For 3 successive days he was subjected to the bastinado by order of the patriarch, who, after that, summoned him to his presence and demanded of him his faith. "I am a Christian, a follower of Jesus of Nazareth." Those present exhorted him to acknowledge the intercession of the saints and to repair to them for help in this hour of trial. But he refused, saying, "My help is in him who shed his blood for sinners." "But have the saints," said they, "no intercession, and is it vain to worship them and pray to them?" He said, "We are not taught to seek help or protection from any, but from him who is the great shepherd, who has said with his own blessed mouth, 'Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest.'" To any other than God, we are not commanded to pray or seek for refuge. They then returned him to his prison as before. Those who sympathized with him went and begged him to confess that the canons of the councils were binding on all Christians, and that the images were very properly made use of in the churches. He answered, professing themselves to be wise, they became fools, and changed the glory of the incorruptible God into an image made like unto corruptible man. At this they turned away from him in despair and disgust, and reported to the patriarch that he was in the most settled state of obstinacy, and was doubtless possessed of a devil. Upon this the patriarch ordered him to be put in chains, and the door to be barred upon him, as formerly, and his food to be given him in short allowance. In this condition he remained till he was much reduced, and began to entreat them to have pity on him, and take off the irons from his feet, and open the door of his prison. Some were moved by his supplications, interceded for him, unbarred the door, took off his chains, and left him. He arose, walked out, and sat down with one of them and conversed. He then begged the patriarch to give him some books to copy, to rid himself of the tedium of his idleness. But he refused, nor would he suffer any to hold conversation with him. After some days there came into the convent 2 men in the character of beggars, and wished to pass the night, but were turned away. That same night Asad made another attempt to escape. As soon as it was discovered that he was gone, a vigorous search was made to find him, but all to no purpose. The universal cry now was that the 2 men already mentioned had been sent by the Protestants to steal him away for a large reward. Immediately His Holiness, the Patriarch, sent letters to the Emir Abdallah informing him of Asad's escape, and requesting him to guard the roads of the Kesron and search the neighborhood if possibly Asad might still be found lurking in that district. Accordingly, search was made. Asad was discovered among his relatives by a couple of soldiers, was bound and taken off to the Emir, who sent him direct to the Patriarch. On his arrival, he was loaded with chains, cast into a dark, filthy room, and bastinadoed every day for 8 days, sometimes fainting under the operation, until he was near death. He was then left in his misery, his bed a thin flag mat, his covering his common clothes. The door of his prison was filled up with stone and mortar, and his food was 6 thin cakes of bread a day and a scanty cup of water. In this loathsome dungeon, from which there was no access but a small loophole through which they passed his food, he lay for several days, and he would lift up his voice and cry, Love ye the Lord Jesus Christ according as he hath loved us, and given himself to die for us. Think of me, O ye that pass by, have pity upon me, and deliver me from these sufferings. Now when his groans and cries were thus heard, a certain priest who had been a former friend of Asad was touched with compassion. His former friendship revived, his bowels yearned over his suffering brother, and he besought everyone who could speak with the Patriarch that they would intercede and endeavor to soften his feelings towards his prisoner. By dint of perseverance, the priest at length succeeded, and obtained permission to open the prison door of his friend and take off his irons. The first request he made of the priest on his entering was that he would give him a little food, for he was famishing with hunger. The priest immediately brought him a little bread and cooked victuals, which he ate and said, The name of the Lord be blessed. Those present began to exhort him to turn to the Mother of God, if, peradventure, she would have mercy upon him, and bring him back to the way of salvation. He answered, If she has the power of intercession, let her intercede for us with her beloved Son. The priest was very assiduous in supplying him with everything necessary for his comfort. In particular, he obtained the return of his clothes, of which he had been partly stripped, for the snow was upon the ground, and the cold filled him with pains. Now when the others saw the care and attention of the priest, they said, You have become a convert to his heretical opinions. But he replied, God has said, Blessed are the merciful, and continued firm in his purpose. His assiduity was such that whenever he left the convent for any time, he would give money to the cook to prevail on him to supply Asad with proper food, and to attend upon him in whatever he might need. The enemies of the priest accused him to the Patriarch, but they could not succeed in their object, for the priest is of blameless morals, and has a good name among all. The priest now passed much of his time in company with Asad, and conversed with him freely. On a certain occasion they began to converse on the subject of the cross, the priest saying it ought to be worshipped. Asad replied, "For what reason, and where is the use of it?" The priest said, "In memory of the Savior." Asad, "Why do you kiss the cross, and who has commanded it?" Priest, "We kiss it in honor of him who hung upon it." Asad, "But why then do you not paint the ass also, and pay it all obeisance and all honors? For our Savior, when he rode upon the ass, was in all honor, and all paid him obeisance. But when he was on the cross, he was in sorrow and disgrace." The priest reproved him gently for returning such an answer, and when he saw that the priest was displeased, he said, "On account of your love to me, and the favor you have done me, I wish to prove to you this point, that all religious reverence and worship and service to any but God is vain. For it is said, 'He that heareth my word, and believeth on him that sent me, hath everlasting life.' And I have to beg of you that you will continually search the Holy Scriptures, and pray as David prayed, 'Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me.'" During this time, one of their enemies was standing without the door and listened to the whole conversation. This man went immediately to the patriarch and told him all that he had heard, and that the priest was conversing with Asad in so gentle a manner that he was likely soon to be won over to heresy. His Holiness was startled at the intelligence, and hastening down inquired the truth of the report. Asad concealed nothing. The patriarch, however, at first repressed his own feelings, and exhorted him in the most winning manner he could assume, promising that if he would but return to the Holy Church and fathers and councils, worship the images and saints and the Mother of God, he would again immediately make him his secretary. He replied, "With regard to the opinions which I hold, I assure you I wish to hold none which are opposed to the Word of God. And as to resorting to the Virgin Mary, I say, as I have before said, that if she has any power of intercession, let her intercede for us. As to giving up my opinions to the church and councils, how can I do it, so long as I am possessed of satisfactory evidence that these councils are opposed to one another? We are in no need of the councils, but have sufficient light without them to guide us in the way of salvation. Moreover, I can say that I do surrender my opinions to the Holy Catholic Church, for I profess the faith of the Church of Christ and unite my conscience with it." The patriarch could no longer restrain his feelings, but broke out in the language of reproach, saying, "You are a worthless fellow, obstinately bent on maintaining your folly. I give you to understand that I am clear of your guilt. You will not be taught, but love to show your contempt of the cross and of the worship of the images, whose worship is only in honor of those to whose memory they are set up, and who labored and died in the service of Christ." Asad replied, "With regard to worshiping such things as these, it is said, 'Thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve.' And as to those who labored and shed their blood for the Savior, they are above our honors, for they have gone to inherit unspeakable glory in their Master's presence." The patriarch was more angry than ever, and taking off his slipper, beat both him and the priest, and drove the latter from the room and locked the door. After 6 days of additional confinement, the friendly priest again procured his release from his prison and obtained the favor of taking the entire oversight of him. In this condition the persecuted man remains. May the Most High grant him speedy deliverance. February 15, 1827. The latest accounts from Palestine state that Asad is still in confinement, but remains firm to the principles he has embraced. In a letter from Mr. Goodell, dated April 1830, we find the following sentence: "Asad Shidiak is still alive, and there is every reason to believe that he loves and obeys the truth, that he is sanctified by it, rooted and grounded in it, and ready to suffer for it." We take our leave of this interesting narrative, commending the suffering subject of it to God and the word of his grace, accounting him more blessed if he perseveres steadfast into the end, than if his brows were endowed with an imperial diadem. Mr. and Mrs. Judson were among the number of the first missionaries who left this country for India. After laboring for some time in Hindustan, they finally established themselves at Rangoon in the Burman Empire in 1813. In 1824, war broke out between the British East India Company and the Emperor of Burma. Mr. and Mrs. Judson and Dr. Price, who were at Ava, the capital of the Burman Empire, when the war commenced, were immediately arrested and confined for several months. The account of the sufferings of the missionaries was written by Mrs. Judson and is given in her own words. The sufferings of the missionaries during this long and disastrous period surpassed all that the most alarmed and fertile imagination had conceived. Of the dreadful scenes at Ava, a minute account was written by Mrs. Judson to Dr. Elnathan Judson. It will be read with strong and painful interest. Fiction itself has seldom invented a tale more replete with terror. I commence this letter with the intention of giving you the particulars of our captivity and sufferings at Ava. How long my patience will allow my reviewing scenes of disgust and horror, the conclusion of this letter will determine. I had kept a journal of everything that had transpired from our arrival at Ava, but destroyed it at the commencement of our difficulties. The first certain intelligence we received of the declaration of war by the Burmese was on our arrival at Simpukiwan, about 100 miles this side of Ava, where part of the troops, under the command of the celebrated Bandula, had encamped. As we proceeded on our journey, we met Bandula himself, with the remainder of his troops, gaily equipped, seated on his golden barge and surrounded by a fleet of gold warboats, one of which was instantly dispatched the other side of the river to hail us and make all necessary inquiries. We were allowed to proceed quietly on when he had informed the messenger that we were Americans, not English, and were going to Ava in obedience to the command of His Majesty. On our arrival at the capital, we found that Dr. Price was out of favor at court, and that suspicion rested on most of the foreigners then at Ava. Your brother visited at the palace 2 or 3 times, but found the king's manner toward him very different from what it formerly had been, and the queen, who had hitherto expressed wishes for my speedy arrival, now made no inquiries after me, nor intimated a wish to see me. Consequently, I made no effort to visit at the palace, though almost daily invited to visit some of the branches of the royal family, who were living in their own houses out of the palace enclosure. Under these circumstances, we thought our most prudent course lay in prosecuting our original intention of building a house, and commencing missionary operations as occasion offered, thus endeavoring to convince the government that we had really nothing to do with the present war. In 2 or 3 weeks after our arrival, the king, queen, all the members of the royal family, and most of the officers of government returned to Amarapura in order to come and take possession of the new palace in the customary style. As there has been much misunderstanding relative to Ava and Amarapura, both being called the capital of the Burmese Empire, I will here remark that present Ava was formerly the seat of government, but soon after the old king had ascended the throne, it was forsaken and a new palace built at Amarapura, about 6 miles from Ava, in which he remained during his life. In the 4th year of the reign of the present king, Amarapura was in its turn forsaken, and a new and beautiful palace built at Ava, which was then in ruins, but is now the capital of the Burmese Empire and the residence of the emperor. The king and royal family had been living in the temporary buildings at Ava during the completion of the new palace, which gave occasion for their returning to Amarapura. I dare not attempt a description of that splendid day, when Majesty with all its attendant glory entered the gates of the Golden City, and amid the acclamations of millions, I may say, took possession of the palace. The sopwars of the provinces bordering on China, all the viceroys and high officers of the kingdom, were assembled on the occasion, dressed in their robes of state, and ornamented with the insignia of their office. The white elephant, richly adorned with gold and jewels, was one of the most beautiful objects in the procession. The king and queen alone were unadorned, dressed in the simple garb of the country. They, hand in hand, entered the garden in which we had taken our seats, and where a banquet was prepared for their refreshment. All the riches and glory of the empire were on this day exhibited to view. The number and immense size of the elephants, the numerous horses, and great variety of vehicles of all descriptions far surpassed anything I have ever seen or imagined. Soon after His Majesty had taken possession of the new palace, an order was issued that no foreigner should be allowed to enter, excepting Lansago. We were a little alarmed at this, but concluded it was from political motives, and would not, perhaps, essentially affect us. For several weeks, nothing took place to alarm us, and we went on with our school. Mr. J preached every Sabbath, all the materials for building a brick house were procured, and the masons had made considerable progress in raising the building. On the 23rd of May, 1824, just as we had concluded worship at the doctor's house, the other side of the river, a messenger came to inform us that Rangoon was taken by the English. The intelligence produced a shock, in which was a mixture of fear and joy. Mr. Gouger, a young merchant residing at Ava, was then with us, and had much more reason to fear than the rest of us. We all, however, immediately returned to our house, and began to consider what was to be done. Mr. G went to Prince Tharyarwadi, the king's most influential brother, who informed him he need not give himself any uneasiness, as he had mentioned the subject to His Majesty, who had replied that the few foreigners residing at Ava had nothing to do with the war and should not be molested. The government were now all in motion. An army of 10 or 12,000 men, under the command of the Kiwungai, were sent off in 3 or 4 days and were to be joined by the Sakirwungai, who had previously been appointed Viceroy of Rangoon, and who was on his way thither when the news of its attack reached him. No doubt was entertained of the defeat of the English. The only fear of the king was that the foreigners, hearing of the advance of the Burmese troops, would be so alarmed as to flee on board their ships and depart, before there would be time to secure them as slaves. "Bring for me," said a wild young buck of the palace, "6 Kalapiu, white strangers, to row my boat, and to me," said the lady of a Wungi, "send 4 white strangers to manage the affairs of my house, as I understand they are trusty servants." The war boats, in high glee, passed our house, the soldiers singing and dancing, and exhibiting gestures of the most joyous kind. "Poor fellows," said we, "you will probably never dance again." And it so proved, for few, if any, ever saw again their native home. As soon as the army were dispatched, the government began to inquire the cause of the arrival of the strangers at Rangoon. "There must be spies in the country," suggested some, "who have invited them over. And who so likely to be spies as the Englishmen residing at Ava?" A report was in circulation that Captain Laird, lately arrived, had brought Bengal papers which contained the intention of the English to take Rangoon, and it was kept a secret from His Majesty. An inquiry was instituted. The 3 Englishmen, Gouger, Laird, and Rogers, were called and examined. It was found that they had seen the papers and were put in confinement, though not in prison. We now began to tremble for ourselves and were in daily expectation of some dreadful event. At length, Mr. Judson and Dr. Price were summoned to a court of examination, where strict inquiry was made relative to all they knew. The great point seemed to be whether they had been in the habit of making communications to foreigners, of the state of the country, etc. They answered they had always written to their friends in America, but had no correspondence with English officers or the Bengal government. After their examination, they were not put in confinement as the Englishmen had been, but were allowed to return to their houses. In examining the accounts of Mr. G, it was found that Mr. J and Dr. Price had taken money of him to a considerable amount. Ignorant, as were the Burmese, of our mode of receiving money, by orders on Bengal, this circumstance to their suspicious minds was a sufficient evidence that the missionaries were in the pay of the English, and very probably spies. It was thus represented to the king, who, in an angry tone, ordered the immediate arrest of the 2 teachers. On the 8th of June, just as we were preparing for dinner, in rushed an officer holding a black book with a dozen Burmans, accompanied by one whom, from his spotted face, we knew to be an executioner and a son of the prison. "Where is the teacher?" was the first inquiry. Mr. Judson presented himself. "You are called by the king," said the officer, a form of speech always used when about to arrest a criminal. The spotted man instantly seized Mr. Judson, threw him on the floor, and produced the small cord, the instrument of torture. I caught hold of his arm. "Stay," said I will give you money." "Take her too," said the officer. "She also is a foreigner." Mr. Judson, with an imploring look, begged they would let me remain till further orders. The scene was now shocking beyond description. The whole neighborhood had collected. The masons at work on the brick house threw down their tools and ran. The little Burman children were screaming and crying. The Bengali servants stood in amazement at the indignities offered their master. And the hardened executioner, with a hellish joy, drew tight the cords, bound Mr. Judson fast, and dragged him off, I knew not whither. In vain I begged and entreated the spotted face to take the silver and loosen the ropes, but he spurned my offers and immediately departed. I gave the money, however, to Mong Ying to follow after, to make some further attempt to mitigate the torture of Mr. Judson. But instead of succeeding, when a few rods from the house, the unfeeling wretches again threw their prisoner on the ground and drew the cord still tighter, so as almost to prevent respiration. The officer and his gang proceeded on to the courthouse, where the governor of the city and officers were collected, one of whom read the order of the king to commit Mr. Judson to the death prison, into which he was soon hurled. The door closed, and Mong Ying saw no more. What a night was now before me! I retired into my room and endeavored to obtain consolation from committing my case to God and imploring fortitude and strength to suffer whatever awaited me. But the consolation of retirement was not long allowed me, for the magistrate of the place had come into the veranda and continually called me to come out and submit to his examination. But previously to going out, I destroyed all my letters, journals, and writings of every kind, lest they should disclose the fact that we had correspondence in England and had minuted down every occurrence since our arrival in the country. When this work of destruction was finished, I went out and submitted to the examination of the magistrate, who inquired very minutely of everything I knew. Then ordered the gates of the compound to be shut, no person be allowed to go in or out, placed a guard of 10 ruffians, to whom he gave a strict charge to keep me safe, and departed. It was now dark. I retired to an inner room with my 4 little Burman girls and barred the doors. The guard instantly ordered me to unbar the doors and come out, or they would break the house down. I obstinately refused to obey and endeavored to intimidate them by threatening to complain of their conduct to higher authorities on the morrow. Finding me resolved in disregarding their orders, they took the 2 Bengali servants and confined them in the stocks in a very painful position. I could not endure this, but called the head man to the window and promised to make them all a present in the morning if they would release the servants. After much debate and many severe threatenings, they consented, but seemed resolved to annoy me as much as possible. My unprotected, desolate state, my entire uncertainty of the fate of Mr. Judson, and the dreadful carousings and almost diabolical language of the guard, all conspired to make it by far the most distressing night I had ever passed. You may well imagine, my dear brother, that sleep was a stranger to my eyes, and peace and composure to my mind. The next morning I sent Mong Ying to ascertain the situation of your brother and give him food, if still living. He soon returned with the intelligence that Mr. Judson and all the white foreigners were confined in the death prison with 3 pairs of iron fetters each and fastened to a long pole to prevent their moving. The point of my anguish now was that I was a prisoner myself and could make no efforts for the release of the missionaries. I begged and entreated the magistrate to allow me to go to some member of government to state my case, but he said he did not dare to consent for fear I should make my escape. I next wrote a note to one of the king's sisters, with whom I had been intimate, requesting her to use her influence for the release of the teachers. The note was returned with this message. She did not understand it, which was a polite refusal to interfere, though I afterwards ascertained that she had an anxious desire to assist us, but dared not on account of the Queen. The day dragged heavily away, and another dreadful night was before me. I endeavored to soften the feelings of the guard by giving them tea and cigars for the night, so that they allowed me to remain inside of my room without threatening as they did the night before. But the idea of your brother being stretched on the bare floor in irons and confinement haunted my mind like a specter, and prevented my obtaining any quiet sleep, though nature was almost exhausted. On the 3rd day, I sent a message to the governor of the city, who has the entire direction of prison affairs, to allow me to visit him with a present. This had the desired effect, and he immediately sent orders to the guards to permit my going into town. The governor received me pleasantly and asked me what I wanted. I stated to him the situation of the foreigners, and particularly that of the teachers, who were Americans, and had nothing to do with the war. He told me it was not in his power to release them from prison or irons, but that he could make their situation more comfortable. There was his head officer, with whom I must consult relative to the means. The officer, who proved to be one of the city writers, and whose countenance at the first glance presented the most perfect assemblage of all the evil passions attached to human nature, took me aside, and endeavored to convince me that myself, as well as the prisoners, was entirely at his disposal, that our future comfort must depend on my liberality in regard to presents, and that these must be made in a private way and unknown to any officer in the government. What must I do, said I, to obtain a mitigation of the present sufferings of the two teachers? Pay to me, said he, 200 tickles, about $100, 2 pieces of fine cloth, and 2 pieces of handkerchiefs. I had taken money with me in the morning, our house being 2 miles from the prison. I could not easily return. This I offered to the writer, and begged he would not insist on the other articles, as they were not in my possession. He hesitated for some time, but fearing to lose the sight of so much money, he concluded to take it, promising to relieve the teachers from their most painful situation. I then procured an order from the governor for my admittance into prison. But the sensations produced by meeting your brother in that wretched, horrid situation, and the affecting scene which ensued, I will not attempt to describe. Mr. Judson crawled to the door of the prison, for I was never allowed to enter, gave me some directions relative to his release. But before we could make any arrangement, I was ordered to depart by those iron-hearted jailers, who could not endure to see us enjoy the poor consolation of meeting in that miserable place. In vain I pleaded the order of the governor for my admittance. They again harshly repeated, "Depart, or we will pull you out." The same evening, the missionaries, together with the other foreigners who had paid an equal sum, were taken out of the common prison and confined in an open shed in the prison enclosure. Here I was allowed to send them food and mats to sleep on, but was not permitted to enter again for several days. My next object was to get a petition presented to the Queen, but no person being admitted into the palace who was in disgrace with His Majesty, I sought to present it through the medium of her brother's wife. I had visited her in better days and received particular marks of her favor. But now times were altered. Mr. Judson was in prison and I in distress, which was a sufficient reason for giving me a cold reception. I took a present of considerable value. She was lolling on her carpet as I entered, with her attendants around her. I waited not for the usual question to a suppliant, "What do you want?" but in a hold, earnest yet respectful manner, stated our distresses and our wrongs, and begged her assistance. She partly raised her head, opened the present I had brought, and coolly replied, "Your case is not singular. All the foreigners are treated alike." "But it is singular," said I. "The teachers are Americans. They are ministers of religion, have nothing to do with war or politics, and came to Aba in obedience to the king's command. They have never done anything to deserve such treatment, and is it right they should be treated thus?" "The king does as he pleases," said she. "I am not the king. What can I do?" "You can state their case to the Queen and obtain their release," replied I. "Place yourself in my situation. Were you in America, your husband, innocent of crime, thrown into prison, in irons, and you a solitary, unprotected female? What would you do?" With a slight degree of feeling, she said, "I will present your petition. Come again tomorrow." I returned to the house with considerable hope that the speedy release of the missionaries was at hand. But the next day, Mr. Gallagher's property, to the amount of $50,000, was taken and carried to the palace. The officers on their return politely informed me they should visit our house on the morrow. I felt obliged for this information, and accordingly made preparations to receive them, by secreting as many little articles as possible, together with considerable silver, as I knew if the war should be protracted, we should be in a state of starvation without it. But my mind was in a dreadful state of agitation, lest it should be discovered, and cause my being thrown into prison. And had it been possible to procure money from any other quarter, I should not have ventured on such a step. The following morning, the royal treasurer, Prince Therioides, Chief Woon, and Kungton Mutsa, who was in future our steady friend, attended by 40 or 50 followers, came to take possession of all we had. I treated them civilly, gave them chairs to sit on, tea and sweetmeats for their refreshment, and justice obliges me to say that they conducted the business of confiscation with more regard to my feelings than I should have thought it possible for Burmese officers to exhibit. The 3 officers, with one of the royal secretaries, alone entered the house. Their attendants were ordered to remain outside. They saw I was deeply affected and apologized for what they were about to do, by saying that it was painful for them to take possession of property not their own, but they were compelled thus to do by order of the king. "Where is your silver, gold, and jewels?" said the royal treasurer. "I have no gold or jewels, but here is the key of a trunk which contains the silver. Do with it as you please." The trunk was produced, and the silver weighed. "This money," said I, "was collected in America by the disciples of Christ and sent here for the purpose of building a kyung," the name of a priest dwelling, "and for our support while teaching the religion of Christ. Is it suitable that you should take it? The Burmans are averse to taking what is offered in a religious point of view, which was the cause of my making the inquiry." "We will state this circumstance to the king," said one of them, "and perhaps he will restore it." "But this is all the silver you have?" I could not tell a falsehood. "The house is in your possession," I replied. "Search for yourselves. Have you not deposited silver with some person of your acquaintance?" "My acquaintances are all in prison. With whom should I deposit silver?" They next ordered my trunk and drawers to be examined. The secretary only was allowed to accompany me in this search. Everything nice or curious, which met his view, was presented to the officers for their decision, whether it should be taken or retained. I begged they would not take our wearing apparel, as it would be disgraceful to take clothes partly worn into the possession of His Majesty, and to us they were of unspeakable value. They assented and took a list only, and did the same with the books, medicines, etc. My little work table and rocking chair, presents from my beloved brother, I rescued from their grasp, partly by artifice and partly through their ignorance. They left also many articles which were of inestimable value during our long imprisonment. As soon as they had finished their search and departed, I hastened to the Queen's brother to hear what had been the fate of my petition, when alas, all my hopes were dashed by his wife's coolly saying, "I stated your case to the Queen, but Her Majesty replied, 'The teachers will not die. Let them remain as they are.'" My expectations had been so much excited that this sentence was like a thunderbolt to my feelings. For the truth at one glance assured me that if the Queen refused assistance, who would dare to intercede for me? With a heavy heart I departed, and on my way home attempted to enter the prison gate to communicate the sad tidings to your brother, but was harshly refused admittance. And for the 10 days following, notwithstanding my daily efforts, I was not allowed to enter. We attempted to communicate by writing, and after being successful for a few days, it was discovered. The poor fellow who carried the communications was beaten and put in the stocks, and the circumstance cost me about $10, besides 2 or 3 days of agony for fear of the consequences. The officers who had taken possession of our property presented it to His Majesty, saying, "Judson is a true teacher. We found nothing in his house but what belongs to priests. In addition to this money, there are an immense number of books, medicines, trunks of wearing apparel, etc., of which we have only taken a list. Shall we take them or let them remain?" "Let them remain," said the king, "and put this property by itself, for it shall be restored to him again if he is found innocent." This was an allusion to the idea of his being a spy. For 2 or 3 months following, I was subject to continual harassments, partly through my ignorance of police management, and partly through the insatiable desire of every petty officer to enrich himself through our misfortunes. When the officers came to our house to confiscate our property, they insisted on knowing how much I had given the governor and prison officers to release the teachers from the inner prison. I honestly told them, and they demanded the sum from the governor, which threw him into a dreadful rage, and he threatened to put all the prisoners back into their original place. I went to him the next morning, and the first words with which he accosted me were, "You are very bad. Why did you tell the royal treasurer that you had given me so much money?" The treasurer inquired. "What could I say?" I replied. "Say that you had given nothing," said he, "and I would have made the teachers comfortable in prison, but now I know not what will be their fate." "But I cannot tell a falsehood," I replied. "My religion differs from yours. It forbids prevarication. And had you stood by me with your knife raised, I could not have said what you suggested." His wife, who sat by his side, and who always from this time continued my firm friend, instantly said, "Very true." What else could she have said? I like such straightforward conduct. You must not, turning to the governor, be angry with her. I then presented the governor with a beautiful opera glass I had just received from England, and begged his anger at me would not influence him to treat the prisoners with unkindness. And I would endeavor, from time to time, to make him such presents as would compensate for his loss. You may intercede for your husband only. For your sake he shall remain where he is. But let the other prisoners take care of themselves. I pleaded hard for Dr. Price, but he would not listen, and the same day had him returned to the inner prison, where he remained 10 days. He was then taken out, in consequence of the doctor's promising a piece of broadcloth, and my sending 2 pieces of handkerchiefs. About this period I was one day summoned to the Cloudon in an official way. What new evil was before me I knew not, but was obliged to go. When arrived, I was allowed to stand at the bottom of the stairs, as no female is permitted to ascend the steps, or even to stand, but sit on the ground. Hundreds were collected around. The officer who presided, in an authoritative voice, began, "Speak the truth in answer to the questions I shall ask. If you speak true, no evil will follow, but if not, your life will not be spared. It is reported that you have committed to the care of a Burmese officer a string of pearls, a pair of diamond earrings, and a silver teapot. Is it true?" "It is not," I replied, "and if you or any other person can produce these articles, I refuse not to die." The officer again urged the necessity of speaking true. I told him I had nothing more to say on this subject, but begged he would use his influence to obtain the release of Mr. Judson from prison. I returned to the house with a heart much lighter than I went, though conscious of my perpetual exposure to such harassments. Notwithstanding the repulse I had met in my application to the Queen, I could not remain without making continual effort for your brother's release, while there was the least probability of success. Time after time my visits to the Queen's sister-in-law were repeated, till she refused to answer a question, and told me by her looks I had better keep out of her presence. For the 7 following months, hardly a day passed that I did not visit some one of the members of government or branches of the royal family in order to gain their influence in our behalf. But the only benefit resulting was their encouraging promises preserved us from despair and induced a hope of the speedy termination of our difficulties, which enabled us to bear our distresses better than we otherwise should have done. I ought, however, to mention that by my repeated visits to the different members of government, I gained several friends who were ready to assist me with articles of food, though in a private manner, and who used their influence in the palace to destroy the impression of our being in any way engaged in the present war. But no one dared to speak a word to the king or queen in favor of a foreigner, while there were such continual reports of the success of the English arms. During these 7 months and the continual extortions and oppressions to which your brother and the other white prisoners were subject are indescribable. Sometimes sums of money were demanded, sometimes pieces of cloth and handkerchiefs. At other times an order would be issued that the white foreigners should not speak to each other or have any communication with their friends without. Then again the servants were forbidden to carry in their food without an extra fee. Sometimes, for days and days together, I could not go into the prison till after dark, when I had 2 miles to walk in returning to the house. Oh, how many, many times have I returned from that dreary prison at 9 o'clock at night, solitary and worn out with fatigue and anxiety, and thrown myself down in that same rocking chair which you and Deacon L. provided for me in Boston, and endeavored to invent some new scheme for the release of the prisoners. Sometimes, for a moment or two, my thoughts would glance toward America and my beloved friends there, but for nearly a year and a half, so entirely engrossed was every thought with present scenes and sufferings, that I seldom reflected on a single occurrence of my former life, or recollected that I had a friend in existence out of Ava. You, my dear brother, who know my strong attachment to my friends, and how much pleasure I have hitherto experienced from retrospect, can judge from the above circumstances how intense were my sufferings. But the point, the acme of my distresses, consisted in the awful uncertainty of our final fate. My prevailing opinion was that my husband would suffer violent death, and that I should, of course, become a slave, and languish out a miserable, though short existence, in the tyrannic hands of some unfeeling monster. But the consolations of religion, in these trying circumstances, were neither few nor small. It taught me to look beyond this world, to that rest, that peaceful, happy rest, where Jesus reigns and oppression never enters. But how have I digressed from my relation? I will again return. The war was now prosecuted with all the energy the Burmese government possessed. New troops were continually raised and sent down the river, and as frequent reports returned of their being all cut off. But that part of the Burmese army stationed at Arakan, under the command of Bandula, had been more successful. 300 prisoners at one time was sent to the capital as an evidence of the victory that had been gained. The king began to think that none but Bandula understood the art of fighting with foreigners. Consequently, His Majesty recalled him with the design of his taking command of the army that had been sent to Rangoon. On his arrival at Ava, he was received at court in the most flattering manner, and was the recipient of every favor in the power of the king and queen to bestow. He was, in fact, while at Ava, the acting king. I was resolved to apply to him for the release of the missionaries, though some members of government advised me not, lest he, being reminded of their existence, should issue an immediate order for their execution. But it was my last hope, and as it proved, my last application. Your brother wrote a petition privately, stating every circumstance that would have a tendency to interest him in our behalf. With fear and trembling I approached him, while surrounded by a crowd of flatterers, and one of his secretaries took the petition and read it aloud. After hearing it, he spake to me in an obliging manner, asked several questions relative to the teachers, said he would think of the subject, and bade me come again. I ran to the prison to communicate the favorable reception of Mr. Judson, and we both had sanguine hopes that his release was at hand. But the governor of the city expressed his amazement at my temerity, and said he doubted not it would be the means of destroying all the prisoners. In a day or two, however, I went again, and took a present of a considerable value. Bandula was not at home, but his lady, after ordering the present to be taken into another room, modestly informed me that she was ordered by her husband to make the following communication: that he was now very busily employed in making preparations for Rangoon, but that when he had retaken that place and expelled the English, he would return and release all the prisoners. Thus again were all our hopes dashed, and we felt that we could do nothing more but sit down and submit to our lot. From this time we gave up all idea of being released from prison till the termination of the war, but I was still obliged to visit constantly some of the members of government, with little presents, particularly the governor of the city, for the purpose of making the situation of the prisoners tolerable. I generally spent the greater part of every other day at the governor's house, giving him all the information relative to American manners, customs, government, etc. He used to be so much gratified with my communications as to feel greatly disappointed if any occurrence prevented my spending the usual hours at his house. Some months after your brother's imprisonment, I was permitted to make a little bamboo room in the prison enclosures, where he could be much by himself and where I was sometimes allowed to spend 2 or 3 hours. It so happened that the 2 months he occupied this place was the coldest part of the year, when he would have suffered much in the open shed he had previously occupied. After the birth of your little niece, I was unable to visit the prison and the governor as before, and found I had lost considerable influence previously gained, for he was not so forward to hear my petitions when any difficulty occurred, as he formerly had been. When Maria was nearly 2 months old, her father one morning sent me word that he and all the white prisoners were put into the inner prison in 5 pairs of fetters each, that his little room had been torn down, and his mat, pillow, etc., been taken by the jailers. This was to me a dreadful shock, as I thought at once it was only a prelude to greater evils. I should have mentioned before this the defeat of Bandula, his escape to Danabu, the complete destruction of his army, and loss of ammunition, and the consternation this intelligence produced at court. The English army had left Rangoon and were advancing towards Prome when these severe measures were taken with the prisoners. I went immediately to the governor's house. He was not at home, but had ordered his wife to tell me, when I came, not to ask to have the additional fetters taken off or the prisoners released, for it could not be done. I went to the prison gate, but was forbid to enter. All was as still as death. Not a white face to be seen, or a vestige of Mr. J's little room remaining. I was determined to see the governor and know the cause of this additional oppression, and for this purpose returned to town the same evening. At an hour I knew he would be at home. He was in his audience room, and, as I entered, looked up without speaking, but exhibited a mixture of shame and affected anger in his countenance. I began by saying, "Your lordship has hitherto treated us with the kindness of a father. Our obligations to you are very great. We have looked to you for protection from oppression and cruelty. You have, in many instances, mitigated the sufferings of those unfortunate, though innocent beings, committed to your charge. You have promised me particularly that you would stand by me to the last, and though you should receive an order from the king, you would not put Mr. J to death. What crime has he committed to deserve such additional punishment?" The old man's hard heart was melted, for he wept like a child. "I pity you, Sayargadal," a name by which he always called me. "I knew you would make me feel. I therefore forbade your application. But you must believe me when I say, I do not wish to increase the sufferings of the prisoners. When I am ordered to execute them, the least that I can do is to put them out of sight. I will now tell you," continued he, "what I have never told you before, that 3 times I have received intimations from the Queen's brother to assassinate all the white prisoners privately. But I would not do it, and I now repeat it, though I execute all the others, I will never execute your husband. But I cannot release him from his present confinement, and you must not ask it." I had never seen him manifest so much feeling or so resolute in denying me a favor, which circumstance was an additional reason for thinking dreadful scenes were before us. The situation of the prisoners was now distressing beyond description. It was at the commencement of the hot season. There were above 100 prisoners shut up in one room, without a breath of air excepting from the cracks in the boards. I sometimes obtained permission to go to the door for 5 minutes, when my heart sickened at the wretchedness exhibited. The white prisoners, from incessant perspiration and loss of appetite, looked more like the dead than the living. I made daily applications to the governor, offering him money which he refused. But all that I gained was permission for the foreigners to eat their food outside, and this continued but a short time. It was at this period that the death of Bandula was announced in the palace. The king heard it with silent amazement, and the queen, in Eastern style, smote upon her breast and cried, "Amma, Amma! Alas, alas! Who could be found to fill his place? Who would venture since the invincible Bandula had been cut off?" Such were the exclamations constantly heard in the streets of Ava. The common people were speaking low of a rebellion in case more troops should be levied. For as yet the common people had borne the weight of the war, not a tickle had been taken from the royal treasury. At length the Pakanmun, who a few months before had been so far disgraced by the king as to be thrown into prison in irons, now offered himself to head a new army that should be raised on a different plan from those which had been hitherto raised, and assured the king in the most confident manner that he would conquer the English and restore those places that had been taken in a very short time. He proposed that every soldier should receive 100 tickles in advance, and he would obtain security for each man, as the money was to pass through his hands. It was afterwards found that he had taken, for his own use, 10 tickles from every 100. He was a man of enterprise and talents, though a violent enemy to all foreigners. His offers were accepted by the king and government, and all power immediately committed to him. One of the first exercises of his power was to arrest Lansago and the Portuguese priest, who had hitherto remained unmolested, and cast them into prison, and to subject the native Portuguese and Bengalese to the most menial occupations. The whole town was in alarm, lest they should feel the effects of his power, and it was owing to the malignant representations of this man that the white prisoners suffered such a change in their circumstances as I shall soon relate. After continuing in the inner prison for more than a month, your brother was taken with a fever. I felt assured he would not live long unless removed from that noisome place. To effect this, and in order to be near the prison, I removed from our house and put up a small bamboo room in the governor's enclosure, which was nearly opposite the prison gate. Here I incessantly begged the governor to give me an order to take Mr. J out of the large prison and place him in a more comfortable situation, and the old man, being worn out with my entreaties, at length gave me the order in an official form, and also gave orders to the head jailer to allow me to go in and out all times of the day to administer medicines, etc. I now felt happy indeed and had Mr. J instantly removed into a little bamboo hovel, so low that neither of us could stand upright, but a palace in comparison with the place he had left. Notwithstanding the order the governor had given for my admittance into prison, it was with the greatest difficulty that I could persuade the under-jailer to open the gate. I used to carry Mr. J's food myself for the sake of getting in, and would then remain an hour or two unless driven out. We had been in this comfortable situation but 2 or 3 days, when one morning, having carried in Mr. Judson's breakfast, which in consequence of fever he was unable to take, I remained longer than usual, when the governor in great haste sent for me. I promised him to return as soon as I had ascertained the governor's will, he being much alarmed at this unusual message. I was very agreeably disappointed when the governor informed that he only wished to consult me about his watch, and seemed unusually pleasant and conversable. I found afterwards that his only object was to detain me until the dreadful scene about to take place in the prison was over. For when I left him to go to my room, one of the servants came running, and with a ghastly countenance informed me that all the white prisoners were carried away. I would not believe the report, but instantly went back to the governor, who said he had just heard of it, but did not wish to tell me. I hastily ran into the street, hoping to get a glimpse of them before they were out of sight, but in this was disappointed. I ran first into one street, then another, inquiring of all I met, but none would answer me. At length an old woman told me the white prisoners had gone towards the little river, for they were to be carried to Amarapura. I then ran to the banks of the little river, about half a mile, but saw them not, and concluded the old woman had deceived me. Some of the friends of the foreigners went to the place of execution, but found them not. I then returned to the governor to try to discover the cause of their removal, and the probability of their future fate. The old man assured me that he was ignorant of the intention of government to remove the foreigners till that morning, that since I went out he had learned that the prisoners were to be sent to Amarapura, but for what purpose he knew not. I will send off a man immediately, said he, to see what is to be done with them. You can do nothing more for your husband, continued he. Take care of yourself. With a heavy heart I went to my room, and having no hope to excite me to exertion, I sunk down almost in despair. For several days previous, I had been actively engaged in building my own little room and making our hovel comfortable. My thoughts had been almost entirely occupied in contriving means to get into prison. But now I looked towards the gate with a kind of melancholy feeling, but no wish to enter. All was the stillness of death. No preparation of your brother's food, no expectation of meeting him at the usual dinner hour. All my employment, all my occupations seemed to have ceased, and I had nothing left but the dreadful recollection that Mr. Judson was carried off, I knew not whither. It was one of the most insupportable days I ever passed. Towards night, however, I came to the determination to set off the next morning for Amarapura, and for this purpose was obliged to go to our house out of town. Never before had I suffered so much from fear in traversing the streets of Ava. The last words of the governor, "Take care of yourself," made me suspect there was some design with which I was unacquainted. I saw also he was afraid to have me go into the streets, and advised me to wait till dark, when he would send me in a cart and a man to open the gates. I took 2 or 3 trunks of the most valuable articles, together with the medicine chest, to deposit in the house of the governor, and after committing the house and premises to our faithful Monging and a Bengali servant, who continued with us, though we were unable to pay his wages, I took leave, as I then thought probable, of our house in Ava forever. On my return to the governor's, I found a servant of Mr. Gouget's, who happened to be near the prison when the foreigners were let out, and followed on to see the end, who informed me that the prisoners had been carried before the Lamin Moon at Amarapura, and were to be sent the next day to a village he knew not how far distant. My distress was a little relieved by the intelligence that our friend was yet alive, but still I knew not what was to become of him. The next morning I obtained a pass from government, and with my little Maria, who was then only 3 months old, Mary and Abby Hasseltine, 2 of the Burman children, and our Bengali cook, who was the only one of the party who could afford me any assistance, I set off for Amarapura. The day was dreadfully hot, but we obtained a covered boat, in which we were tolerably comfortable, till within 2 miles of the government house. I then procured a cart, but the violent motion, together with the dreadful heat and dust, made me almost distracted. But what was my disappointment on my arriving at the courthouse, to find that the prisoners had been sent on 2 hours before, and that I must go in that uncomfortable mode 4 miles further, with little Maria in my arms, whom I held all the way from Ava. The cartman refused to go any further, and after waiting an hour in the burning sun, I procured another and set off for that never-to-be-forgotten place, Penla. I obtained a guide from the governor and was conducted directly to the prison yard. But what a scene of wretchedness was presented to my view. The prison was an old shattered building without a roof. The fence was entirely destroyed. 8 or 10 Burmese were on the top of the building, trying to make something like a shelter with the leaves, while under a little low projection outside of the prison sat the foreigners, chained together 2 and 2, almost dead with suffering and fatigue. The first words of your brother were, "Why have you come? I hoped you would not follow, for you cannot live here." It was now dark. I had no refreshment for the suffering prisoners, or for myself, as I had expected to procure all that was necessary at the market of Amarapura, and I had no shelter for the night. I asked one of the jailers if I might put up a little bamboo house near the prisoners. He said no, it was not customary. I then begged he would procure me a shelter for the night, when on the morrow I could find some place to live in. He took me to his house, in which there were only 2 small rooms, one in which he and his family lived, the other, which was then half full of grain, he offered to me. And in that little filthy place, I spent the next 6 months of wretchedness. I procured some half-boiled water instead of my tea, and worn out with fatigue, laid myself down on a mat spread over the paddy, and endeavored to obtain a little refreshment from sleep. The next morning your brother gave me the following account of the brutal treatment he had received on being taken out of prison. As soon as I had gone out at the call of the governor, one of the jailers rushed into Mr. J's little room, roughly seized him by the arm, pulled him out, stripped him of all his clothes, excepting shirt and pantaloons, took his shoes, hat, and all his bedding, tore off his chains, tied a rope around his waist, and dragged him to the courthouse, where the other prisoners had previously been taken. They were then tied 2 and 2 and delivered into the hands of the Lamin Woon, who went on before them on horseback, while his slaves drove the prisoners, one of the slaves holding the rope which connected 2 of them together. It was in May, one of the hottest months in the year, and 11 o'clock in the day, so that the sun was intolerable indeed. They had proceeded only half a mile when your brother's feet became blistered, and so great was his agony, even at this early period, that as they were crossing the little river, he longed to throw himself into the water to be free from misery. But the sin attached to such an act alone prevented. They had then 8 miles to walk. The sand and gravel were like burning coals to the feet of the prisoners, which soon became perfectly destitute of skin, and in this wretched state they were goaded on by their unfeeling drivers. Mr. J's debilitated state, in consequence of fever and having taken no food that morning, rendered him less capable of bearing such hardships than the other prisoners. When about halfway on their journey, as they stopped for water, your brother begged the Lamin Woon to allow him to ride his horse a mile or 2, as he could proceed no farther in that dreadful state. But a scornful, malignant look was all the reply that was made. He then requested Captain Laird, who was tied with him, and who was a strong, healthy man, to allow him to take hold of his shoulder, as he was fast sinking. This the kind-hearted man granted for a mile or 2, but then found the additional burden insupportable. Just at that period, Mr. Gouger's Bengali servant came up to them, and seeing the distresses of your brother, took off his headdress, which was made of cloth, tore it in 2, gave half to his master and half to Mr. Judson, which he instantly wrapped around his wounded feet, as they were not allowed to rest even for a moment. The servant then offered his shoulder to Mr. J and was almost carried by him the remainder of the way. Had it not been for the support and assistance of this man, your brother thinks he should have shared the fate of the poor Greek, who was one of their number, and when taken out of prison that morning was in perfect health. But he was a corpulent man, and the sun affected him so much that he fell down on the way. His inhuman drivers beat and dragged him until they themselves were wearied, when they procured a cart, in which he was carried the remaining 2 miles. but the poor creature expired in an hour or two after their arrival at the courthouse. The Lamine wounds, seeing the distressing state of the prisoners, and that one of their number was dead, concluded they should go no farther that night, otherwise they would have been driven on until they reached Ong Pen La the same day. An old shed was appointed for their abode during the night, but without even a mat or pillow, or anything to cover them. The curiosity of the Lamine wound's wife induced her to make a visit to the prisoners, whose wretchedness considerably excited her compassion, and she ordered some fruit, sugar, and tamarinds for their refreshment. And the next morning rice was prepared for them, and as poor as it was refreshing to the prisoners, who had been almost destitute of food the day before. Carts were also provided for their conveyance, as none of them were able to walk. All this time the foreigners were entirely ignorant of what was to become of them, and when they arrived at Ong Pen La and saw the dilapidated state of the prison, they immediately, all as one, concluded that they were there to be burnt, agreeably to the report which had previously been in circulation at Ava. They all endeavored to prepare themselves for the awful scene anticipated, and it was not until they saw preparations making for repairing the prison that they had the least doubt that a cruel lingering death awaited them. My arrival was in an hour or two after this. The next morning I arose and endeavored to find something like food, but there was no market and nothing to be procured. One of Dr. Price's friends, however, brought some cold rice and vegetable curry from Amarapura, which, together with a cup of tea from Mr. Lansago, answered for the breakfast of the prisoners. And for dinner we made a curry of dried saltfish, which a servant of Mr. Guger had brought. All the money I could command in the world I had brought with me, secreted about my person. So you may judge what our prospects were, in case the war should continue long. But our Heavenly Father was better to us than our fears, for notwithstanding the constant extortions of the jailers, during the whole 6 months we were at Ong Pen La, and the frequent straits to which we were brought, we never really suffered for the want of money, though frequently for want of provisions, which were not procurable. Here at this place my personal bodily sufferings commenced. While your brother was confined in the city prison, I had been allowed to remain in our house, in which I had many conveniences left, and my health continued good beyond all expectations. But now I had not a single article of convenience, not even a chair or seat of any kind, excepting a bamboo floor. The very morning after my arrival, Mary Hasseltine was taken with the smallpox, the natural way. She, though very young, was the only assistant I had in taking care of little Maria. But she now required all the time I could spare from Mr. Judson, whose fever still continued in prison, and whose feet were so dreadfully mangled that for several days he was unable to move. I knew not what to do, for I could procure no assistance from the neighborhood or medicine for the sufferers, but was all day long going backwards and forwards from the house to the prison, with little Maria in my arms. Sometimes I was greatly relieved by leaving her, for an hour, when asleep, by the side of her father, while I returned to the house to look after Mary, whose fever ran so high as to produce delirium. She was so completely covered with the smallpox that there was no distinction in the pustules. As she was in the same little room with myself, I knew Maria would take it. I therefore inoculated her from another child, before Mary's had arrived at such a state as to be infectious. At the same time I inoculated Abby and the jailer's children, who all had it so lightly as hardly to interrupt their play. But the inoculation in the arm of my poor little Maria did not take. She caught it of Mary and had it the natural way. She was then only 3 months and a half old and had been a most healthy child. But it was above 3 months before she perfectly recovered from the effects of this dreadful disorder. You will recollect I never had the smallpox, but was vaccinated previously to leaving America. In consequence of being for so long a time constantly exposed, I had nearly 100 pustules formed, though no previous symptoms of fever, etc. The jailer's children having had the smallpox so lightly, in consequence of inoculation, my fame was spread all over the village, and every child, young and old, who had not previously had it, was brought for inoculation. And although I knew nothing about the disorder or the mode of treating it, I inoculated them all with a needle and told them to take care of their diet, all the instructions I could give them. Mr. Judson's health was gradually restored, and he found himself much more comfortably situated than when in the city prison. The prisoners were at first chained 2 and 2, but as soon as the jailers could obtain chains sufficient, they were separated, and each prisoner had but one pair. The prison was repaired, a new fence made, and a large airy shed erected in front of the prison, where the prisoners were allowed to remain during the day, though locked up in the little close prison at night. All the children recovered from the smallpox, but my watchings and fatigue, together with my miserable food and more miserable lodgings, brought on one of the diseases of the country, which is almost always fatal to foreigners. My constitution seemed destroyed, and in a few days I became so weak as to be hardly able to walk to Mr. Judson's prison. In this debilitated state, I set off in a cart for Ava to procure medicines and some suitable food, leaving the cook to supply my place. I reached the house in safety, and for 2 or 3 days the disorder seemed at a stand, after which it attacked me so violently that I had no hopes of recovery left, and my only anxiety now was to return to Ong Pen La to die near the prison. It was with the greatest difficulty that I obtained the medicine chest from the governor, and then had no one to administer medicine. I, however, got at the laudanum, and by taking 2 drops at a time for several hours, it so far checked the disorder as to enable me to get on board a boat, though so weak that I could not stand, and again set off for Ong Pen La. The last 4 miles was in that painful conveyance, the cart, and in the midst of the rainy season, when the mud almost buries the oxen. You may form some idea of a Burmese cart when I tell you their wheels are not constructed like ours, but are simply round, thick planks with a hole in the middle, through which a pole that supports the body is thrust. I just reached Ong Pen La when my strength seemed entirely exhausted. The good native cook came out to help me into the house, but so altered and emaciated was my appearance that the poor fellow burst into tears at the first sight. I crawled onto the mat in the little room, to which I was confined for more than 2 months and never perfectly recovered until I came to the English camp. At this period, when I was unable to take care of myself or look after Mr. Judson, we must both have died had it not been for the faithful and affectionate care of our Bengali cook. A common Bengali cook will do nothing but the simple business of cooking, but he seemed to forget his caste and almost his own wants in his efforts to serve us. He would provide, cook, and carry your brother's food, and then return and take care of me. I have frequently known him not to taste of food till near night, in consequence of having to go so far for wood and water, and in order to have Mr. Judson's dinner ready at the usual hour. He never complained, never asked for his wages, and never for a moment hesitated to go anywhere or to perform any act we required. I take great pleasure in speaking of the faithful conduct of this servant, who is still with us, and I trust has been well rewarded for his services. Our dear little Maria was the greatest sufferer at this time, my illness depriving her of her usual nourishment, and neither a nurse nor a drop of milk could be procured in the village. By making presents to the jailers, I obtained leave for Mr. Judson to come out of prison and take the emaciated creature around the village, to beg a little nourishment from those mothers who had young children. Her cries in the night were heartrending when it was impossible to supply her wants. I now began to think the very afflictions of Job had come upon me. When in health, I could bear the various trials and vicissitudes through which I was called to pass. But to be confined with sickness and unable to assist those who were so dear to me when in distress was almost too much for me to bear. And had it not been for the consolations of religion and an assured conviction that every additional trial was ordered by infinite love and mercy, I must have sunk under my accumulated sufferings. Sometimes our jailers seemed a little softened at our distress, and for several days together allowed Mr. Judson to come to the house, which was to me an unspeakable consolation. Then again they would be as iron-hearted in their demands as though we were free from sufferings and in affluent circumstances. The annoyance, the extortions, and oppressions to which we were subject during our 6 months' residence in Ong Pen La are beyond enumeration or description. It was some time after our arrival at Ong Pen La that we heard of the execution of the Pakan Woon, in consequence of which our lives were still preserved. For we afterwards ascertained that the white foreigners had been sent to Ong Pen La for the express purpose of sacrificing them, and that he himself intended witnessing the horrid scene. We had frequently heard of his intended arrival at Ong Pen La, But we had no idea of his diabolical purposes. He had raised an army of 50,000 men, a tenth part of whose advance pay was found in his house, and expected to march against the English army in a short time, when he was suspected of high treason and instantly executed without the least examination. Perhaps no death in Aba ever produced such universal rejoicings as that of the Pakenwoon. We never to this day hear his name mentioned, but with an epithet of reproach or hatred. Another brother of the king was appointed to the command of the army now in readiness, but with no very sanguine expectations of success. Some weeks after the departure of these troops, 2 of the Wungyis were sent down for the purpose of negotiating. But not being successful, the queen's brother, the acting king of the country, was prevailed on to go. Great expectations were raised in consequence, but his cowardice induced him to encamp his detachment of the army at a great distance from the English, and even at a distance from the main body of the Burmese army, whose headquarters were then at Maloon. Thus he effected nothing, though reports were continually reaching us that peace was nearly concluded. The time at length arrived for our release from that detested place, the Ong Pen La prison. A messenger from our friend, the governor of the north gate of the palace, who was formerly Kongtona, Mutsa, informed us that an order had been given, the evening before, in the palace for Mr. Judson's release. On the same evening, an official order arrived, and with a joyful heart I set about preparing for our departure early the following morning. But an unexpected obstacle occurred, which made us fear that I should still be retained as a prisoner. The avaricious jailers, unwilling to lose their prey, insisted that, as my name was not included in the order, I should not go. In vain I urged that I was not sent there as a prisoner, and that they had no authority over me. They still determined I should not go, and forbade the villagers from letting me a cart. Mr. Judson was then taken out of prison and brought to the jailer's house, where, by promises and threatenings, he finally gained their consent, on condition that we would leave the remaining part of our provisions we had recently received from Ava. It was noon before we were allowed to depart. When we reached Amarapura, Mr. Judson was obliged to follow the guidance of the jailer, who conducted him to the governor of the city. Having made all necessary inquiries, the governor appointed another guard, which conveyed Mr. Judson to the courthouse in Ava, to which place he arrived sometime in the night. I took my own course, procured a boat, and reached our house before dark. My first object the next morning was to go in search of your brother, and I had the mortification to meet him again in prison, though not the death prison. I went immediately to my old friend the governor of the city, who now was raised to the rank of a Wungyi. He informed me that Mr. Judson was to be sent to the Burmese camp, to act as translator and interpreter, and that he was put in confinement for a short time only, till his affairs were settled. Early the following morning, I went to this officer again, who told me that Mr. Judson had that moment received 20 tickles from government, with orders to go immediately on board a boat for Maloon, and that he had given him permission to stop a few moments at the house, it being on his way. I hastened back to the house, where Mr. Judson soon arrived, but was allowed to remain only a short time, while I could prepare food and clothing for future use. He was crowded into a little boat, where he had not room sufficient to lie down, and where his exposure to the cold, damp nights threw him into a violent fever, which had nearly ended all his sufferings. He arrived at Maloon on the 3rd day, where, ill as he was obliged to enter immediately on the work of translating. He remained at Maloon 6 weeks, suffering as much as he had at any time in prison, excepting he was not in irons, nor exposed to the insults of those cruel jailers. For the first fortnight after his departure, my anxiety was less than it had been at any time previous, since the commencement of our difficulties. I knew the Burmese officers at the camp would feel the value of Mr. Judson's services too much to allow their using any measures threatening his life. I thought his situation also would be much more comfortable than it really was, hence my anxiety was less. But my health, which had never been restored since that violent attack at Ong Pen La, now daily declined, till I was seized with the spotted fever, with all its attendant horrors. I knew the nature of the fever from its commencement, and from the shattered state of my constitution, together with the want of medical attendance, I concluded it must be fatal. The day I was taken, a Burmese nurse came and offered her services for Maria. This circumstance filled me with gratitude and confidence in God, for though I had so long and so constantly made efforts to obtain a person of this description, I had never been able, when at the very time I most needed one, and without any exertion, a voluntary offer was made. My fever raged violently and without any intermission. I began to think of settling my worldly affairs and of committing my dear little Maria to the care of a Portuguese woman, when I lost my reason and was insensible to all around me. At this dreadful period, Dr. Price was released from prison, and hearing of my illness, obtained permission to come and see me. He has since told me that my situation was the most distressing he had ever witnessed, and that he did not then think I should survive many hours. My hair was shaved, my head and feet covered with blisters, and Dr. Price ordered the Bengalese servant who took care of me to endeavor to persuade me to take a little nourishment, which I had obstinately refused for several days. One of the first things I recollect was seeing this faithful servant standing by me, trying to induce me to take a little wine and water. I was in fact so far gone that the Burmese neighbors who had come in to see me expire said, "She is dead, and if the King of Angels should come in, he could not recover her." The fever, I afterwards understood, had run 17 days when the blisters were applied. I now began to recover slowly, but it was more than a month after this before I had strength to stand. While in this weak, debilitated state, the servant who had followed your brother to the Burmese camp came in and informed me that his master had arrived and was conducted to the courthouse in town. I sent off a Burman to watch the movements of government and to ascertain, if possible, in what way Mr. Judson was to be disposed of. He soon returned with the sad intelligence that he saw Mr. Judson go out of the palace yard, accompanied by 2 or 3 Burmans, who conducted him to one of the prisons, and that it was reported in town that he was to be sent back to the Ong Pen La prison. I was too weak to bear ill tidings of any kind, but a shock so dreadful as this almost annihilated me. For some time I could hardly breathe, but at last gained sufficient composure to dispatch Maung Ing to our friend, the governor of the North Gate, and begged him to make one more effort for the release of Mr. Judson, and prevent his being sent back to the country prison, where I knew he must suffer much, as I could not follow. Maung Ing then went in search of Mr. Judson, and it was nearly dark when he found him in the interior of an obscure prison. I had sent food early in the afternoon, but being unable to find him, the bearer had returned with it, which added another pang to my distresses, as I feared he was already sent to Ong Pen La. If I ever felt the value and efficacy of prayer, I did at this time. I could not rise from my couch. I could make no efforts to secure my husband. I could only plead with that great and powerful being who has said, "Call upon me in the day of trouble, and I will hear, and thou shalt glorify me," and who made me at this time feel so powerfully this promise that I became quite composed, feeling assured that my prayers would be answered. When Mr. Judson was sent from Maloon to Ava, it was within 5 minutes' notice, and without his knowledge of the cause. On his way up the river, he accidentally saw the communication made to government respecting him, which was simply this: "We have no further use for you, Dathan. We therefore return him to the Golden City." On arriving at the courthouse, there happened to be no one present who was acquainted with Mr. J. The presiding officer inquired from what place he had been sent to Maloon. He was answered from Ong Pen La. "Let him then," said the officer, "be returned thither," when he was delivered to a guard and conducted to the place above mentioned, there to remain until he could be conveyed to Ong Pen Lai. In the meantime, the governor of the North Gate presented a petition to this High Court of the Empire, offered himself as Mr. Judson's security, obtained his release, and took him to his house, where he treated him with every possible kindness, and to which I was removed as soon as returning health would allow. The rapid strides of the English army toward the capital at this time threw the whole town into the greatest state of alarm and convinced the government that some speedy measures must be taken to save the Golden City. They had hitherto rejected all the overtures of Sir Archibald Campbell, imagining, until this late period, that they could in some way or other drive the English from the country. Mr. Judson and Dr. Price were daily called to the courthouse and consulted. In fact, nothing was done without their approbation. 2 English officers also, who had lately been brought to Ava as prisoners, were continually consulted, and their good offices requested in endeavoring to persuade the British general to make peace on easier terms. It was finally concluded that Mr. Judson and one of the officers above mentioned should be sent immediately to the English camp in order to negotiate. The danger attached to a situation so responsible, under a government so fickle as the Burmese, induced your brother to use every means possible to prevent his being sent. Dr. Price was not only willing but desirous of going. This circumstance Mr. Judson represented to the members of government and begged he might not be compelled to go, as Dr. Price could transact this business equally as well as himself. After some hesitation and deliberation, Dr. Price was appointed to accompany Dr. Sanford, one of the English officers, on condition that Mr. Judson would stand security for his return, while the other English officer, then in irons, should be security for Dr. Sanford. The king gave them 100 tickles each to bear their expenses, 25 of which Dr. Sanford generously sent to Mr. Gauger, still a prisoner at Ong Penla. Boats, men, and a Burmese officer to accompany them, though he ventured no farther than the Burman camp. With the most anxious solicitude, the court waited the arrival of the messengers, but did not in the least relax in their exertions to fortify the city. Men and beasts were at work night and day, making new stockades and strengthening old ones, and whatever buildings were in their way were immediately torn down. Our house, with all that surrounded it, was leveled to the ground, and our beautiful little compound turned into a road and a place for the erection of cannon. All articles of value were conveyed out of town and safely deposited in some other place. At length, the boat in which the ambassadors had been sent was seen approaching a day earlier than was expected. As it advanced toward the city, the banks were lined by thousands, anxiously inquiring their success. But no answer was given. The government must first hear the news. The palace gates were crowded. The officers at the Tlot Dao were seated when Dr. Price made the following communication. The general and commissioners will make no alteration in their terms, except the 100 lakhs, a lakh is 100,000, of rupees, may be paid at 4 different times. The first 25 lakhs to be paid within 12 days, or the army will continue their march. In addition to this, the prisoners were to be given up immediately. The general had commissioned Dr. Price to demand Mr. Judson and myself and little Maria. This was communicated to the king, who replied, "They are not English, they are my people, and shall not go." At this time, I had no idea that we should ever be released from Ava. The government had learned the value of your brother's services, having employed him the last 3 months, and we both concluded they would never consent to our departure. The foreigners were again called to a consultation to see what could be done. Dr. Price and Mr. Judson told them plainly that the English would never make peace on any other terms than those offered, and that it was in vain to go down again without the money. It was then proposed that a third part of the first sum demanded should he sent down immediately. Mr. Judson objected and still said it would be useless. Some of the members of government then intimated that it was probable the teachers were on the side of the English and did not try to make them take a smaller sum, and also threatened if they did not make the English comply, they and their families should suffer. In this interval, the fears of the government were considerably allayed by the offers of a general by name Layarthuya, who desired to make one more attempt to conquer the English and disperse them. He assured the king and government that he could so fortify the ancient city of Pagan as to make it impregnable, and that he would there defeat and destroy the English. His offers were heard. He marched to Pagan with a very considerable force and made strong the fortifications. But the English took the city with perfect ease and dispersed the Burmese army, while the general fled to Ava and had the presumption to appear in the presence of the king and demand new troops. The king being enraged that he had ever listened to him for a moment, in consequence of which the negotiation had been delayed, the English general provoked, and the troops daily advancing, that he ordered the general to be immediately executed. The poor fellow was soon hurled from the palace and beat all the way to the courthouse, when he was stripped of his rich apparel, bound with cords, and made to kneel and bow toward the palace. He was then delivered into the hands of the executioners, who, by their cruel treatment, put an end to his existence before they reached the place of execution. The king caused it to be reported that this general was executed in consequence of disobeying his commands not to fight the English. Dr. Price was sent off the same night with part of the prisoners and with instructions to persuade the general to take 6 lakhs instead of 25. He returned in 2 or 3 days with the appalling intelligence that the English general was very angry, refused to have any communication with him, and was now within a few days' march of the capital. The Queen was greatly alarmed and said the money should be raised immediately if the English would only stop their march. The whole palace was in motion. Gold and silver vessels were melted up. The King and Queen superintended the weighing of a part of it and were determined, if possible, to save their city. The silver was ready in the boats by the next evening, but they had so little confidence in the English that after all their alarm, they concluded to send down 6 lakhs only, with the assurance that if the English would stop where they then were, the remainder should be forthcoming immediately. The government now did not even ask Mr. Judson the question whether he would go or not, but some officers took him by the arm as he was walking in the street and told him he must go immediately on board the boat to accompany 2 Burmese officers, a Wung Yi and Wunduk, who were going down to make peace. Most of the English prisoners were sent at the same time. The general and commissioners would not receive the 6 lakhs, neither would they stop their march, but promised if the sum complete reached them before they should arrive at Ava, they would make peace. The general also commissioned Mr. Judson to collect the remaining foreigners, of whatever country, and ask the question before the Burmese government whether they wished to go or stay. Those who expressed a wish to go should be delivered up immediately, or peace would not be made. Mr. Judson reached Ava at midnight, had all the foreigners called the next morning, and the question asked. Some of the members of government said to him, "You will not leave us, you shall become a great man if you will remain." He then secured himself from the odium of saying that he wished to leave the service of His Majesty by recurring to the order of Sir Archibald, that whoever wished to leave Ava should be given up, and that I had expressed a wish to go, so that he, of course, must follow. The remaining part of the 25 lakhs was soon collected. The prisoners at Ong Pen La were all released, and either sent to their houses or down the river to the English. And in 2 days from the time of Mr. Judson's return, we took an affectionate leave of the good-natured officer who had so long entertained us at his house, and who now accompanied us to the waterside, and we then left forever the banks of Ava. It was on a cool moonlight evening, in the month of March, that with hearts filled with gratitude to God, and overflowing with joy at our prospects, we passed down the Irrawaddy, surrounded by 6 or 8 golden boats, and accompanied by all we had on earth. The thought that we had still to pass the Burman camp would sometimes occur to damp our joy, for we feared that some obstacle might there arise to retard our progress. Nor were we mistaken in our conjectures. We reached the camp about midnight, where we were detained 2 hours. The Wung Yi and high officers insisting that we should wait at the camp, while Dr. Price, who did not return to Ava with your brother, but remained at the camp, should go on with the money and first ascertain whether peace would be made. The Burmese government still entertained the idea that as soon as the English had received the money and prisoners, they would continue their march and yet destroy the capital. We knew not but that some circumstance might occur to break off the negotiations. Mr. Judson therefore strenuously insisted that he would not remain, but go on immediately. The officers were finally prevailed on to consent, hoping much from Mr. Judson's assistance in making peace. We now, for the first time for more than a year and a half, felt that we were free, and no longer subject to the oppressive yoke of the Burmese. And with what sensations of delight, on the next morning, did I behold the masts of the steamboat, the sure presage of being within the bounds of civilized life. As soon as our boat reached the shore, Brigadier A and another officer came on board, congratulated us on our arrival, and invited us on board the steamboat, where I passed the remainder of the day, while your brother went on to meet the general, who, with a detachment of the army, had encamped at Yandabu a few miles further down the river. Mr. Judson returned in the evening, with an invitation from Sir Archibald to come immediately to his quarters, where I was the next morning introduced and received with the greatest kindness by the general, who had a tent pitched for us near his own, took us to his own table, and treated us with the kindness of a father, rather than as strangers of another country. We feel that our obligations to General Campbell can never be canceled. Our final release from Ava and our recovering all the property that had there been taken was owing entirely to his efforts. This subsequent hospitality and kind attention to the accommodations for our passage to Rangoon have left an indelible impression on our minds, which can never be forgotten. We daily received the congratulation of the British officers, whose conduct towards us formed a striking contrast to that of the Burmese. I presume to say that no persons on earth were ever happier than we were during the fortnight we passed at the English camp. For several days, this single idea wholly occupied my mind, that we were out of the power of the Burmese government and once more under the protection of the English. Our feelings continually dictated expressions like these. What shall we render to the Lord for all his benefits towards us? The treaty of peace was soon concluded, signed by both parties, and a termination of hostilities publicly declared. We left Yandabu after a fortnight's residence and safely reached the mission house in Rangoon after an absence of 2 years and 3 months. A review of our trip to and adventures in Ava often excites the inquiry, why were we permitted to go? What good has been effected? Why did I not listen to the advice of friends in Bengal and remain there till the war was concluded? But all that we can say is, it is not in man that walketh to direct his steps. So far as my going round to Rangoon, at the time I did, was instrumental in bringing those heavy afflictions upon us. I can only say that if I ever acted from a sense of duty in my life, it was at that time, for my conscience would not allow me any peace when I thought of sending for your brother to come to Calcutta in prospect of the approaching war. Our society at home have lost no property in consequence of our difficulties, but 2 years of precious time have been lost to the mission, unless some future advantage may be gained, in consequence of the severe discipline to which we ourselves have been subject. We are sometimes induced to think that the lesson we found so very hard to learn will have a beneficial effect through our lives, and that the mission may, in the end, be advanced rather than retarded. We should have had no hesitation about remaining in Ava, if no part of the Burmese Empire had been ceded to the British. But as it was, we felt it would be an unnecessary exposure, besides the missionary field being much more limited, in consequence of intoleration. We now consider our future missionary prospects as bright indeed, and our only anxiety is to be once more in that situation where our time will be exclusively devoted to the instruction of the heathen. In a concluding paragraph dated Amherst, July 27, she adds, "From the date at the commencement of this long letter, you see, my dear brother, that my patience has continued for 2 months. I have frequently been induced to throw it aside altogether. But feeling assured that you and my other friends are expecting something of this kind, I am induced to send it with all its imperfections. This letter, dreadful as are the scenes herein described, gives you but a faint idea of the awful reality. The anguish, the agony of mind, resulting from 1,000 little circumstances impossible to delineate on paper, can be known by those only who have been in similar situations. Pray for us, my dear brother and sister, that these heavy afflictions may not be in vain, but may be blessed to our spiritual good in the advancement of Christ's church among the heathen." At the close of this long and melancholy narrative, we may appropriately introduce the following tribute to the benevolence and talents of Mrs. Judson, written by one of the English prisoners who were confined at Ava with Mr. Judson. It was published in a Calcutta paper after the conclusion of the war. Mrs. Judson was the author of those eloquent and forcible appeals to the government, which prepared them by degrees for submission to terms of peace, never expected by any who knew the hauteur and inflexible pride of the Burman court. And while on this subject, the overflowing of grateful feelings, on behalf of myself and fellow prisoners, compel me to add a tribute of public thanks to that amiable and humane female, who, though living at a distance of 2 miles from our prison, without any means of conveyance, and very feeble in health, forgot her own comfort and infirmity, and almost every day visited us, sought out and administered to our wants, and contributed in every way to alleviate our misery. While we were left by the government destitute of food, she, with unwearied perseverance by some means or other, obtained for us a constant supply. When the tattered state of our clothes evinced the extremity of our distress, she was ever ready to replenish our scanty wardrobe. When the unfeeling avarice of our keepers confined us inside, or made our feet fast in the stocks, she, like a ministering angel, never ceased her applications to the government, until she was authorized to communicate to us the grateful news of our enlargement or of a respite from our galling oppressions. Besides all this, it was unquestionably owing in a chief degree to the repeated eloquence and forcible appeals of Mrs. Judson that the untutored Burman was finally made willing to secure the welfare and happiness of his country by a sincere peace. The exertions of Christians to spread the truths of the gospel among the Africans in the West Indies have met with much opposition from the white population. Moravian missionaries at first sold themselves as slaves and labored with the Negroes on the plantations for the purpose of preaching the gospel during the intervals of labor. The Methodist missionaries have been treated with much indignity and have had their lives endangered by the violence of the white mob. In 1816, the white rabble of Barbados collected together and totally destroyed the Methodist chapel. The destruction of the chapel occupied 2 successive nights, and so listless were the authorities that no attempt was made to prevent it. And when the governor issued a proclamation offering a reward to any person who should apprehend the leaders in this outrageous proceeding, the mob immediately issued a counter-proclamation threatening with death anyone who should dare to comply with the governor's orders. In August 1823, an insurrection took place at Demerara among the Negroes, which was most unjustly attributed to the efforts of the missionaries. The principal events in relation to this affair are detailed in the subjoined account from the Missionary Herald. Various accounts have, from time to time, appeared in the public prints of the insurrection of the slaves in the colony of Demerara and of the condemnation of the Reverend Mr. Smith, a missionary from the London Missionary Society, on an accusation of having been accessory to the plot. We have collected and embodied such of the leading facts relative to these transactions as have come to our knowledge. The slaves of many plantations on the eastern coast of Demerara had formed a conspiracy to obtain their freedom. The plot was disclosed by a servant to his master on the 18th of August, not till the conspiracy was thoroughly organized and arrangements made to secure simultaneous movements, and only a few hours before the time appointed for action. Information was immediately communicated to the commander-in-chief and the most efficient measures taken. But before sufficient force could be assembled to resist a large body of Negroes, who were immediately under arms, the evening which was the time for executing the first grand enterprise had arrived. This was simultaneously to seize upon the whites at the different plantations, confine them in the stocks, and take possession of their arms. This was effected on nearly 50 plantations, containing, inclusive of women and children, 10 or 12,000 Negroes. The whites, to the number of about 250, were imprisoned. In some places an ineffectual resistance was made, and several lives lost on both sides. On the morning of the 19th, the governor issued a proclamation declaring the colony under martial law and ordered all who were capable of bearing arms, without distinction, to be immediately enrolled. The most vigorous measures were pursued, and in the course of a few days, after several skirmishes, in which a considerable number of Negroes lost their lives, the insurrection was subdued. A court-martial was then constituted, and many of the Negroes brought to trial, condemned, and executed. Subsequent accounts state that more than 1,000 had suffered death in consequence of the insurrection, and that many of their heads had been fixed up on poles in various parts of the country. We might easily be more particular in regard to the circumstances of the insurrection, but our object is chiefly to relate what concerns the missionary who was accused of having a part in the scheme and the other missionaries in the colony. On these points, we have to regret that the information which has yet been received is very scanty and in many respects indefinite. The extract which follows is from the Missionary Chronicle and was published in the name of the directors of the London Missionary Society. The insurrection, it should seem, manifested itself first in Maheka, the district to the east of that in which Mr. Smith resides. Its appearance on the Le Ressouvenir estate, where Mr. Smith resides, was on Monday the 18th of August, in consequence of an order to take into custody 2 slaves belonging to an adjoining plantation, whom the Negroes of the Le Ressouvenir, as the prisoners had to pass over it, rose to rescue. Mr. Smith was at home. He successfully used his endeavors, on perceiving the tumult, to rescue the manager from the Negroes, and continued his exertions to induce them to return to their duty, till he himself was driven with violence, and with a weapon held to his body, from the estate. Mr. Smith was taken into custody on the evening of the 21st of August, and all his papers seized. He is kept a prisoner in the colony house, and has, since the 24th of August, had a guard stationed over him. Mr. Elliot, another missionary who labored about 20 miles from Mr. Smith, was also taken into custody on the ground of disobedience of orders, which he had not understood to be such. In visiting Mr. Smith in his confinement, he was kept about 10 days and then released. No charge was preferred against him. The estates on which he labors had been quiet, and none of the Negroes under his instructions were implicated in the rebellion. In a letter to the directors of the London Missionary Society, Mr. Elliot writes thus: "Numerous false reports have been sent forth against Mr. Smith, but assure yourself and all the directors that whatever reports you may hear, the only crime the missionaries have committed is their zeal for the conversion of the Negroes. They have neither been so weak nor so wicked as to excite the Negroes to rebellion. The missionaries want justice only. They have no favor to ask. They have nothing to fear. The missionaries have not degraded their holy calling, nor dishonored the society of which they are members, by sowing the seeds of rebellion instead of the word of life. The real causes of the rebellion are far, very far from being the instructions given by the missionaries." On the 13th of October, Mr. Smith was brought to trial before a court-martial. All the accounts which we have yet seen of the charges brought against him are very obscure and imperfect. The January number of the Missionary Chronicle, from which we have already quoted, says, "The public papers have stated 4 charges as forming the indictment against him, but of their accuracy the directors are not enabled to judge. They trust that, under the direction of divine providence, he has been able to prove himself guiltless of them all. It is not, however, to be concealed that he will have had much to contend with from the violence of public prejudice in the colony, and it is to be feared from the false assertions of some of the unhappy Negroes, whom the hope of favor towards themselves may have led to bring against him things that he knew not. Indeed, the directors are informed, upon authority on which they can rely, that some of the condemned Negroes, finding the hope of life taken away, had in the most solemn manner declared that they had been induced so to act, and that others, on being questioned whether they had not been induced to rebellion by Mr. Smith, had in the strongest terms which their broken language could supply, denied the imputation. It is stated by the writer of one letter that he has often heard charges circulated against the missionaries as if spoken by the Negroes at the time of their execution, which he knew, for he was a near spectator, that they never had uttered." We can as yet learn little more respecting the evidence which was produced before the court than that some of the Negroes testified that the instructions of Mr. Smith had a tendency to make them dissatisfied with their condition, and that he knew of the plot before it was carried into execution. He was condemned and sentenced to death. The sentence was, however, transmitted by the governor to England for the consideration and ultimate decision of the king. What we know of the decision will be seen in the following paragraph, copied from the New York Observer of March 27th. It appears from the London papers that the king has remitted the sentence of death of the court-martial on Mr. Smith, the missionary of the London Society in Demerara, which sentence was accompanied by a recommendation for mercy on the part of the court, but has given orders that he should be dismissed from the colony and should come under obligations not to reside within any of His Majesty's colonial possessions in the West Indies. The charges against Mr. Smith appear to have originated in the perjury of some of the Negroes engaged in the insurrection. In the meantime, Mr. Smith was languishing under the influence of disease, which rendered the stroke of the executioner unnecessary to remove him from the earth. He died in prison before the intelligence had arrived that his sentence was reversed. The following notice of his death appeared in the Demerara Courant. Died in the colonial jail at Demerara, February 9th, where he had been confined as a state prisoner since the 26th of November last. On the termination of his trial by the General Court-Martial, on a charge of high treason, sentence thereon having been transmitted to His Majesty for his final decision, John Smith, missionary. He had been in a poor state of health and had been attended regularly by skillful physicians. We are happy to state, from personal inquiry and inspection, that this unhappy man had the utmost attention and kindness shown to him by the humane keeper of the prison, Mr. Padmore, all the time of his confinement. His apartment was airy and commodious. He had always at his command every comfort which his taste fancied or his necessities required. He has left a widow to deplore his fate and deplore his loss. The conviction which results from the present state of our information on this subject is that, through prejudice and exasperated feeling, Mr. Smith was condemned, being innocent. The directors of the society under which he labored have, however, given us reason to look for further intelligence in a future number of the Missionary Chronicler, which we hope will soon arrive. It appears that none of the Negroes under the instruction of any missionary, either of the London or Wesleyan Missionary Society except Mr. Smith, were implicated in the insurrection. Respecting the Methodists in the colony, we quote the following statement from the Wesleyan Methodist magazine. We stated in our last number that Messrs. Mortier and Cheesewright, our missionaries in Demerara, were safe, and that only 2 of the members of our society there had been apprehended on suspicion of being implicated in the late revolt. We have received a second letter from Mr. Mortier, dated Demerara, September 17th, which communicated the gratifying intelligence that these 2 persons, who were servants of the governor, had been liberated upon full conviction of their entire innocence, and that no one of the members of our large society of 1,216, chiefly slaves, had been in the least concerned in the revolt, and that the slaves of another estate, under the care of Mr. Cheesewright, had not only refused to join the rebels, but had conducted their master to a vessel, by which he reached Georgetown in safety. The London Missionary Chronicle for March contains a statement respecting Mr. Smith's case, occupying with accompanying documents nearly 12 pages, which confirms the impression that Mr. Smith was innocent. The directors of the London Missionary Society, after stating some circumstances relative to his trial, says, "The directors, having stated these points of serious objection, and more might easily be found, to the proceedings on the trial, conclude that the members of the society and the candid beyond its circle will approve of their declaring that they retain the conviction formerly expressed of the moral and legal innocence of their missionary Smith, that they do not withdraw from him their confidence, and that they are not ashamed of his bonds. They regard him as an unmerited sufferer in the diligent and faithful, and it may be added, useful discharge of his duties as a missionary, and they earnestly wish the divine forgiveness may be extended to those who may have been instrumental in causing his sufferings." The Reverend Mr. Austin, a clergyman of the Church of England and chaplain of the colony, thus expresses his opinion in a private letter. "I feel no hesitation in declaring from the intimate knowledge which my most anxious inquiries have obtained, that in the late scourge which the hand of an all-wise Creator has inflicted on this ill-fated country, nothing but those religious impressions which, under Providence, Mr. Smith has been instrumental in fixing, nothing but those principles of the gospel of peace which he has been proclaiming, could have prevented a dreadful effusion of blood here, and saved the lives of these very persons who are now, I shudder to write it, seeking his." The following extract of a letter from William Arundel, Esquire of Demerara, Mr. Smith's counsel, addressed to Mrs. Smith after the trial, is also inserted. "It is almost presumptuous in me to differ from the sentence of a court, but before God I do believe Mr. Smith to be innocent. Nay, I will go further and defy any minister of any sect whatever to have shown a more faithful attention to his sacred duties than he has been proved by the evidence on his trial to have done." The directors had resolved to take further measures for obtaining in England the reversal of his sentence. This subject was brought before the English Parliament, and after a full and fair discussion, the innocence of Mr. Smith was established beyond a question. The following from the London Christian Observer gives an account of the proceedings in Parliament. "A debate of 2 days' continuance on the case of the missionary Smith has taken place in the House of Commons. A motion was made by Mr. Brougham to express the serious alarm and deep sorrow with which the House contemplated the violation of law and justice manifested in the unexampled proceedings against Mr. Smith in Demerara, and their sense of the necessity of adopting measures to secure a just and humane administration of law in that colony, and to protect the voluntary instruction of the Negroes, as well as the Negroes themselves, and the rest of His Majesty's subjects from oppression. This motion was supported by Mr. Brougham with a power of argument and eloquence which has seldom been equaled, and he was followed on the same side by Sir James Mackintosh, Dr. Lushington, Mr. J. Williams, Mr. Wilberforce, Mr. Denman, and Sir Joseph York. The motion was opposed by Mr. Horton, Mr. Scarlett, Mr. Tyndall, the Attorney General, and Mr. Canning on the ground, not of the legality of the proceedings or of the justice of the sentence, but that the motion went to condemn unheard the governor of Demerara and the court that tried Mr. Smith. On this ground, the previous question was moved and carried by 193 to 146, the largest minority in the present session. The division under all the circumstances of the case may be considered as a triumph. Not an individual attempted to defend the proceedings. In short, nothing could have been more decisive of the innocence of Mr. Smith and the injustice of his condemnation. We extract from the publications of the Wesleyan Missionary Society the following account of the aggressions committed upon the Protestant population of Haiti by the Roman Catholics of that island during the year 1824. The following extracts from the Journal of Mr. Saint-Denis and letters of Mr. Pressoir, members of the Methodist Society at Port-au-Prince, we copied from the Wesleyan magazine. The first extracts are from the Journal of Mr. Saint-Denis. On Sunday, February the 2nd, our assembly was held at Bel Air. During the morning service, several stones were thrown, February 4th. Whilst we were singing, a shower of stones was thrown, but no one received any injury. That evening, February 7th, we had a small assembly of 32 persons. A plan had been laid for apprehending us, which was put in execution. We had time to sing a hymn, read a chapter, and a homily. But while singing the second hymn, the noise of the soldiers was so great in approaching our house of prayer that we were obliged to cease singing. Wishing, however, to continue our meeting, an officer of the police said, "In the name of the law, leave off that prayer." Then we left off. Not finding J.C. Pressoir, they made me a second. We were taken to General Thomas's, who pretended to be ignorant of the matter. Colonel Victor pretended to be ignorant also. When we reached the house of the juge de paix, we were ordered to halt for a moment. Colonel Victor knocked at his door. The juge de paix asked who we were and was answered, "A band of Methodists." The juge de paix said, "Ha, ha, take them to the jail." Colonel Victor replied, "Yes." We were led to prison, and each of our names was taken. The sisters were put in the debtor's place, and the men were shut up in close confinement. The next morning, the person who keeps the keys of the prison under the jailer told us that the juge de paix would not allow our door to be opened, but the jailer went and spoke respecting it, and our door was opened about 9 o'clock. A moment after, the juge de paix came to visit us, and addressing himself to me in anger, I wished to reply. He would not listen to me, but began to blaspheme religion, despising the Lord. He withdrew in anger without being able to do anything with us. A moment after he left us, we were taken into the debtor's prison, near to the sisters, in a separate chamber. When Mr. Pressoir heard of this event, he visited his brethren at the prison. The following extract is from one of his letters. I would not run into prison of my own accord, but having waited and finding nothing was said to us, I went to see my brethren and sisters. I found there were 32 in St. Denis preparing to write to the president, which he did, and I carried this letter to His Excellency, by which we requested him to cause us to be judged and punished if we were found guilty by the law. When I arrived under the piazza of the palace, I asked an officer on duty if I could see the president, who answered, yes. I entered the hall, where I found the president seated and surrounded by a circle, as well of officers as civilians. After saluting them, I presented the letter to the president, who asked me from whence it came. I replied, "From the Methodists who are in prison." His good humor was immediately changed. "Methodists," said he, "I did not know that." Colonel Victor, who was present, thinking that through fear I would wish to conceal myself, addressed himself to the president, saying, "President, this is a Methodist," as if the president did not know it. Immediately the president replied, "You are fanatics." "Pardon me, President, we are not." "Why, you have changed your religion." "If I have changed my religion, President, it is the government which has made me do it." "How is that?" said he. "It was the late president who sent for the missionaries." I heard the letter read and saw the late president's signature. "This is what I can tell you." "Enough, enough," said he. "I will send an answer." I went to the prison and waited till it was late, but hearing nothing, and being ill of the fever, I returned to my mother's. The next day, orders were given for the brethren and sisters to appear before the chief judge. $1 was demanded of each on leaving prison, and they were conducted by a single sergeant. On their arrival, the chief judge forbade them, in the name of the president, to assemble together again. No one can hinder you from worshiping God as you please, but let everyone abide at home, for as often as you are found assembled, you shall be put in prison. And if you unhappily persist, I have received orders to disperse you everywhere. Several wished to reply, but he refused to listen, saying, "It is not from me. It is not my fault. These orders are given me." All our brethren and sisters went out, animated with a holy zeal, determining not to abandon their assemblies. The next day we were assembled. After an exhortation, we sung a hymn which, being finished, we kneeled down to pray. A shower of stones came, as if they would have demolished the house and have stoned us like Stephen. With one accord we commended ourselves to our faithful Creator and continued in prayer till they had ceased. In a subsequent letter dated July 31st, he writes, "Since the Lord has granted us the favor of meeting again, we have continued our assemblies without intermission, although forbidden to do this under pain of prison and exile. The only interruption we meet with is bad words and a few stones now and then, and I am become so marked that I cannot go out without people crying after me, 'Methodist! Parson!' with a contemptuous sneer and 1,000 other things not fit to write, but which serve only to strengthen my faith in the promises of Him who is faithful. Till last Sunday some foolish young women came to revile us, and on Tuesday evening, whilst reading, stones were thrown, and whilst we were at prayer a great number rushed in, armed with sabers, sticks, and if I mistake not, with stones, crying out, 'In the name of the law,' as if they had been authorized by the heads of the people to arrest us. This band consisted of boys, led on to commit disorders by a set of idle, good-for-nothing persons of the worst class, who had armed themselves with sabers and were disguised with old cocked hats, trying thus to show their bravery over those who would make no resistance. But the hairs of our head are all numbered, nor have they been permitted to hurt any of us to the present. It would be useless for us to ask or hope for the protection of the law, and we are thus led to place all our confidence in God, who can and will deliver us in His time. And if the Lord is for me, of whom should I be afraid? He that spared not His own Son, but delivered Him up for me, will He not with Him freely give me all things? I have already experienced that all my sufferings for His name are great blessings to me. All my care is about His church, and what wisdom does it require to conduct so many persons of such different dispositions? I feel nuanced daily. The following brief view of the persecutions of the Methodists in Haiti is taken from missionary notices, published by the Wesleyan Missionary Society. This account gave some particulars in addition to those narrated in the details inserted above. We regret to find, say the committee of that society, from the following letter received from Mr. Pressoir, that our poor persecuted society at Port-au-Prince, so long the object of popish rancor, has again had to sustain the brutal outrages of an ignorant mob, incited, it would seem, in another place, by persons calling themselves respectable, and without experiencing any protection from the local authorities. The committee have endeavored to obtain for them the common protection of the laws of their own country, by applications through various quarters, and hope they may be ultimately successful. In the meantime, this excellent and suffering people are entitled to the special sympathies and earnest prayers of the friends of missions. We trust that they may yet, by their meek and patient suffering and heroic perseverance, obtain that liberty of worship which they so earnestly desire. The letter from Mr. Pressoir is dated about a year since. The following extracts describe the violence of the mob. I have read of many instances of martyrdom for the testimony of Jesus Christ, but I have not yet read a passage which relates that the people of a city rose up like murderers, with a very few exceptions, to stone a few persons met together in a house, as our fathers, mothers, brethren, and children have done unto us not long ago. O cruel people! They began to throw stones at us at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and continued their assaults till 10 o'clock, committing all kinds of violence. They broke down the doors, broke open the windows, destroyed the first and second partitions in the upper chambers. In a word, everything that was in the house, and beat with their cowskin whips the brethren and sisters there, without showing compassion for either age or youth or even infancy. I believe I suffered the least of any. Only a great emissary of Satan seized my left hand and lifting up his whip, declared he would knock me down if I did not say, Almighty God, the Virgin Mary. My only answer was, turning my back. Several times he even brought his whip to my neck, and afterwards laid it on my shoulder, raging and abusing me with all the fury of Antichrist. But he that numbered my hairs did not allow one of them to fall to the ground. Thanks be to him for confidence in his holy word, which is firmer than heaven on earth. When the populace entered to knock down our sisters, I was in the first chamber, and hearing their cries, I tried to force my way to them, to try if I could render them any assistance. Then the tyrant persecutor struck me several times on my hat, but I received no injury. But we were in great danger. Those who wished to go out were stoned, beaten, torn, outraged, and brought back to the house where they exercised their dark cruelty. It appeared as if Satan was unchained and had come forth to make war against those whom the truth of the gospel had made free, and to crush those who had believed the testimony of the Son of God. I asked then, by whom have we been protected and delivered unto this day? Was it by magistrates, judges, and police officers? Or by the other guards appointed to appease riots and defend the law? It is true they were present in great numbers, but it was rather to advise and direct others. Some brought barrows full of stones, and others threw them, and said to the cruel populace that, since we were so obstinate, the government had given us into their hands, and they might do to us whatever they pleased. And they did treat us with inhumanity and the greatest violence. It was impossible to go out without being beaten, stoned, dragged, abused, and covered with dirt, and in the end we could neither buy nor sell without being dragged before a magistrate, beat, and covered with spitting and mud, and all kinds of outrages. They went beyond Port Marchand to Brother Florence, Sister Claire's, and J.P.J. Lusant's. At Brother Florence they destroyed everything in the garden, and treated his wife, already broken with age, with the greatest inhumanity, dragging Sister Claire by her feet out of the house, as also her goddaughter. And at J.P.J. Lusant's, what disorders have they not committed amongst those poor persons, who have fled from the town to have some tranquility? I must tell you one circumstance which J.P.J.L. told me, to show you the cowardice of persecutors. 5 or 6 of them entered his gate, concealing their swords, making up to him with loud vociferations. Seeing them coming, he went into his house, took an old rusty musket without flint, and leveling it at them, they all instantly fled with all speed, saying, "The Quakers don't carry arms, and see this old Quaker hero intends killing us," alluding to the letter of Mr. Pressoir, above noticed, and to other communications received about the same time. The Wesleyan Committee remark in their publication for July 1824. In a recent number, we laid before our readers some extracts of letters from our afflicted and persecuted society at Port-au-Prince, Haiti, from which it appeared that several of them had again been called to suffer bonds for the cause of Christ, that the house in which they were in the habit of assembling for religious worship was demolished, and that they themselves were delivered up to the will of a blind and infuriated populace, the magistrates refusing to afford them any protection against the outrages to which they were daily exposed. From later communications we learn that, on an appeal being made by letter to the President, those in prison were set at liberty, and that a proclamation was made by His Excellency's orders forbidding anyone to stone, injure, or otherwise persecute the Methodists, but at the same time prohibiting all meetings of our society for religious worship. On pain of being arrested, notwithstanding the above proclamation, our people have still to suffer in various ways the insults and persecutions of the rabble. They continue as they are able, and can find opportunity, to meet together for prayer, etc. The letter to President Boyer shows very clearly the pacific character and object of these Protestants. It is too important a part of these documents to be omitted. President, you are acquainted with our society, formed here 6 years ago. The end of our meeting together is to invoke the blessing of God, not only on ourselves, but also on the government, its magistrates, and even on those who evil entreat us without cause, for we do not hate them, nor render evil for evil. This is what our religion commands. It is not that we wish by our meetings to disobey our president, but our desire is to obey God our sovereign, and His law requires that we should love the head that He has placed over us. We know that your excellency will not approve the conduct of those who have stoned and evil and treated us without cause. We have been treated as enemies to the government, yet are not such. Yesterday we were arrested and put in prison by order of General Thomas, who at once without examination pronounced our sentence. And we know this was not by order of the President, which renders it our indisputable duty to give you information thereof. President, let our society be narrowly examined, and if fault is found in us, we are willing to suffer the punishment we merit. Confidently expecting your favorable reply, we have the honor of saluting you most respectfully. To this letter, the President did not reply but ordered those who had been arrested to be set at liberty. 10 days after the date of the letter to the President, a letter was written from which the following paragraphs are taken. The concluding sentences open the way for putting a favorable construction on the intentions of the President. A proclamation was made in the name of General Thomas, Commandant of the place, to prevent anyone from throwing stones at the Methodists, forbidding everyone to evil entreat them, or to go before their houses to insult them. But by that proclamation, we were also forbidden to meet together and informed that should we meet, the police is ordered to arrest us. But as for the people, they ought not to interfere, nor throw stones, because we are citizens of the Republic. This is the substance of the proclamation. Although this proclamation was made, yet the people did not cease to ill-treat us and cry after us as we went along. General Thomas gets out of that affair by saying that they only made use of his name when he had nothing to do in it. But take care, said he, if that continue, that it do not cost the life of someone. One of our sisters visited the President, to whom she made her complaints, and informed him that it was said that it was by his order that these things were done. He received her very politely, assured her that this was not so, but that he was exceedingly sorry that we should be improperly treated, and that he had written to General Thomas to that effect, and if the general did not attend to his orders, he could not hold any command in the Republic. In consequence of this, the general made the above proclamation. The President also told her that he could not allow us to hold our meetings because we were not in peace, that France was proposing to march upon us, etc., etc. Since the last persecution, we enjoy, by the grace of God, the means of praying when several of us meet together. The information contained in the following account of the persecution in Switzerland is derived principally from the Christian Spectator and the London Christian Observer. Scarcely any country of continental Europe has excited so deep an interest in the minds of Americans as Switzerland. Its valleys and lakes, its streams and cataracts, its lofty mountains and the seas of ice and deserts of snow which crown their summits, have been the ultima thule of the traveler from whatever land. But we have dwelt upon them from the very days of boyhood, with an interest belonging to scarcely anything earthly, because we regarded all this magnificent and beautiful display as the mere scenery and decoration of the stage, on which an important act in the great drama of liberty was exhibited. In the Christian, these magnificent objects awaken emotions perhaps less tumultuous, but deeper and more elevating, for it is here that another scene of that great drama was early opened, involving interests incomparably more valuable, and a struggle far more deadly, not for the civil liberty of Switzerland, but to free the world from a tyranny in comparison with which that of Austrian dukes was paternal kindness, a despotism that held the soul itself chained to the papal throne, and assumed the triple crown of heaven and earth and hell, which its representative still wears. To the Christian, the names of Tell and Winkelried sink into insignificance beside those of Zwingli and Calvin, and the War of Swiss independence scarcely deserves a thought in comparison with that struggle for the moral reformation of the world, in which these men were such distinguished actors, and to whose influence we ourselves owe that religious liberty, which is the most precious part of our birthright. But it is an humbling reflection that the Palladium of liberty could not be kept inviolate, even in the fastnesses of the Alps. A few years only have elapsed since some of the fairest portions of this land of the free were held as conquered tributaries by other cantons and were governed by a bailiff residing in his castle and exercising a power like that of a feudal baron. A considerable portion of Switzerland is still subject to an aristocracy, as absolute in its sway and as much opposed to the extension of light and liberty as any other branch of the Holy Alliance. The press is, in many cantons, under severe restrictions, and industry and enterprise are checked by the regulations of the incorporated trades, which place the rod of oppression in the hands of ignorance and self-interest, and which bring home its influence to the workbench of the mechanic, and too often paralyze the arm of laborious poverty. Within 10 years and in one of the most enlightened cantons, men and women have been arrested and fined and imprisoned in the most cruel manner for assembling to read the Word of God, have even been banished under pain of death, and without any passport to secure them from imprisonment as vagrants in the neighboring countries, merely for preaching and hearing the gospel out of the established church. In the Protestant churches of German Switzerland, the Helvetic Confession and the Heidelberg Catechism, both in the strictest sense orthodox, are recognized as standards of faith. This, however, is the only bond of union between the different portions of the Helvetic Church. The spiritual concerns of each canton are under the direction of what is called the Church Council, established by the government and composed of some of its members united with some of the clergy. This body license locate and pay the clergy and form the court of appeal in the affairs of the church. A congregation have no voice in the selection of their pastor. Baptism and confirmation, or admission to the Lord's Supper, in the established church are required by law, as indispensable to the exercise of civil rights, and the latter ceremony is generally regarded as a mere introduction into life. In the canton of Bern, no person can enter the most menial station as a domestic without exhibiting his certificate of communion. And so far is this from being an obsolete law that we have known a person incur its penalty because he delayed for a few days the exhibition of this certificate to the police. In this canton, and we believe in most others, no person can be excluded from the communion except by government, and as a necessary consequence, no discipline exists in the church. The Lord's Supper is received with great regularity by the whole parish, and in some districts at least the opinion prevails that this ordinance is a seal of the pardon of their sins. Such is the external state of the church in German Switzerland. In regard to its spiritual condition, we have little encouraging to present. The mercenary troops which Switzerland has so long been accustomed to sell to France, Spain, and Italy have usually brought back corrupt principles and licentious habits, and the young men of patrician families, from whom the rulers are ultimately chosen, have been prepared, by serving as officers to these troops, to exert a baneful influence upon their country. Those who were destined to the ministry or to the learned professions were accustomed to seek an education, if possible, in the German universities, where they would imbibe a taste for anything but evangelical principles. Rousseau, Voltaire, and Gibbon, during their residence in Switzerland, contributed not a little to the increase of infidelity, and the French Revolution seemed to sweep away the landmarks of religion and morality and to banish whatever might have remained of the character of Switzerland from the portions to which its emissaries had immediate access. It will not be supposed that the Church escaped untainted amidst all these causes of corruption. The feeling which we found extensively prevalent that it was indecorous to inquire into the opinions of the clergy and the doctrines actually maintained in the Church, and which presented a serious obstacle to investigation on this subject, sufficiently indicates that there is something which will not bear a comparison with the public standard. But more unequivocal evidence of the change of opinion is found in the fact that candidates for the ministry are now only required to avow their belief in the New Testament, and these regulations are avowedly adopted in order not to exclude those who are called liberal or rational in their opinions. We trust indeed that there are many thousands in Switzerland who have not bowed the knee to Baal in any form. We believe especially that in the cantons of Basel, Zurich, Appenzell, and Schaffhausen, as well as Geneva and Vaud, there are many faithful ministers of the gospel. We know that in the midst of decayed churches, there are little bands who, without separating themselves or exciting public attention, have adopted the principles and the devotional habits of the United Brethren or Moravians. The missionary seminary at Basel is a radiating point from which divine truth is going forth to the ends of the earth, and there is a cluster of Christian institutions around it, which are a monument of love and zeal. Light is springing up in various directions in the midst of darkness, and these first gleamings of the dawn are a sure and delightful presage that the Sun of Righteousness is about to arise upon Switzerland with healing in its beams. For several years past, 2 or 3 of the clergy of the established church in the city of Bern have preached the doctrines of the gospel as exhibited in the standards of the church, with simplicity and faithfulness. Much interest was thus excited in a small number of persons, several of whom were among the class of patricians, and the result might be termed a little revival. Public attention was called to it by the change of conduct in those who were its subjects. Their consciences would no longer allow them to partake in those violations of the Sabbath and those questionable amusements which were customary in the world around them. And they felt the need of assembling themselves for social devotion and Christian intercourse during the week. Those who felt reproved by such conduct spared neither censure nor ridicule. The names of priest, Methodist, mummer, etc., were unsparingly applied to them. And in one instance, the windows of a person who was obnoxious on this account were broken. It is but justice to the government to state that immediate and vigorous measures were taken to repress all violence, and no one was suffered to interrupt them so long as they continued in connection with the established church. Much hostility was indeed expressed against these private assemblies, but so much patrician influence was exerted in their favor that the government did not venture to execute the threats, sometimes thrown out, of prohibiting them. Pietism continued to increase from the increased action produced by these social meetings, and the flame was undoubtedly nourished by the conversation and correspondence of pious British travelers, whose influence may now be traced in every part of the continent, from Calais to Naples, and exhibits one of these remarkable traits in the divine government, by which the seed of the word is scattered over the world, often by the consent of those who wish to destroy it. The wealth of the English gives them access everywhere. Even the court of Rome, rather than lose this source of revenue, allows heresy to rear its standard of rebellion on the banks of the Tiber, and the efforts of such as are piously disposed to spread light around them are winked at to avoid offending or alarming the national spirit, even of those who are devoted to the pleasures of the world. During the year 1828, a small number of the persons who were thus awakened felt it their duty to separate themselves entirely from the established church. Their consciences were wounded by the prostitution of the ordinance of the supper in admitting all who chose to come, since many of the openly vicious and a multitude who had no apparent interest in religion belonged to the number. They urged the necessity of discipline from Matthew 16 and 18, 1 Corinthians 5, etc., and maintained that could not be deemed a church of Christ, which tolerated vice in its very bosom. They felt themselves bound by the precept, 2 Thessalonians 3, 6, 14, 15, and 2 John 10, 11, to withdraw from a church in which the gospel was not generally preached, and which cherished in its bosom so many who crucified Christ afresh, and whom they considered themselves as recognizing as brethren, by partaking of the same bread and the same cup. This measure was promoted by a person who had been banished from the Canton de Vaud, and who was received at Berne under a pledge to the police that he would not speak of separation. The violation of this pledge led to his expulsion, which was the first act of the government on this subject. This excited no serious opposition, since those who agreed with him in sentiment did not approve of his violation of truth. It did not, however, prevent the continuance of the assemblies of separatists and their distinct avowal of their sentiments, and they obtained from a member of the government belonging to the established church the use of a room to his own house, on condition that nothing should be said there in direct promotion of separatism. This decided course of conduct, notwithstanding many hints and threats, placed the government in an embarrassing situation. 8 years before, the Canton of Vaud had treated a similar sect, of which indeed some of these very individuals had been members, with great severity, but with so little effect that their number had been constantly increasing, and their spirit had been diffused through a large number of the established churches, to the great annoyance of those who did not love the gospel. Thus warned of the danger of violent measures, and yet anxious to find reasons for expelling the leaders of the obnoxious party, they directed the superintendent of the police to keep them and their assemblies under constant and rigid inspection, and all who were concerned with them were watched with the same view. At the same time, one of the evangelical clergymen was sent for and warned to alter his mode of preaching, and although he did not approve or preach separation, he was accused of contributing to the excitement of feeling which gave rise to it by his mode of exhibiting the doctrines of the Bible. We need scarcely add that the warning was without effect on this faithful minister of Christ. In the year 1813, a few pious individuals began to meet in private for the purpose of seeking and cherishing that holy truth which was banished from the public assemblies. These persons were directed by some students of theology, among whom was Monsieur Impetus. The venerable company of pastors soon heard of these unauthorized proceedings and lost no time in evincing their disapprobation respecting them. Monsieur Impetus was especially marked out as the object of their displeasure, and they refused to ordain him unless he would avoid every religious assembly which had not their sanction. He chose rather to incur their anathema than to wound his conscience, and departed from the city. But the light had broke forth, and it was not easy again to extinguish it. The honorable company seemed to have been extremely troubled as to the course to be pursued. To sit still, however, was to yield to the rising spirit of reformation, and they determined to bestir themselves. Accordingly, after due deliberation, they issued certain regulations, bearing date May 3, 1817, which they hoped would be received as articles. These articles, however, did not produce the anticipated effect. The doctrine of the divinity of Christ and others equally offensive to Unitarians continued to be preached. In 1818, Monsieur Malon, a pious Orthodox divine, was deprived of his place of regent of the college, and another, Monsieur Méjanel, was ordered to quit Geneva. For some time, however, the individuals who retained their allegiance to the Helvetic Confession and remained at Geneva still held their meetings, with little other provocation than that of a few hard names, such as enthusiasts, Nazarenes, advocates for exploded doctrines, etc., which the Unitarians, in the exuberance of their wit and the overflowing of their liberality, had the gratification to bespatter them. These attacks produced very little impression upon the persons assailed. The arguments next adopted were calculated to supply the defect. About the beginning of July, 1818, the place of meeting being changed, when the persons assembled, they found a large mob prepared to insult them. These enlightened and worthy abettors of the Reformed Church of Geneva and citizens of that free republic assembled at the house of meeting and vociferated amidst other expressions of hostility. We transcribe the words with shame and horror. Abbas Jesus Christ, Abbas les Moraves, à mort, à la lanterne, etc., and pursued the obnoxious ministers as they came out, with similar cries. Neither did they stop here. Their valor and zeal, as is the case with all mobs, became more impetuous as they were not resisted. Our silence, says one who was present, in the midst of these insults did not satisfy them. We had to suffer menaces, maledictions, stoning through the streets, and the violation of our houses. Had not the police exerted themselves to suppress these disorders, the consequences would probably have been still more fearful. In the month of December, 1823, a letter was addressed by 3 young men, ministers of that canton, and subsequently signed by a few others, to the Council of State, intimating a determination to withdraw from the established church and requesting permission to constitute places of worship independent of it. The cause assigned was that the Helvetic Confession had been virtually set aside, both by pastors and people, and that the discipline of the church was annihilated. Their plan was to preach according to that confession and to restore the discipline. The petition to the Council of State is dated December 24, 1823. The official answer bears date January 15, 1824, and has all the formalities with which the spirit of intolerance and persecution generally invests itself, and is signed Le Lendemain en Charge, F. Clavel, Le Chandelier, Boiseau. In this instrument, the ministers and their friends are called momiers, and it is summarily decreed that those who separate themselves from the national church shall not be tolerated, that the justices of the peace, etc., are specially charged instantly to dissolve their meetings, and to report their proceedings to the Council of State, and every person who attends these prohibited assemblies, and who has disobeyed the orders to leave them, and rendered it necessary to employ force, shall be imprisoned 3 days besides the possible infliction of other pains and penalties, and that all persons whose measures shall have tended to gain proselytes shall be fined 600 livres or imprisoned 2 years. The same punishment to be awarded to him who furnishes a place of meeting, or who has called or directed a prohibited assembly, or who has taken any part whatever in quality of a chief or director. The above decree was accompanied by a circular dated January 16, 1824, emanating from the same high quarter, addressed to the justices of the peace, municipalities, etc., and conceived in the same spirit with its respectable associate. This iniquitous and anti-Christian enactment has been carried into effect in several instances. Monsieur Charles Rochat, minister of the gospel, of the Canton de Vaud, of a respectable family, and whose brother is one of the national clergy, of the canton, is the first on whom the severity of the law has fallen. 5 persons were found seated round a table in his own house, with the Bible open before them. The wife of Monsieur Rochat, a common friend, with 2 of his sisters, and a young person, a stranger. This was the whole crime. Monsieur Rochat was found guilty of reading in his own house before his wife and 4 friends a chapter of the New Testament. For this he was at first condemned to 3 years' banishment, which, however, the Tribunal of Appeal reduced to 1 year. Next, Monsieur Olivier was banished for 2 years by the sentence of the same law. Like judgments have been pronounced against Monsieur Ray Chaban, Jouvet, and Fivas, of whom the 2 former were previously confined 10 weeks in prison. 2 females also were banished by the judgment of premier instant of the Tribunal of Orbe and Yverdon on the charge of similar meetings being held at their houses. One of whom, however, has been since acquitted at Lausanne, as it was proved that she lived with her mother, and consequently that it was at her house and not at hers that some friends after dinner read the Bible together. But it is not merely in the Canton de Vaud that these enormous instances of injustice have occurred. At Neufchâtel, an act of arbitrary power has just been committed, almost incredible from its severity. An old law, long obsolete, has been discovered, which it seems was passed 200 or 300 years back. And agriculture has been made the first victim of its revived powers. He received into his house Monsieur Jouvet, one of the condemned ministers of the Canton de Vaud, and allowed him to administer the sacrament. For this crime he was thrown into prison for 3 months and was then brought up in chains and with a rope drawn tight round his neck to receive sentence. 10 years' banishment was the punishment pronounced, and that if he shall attempt to return before the expiration of this term, he is to be marked with a hot iron for the first offense, and for the second to be hanged. No passport was given him, so that he was left to be hunted about from place to place, like the most degraded criminal. This worthy man, whose name was Maguin, has a wife and 3 children, for whom he has now no means of procuring a support. Wilson's Tour, 2nd edition, page 325. These atrocities were practiced by those who claim to be the only enlightened and liberal characters of our day, by Unitarians and Socinians, by men, too, whose complaints respecting bigotry and intolerance have been the burden of many a long article, expressly designed to represent orthodoxy as peculiarly relentless and cruel. A large number of Swiss pastors have been driven into banishment by the inquisitorial proceedings of those who style themselves the Liberal Party in Switzerland. Many of the exiles are now residing in different parts of France, mostly near the frontiers of their own country. Others have found a home in different parts of Switzerland. One of them is now in that place where the wicked cease from troubling, and another seems rapidly advancing to it. Monsieur Jouvet, who signed with 2 other ministers the letter to the Council of State, having been banished from his own canton, sought an asylum in another canton. This was refused. He then retired to Ferney-Voltaire and pursued his labors. He was at that time weak from a pulmonary consumption, but he ventured on an excursion to L'Isle of Mentrican to visit those who were disposed to hear the word of God. He was insulted, attacked, and pursued by the populace from town to town, and at L'Isle, where he arrived quite exhausted and in profuse perspiration, he was thrown into a cold dungeon, with only a chair and some chopped straw on which to pass the night. His friends were not permitted to give him either food, fire, or clothing, and in this state he was detained 15 hours. For 2 months he was confined in the prison of Yverdon, under circumstances of severe illness, and medical attendance was denied him. After leaving the prison, he was presently arrested and expelled the commune. Under such accumulated sufferings, nature at length gave way. He slept in the Lord, and among his last prayers were petitions for his persecutors, whether the magistrates or the mob. Recent information from Geneva and the other cantons of Switzerland inform us that the spirit of persecution is still exhibited by the Liberal Party in that country. Those who adhere to the Helvetic Confession and preach conformably to the doctrines of the creed of the established church are called Momiers, enthusiasts, and other terms equally unkind and unchristian. The liberal or infidel party do not confine themselves simply to reproaches. They disturb the places of public worship. They stone the people as they return from their devotions. They arraign them before civil tribunals for preaching Christ, and Him crucified. They impose fines upon them, subject them to imprisonment, banishment, and even death itself. All this is done too in the 19th century, and by those who claim to be the only enlightened and liberal party on the continent. It will not be inappropriate to devote a few pages of this work to a brief detail of the lives of some of those men who first stepped forward, regardless of the bigoted power which opposed all reformation, to stem the tide of papal corruption and to seal the pure doctrines of the gospel with their blood. Among these, Great Britain has the honor of taking the lead and first maintaining that freedom in religious controversy which astonished Europe and demonstrated that political and religious liberty are equally the growth of that favored island. Among the earliest of these eminent persons was this celebrated reformer, denominated the Morning Star of the Reformation, was born about the year 1324 in the reign of Edward II. Of his extraction we have no certain account. His parents, designing him for the church, sent him to Queen's College, Oxford, about that period founded by Robert Eaglesfield, confessor to Queen Philippa. But not meeting with the advantages for study in that newly established house which he expected, he removed to Merton College, which was then esteemed one of the most learned societies in Europe. The first thing which drew him into public notice was his defense of the university against the begging friars, who about this time, from their settlement in Oxford in 1230, had been troublesome neighbors to the university. Feuds were continually fomented, the friars appealing to the Pope, the scholars to the civil power, and sometimes one party and sometimes the other prevailed. The friars became very fond of a notion that Christ was a common beggar, that his disciples were beggars also, and that begging was of gospel institution. This doctrine they urged from the pulpit and wherever they had access. Wycliffe had long held these religious friars in contempt for the laziness of their lives, and had now a fair opportunity of exposing them. He published a treatise against able beggary, in which he lashed the friars, and proved that they were not only a reproach to religion, but also to human society. The university began to consider him one of her first champions, and he was soon promoted to the mastership of Balliol College. About this time, Archbishop Islip founded Canterbury Hall in Oxford, where he established a warden and 11 scholars. To this wardenship, Wycliffe was elected by the archbishop, but upon his demise he was displaced by his successor, Stephen Langham, Bishop of Ely. As there was a degree of flagrant injustice in the affair, Wycliffe appealed to the Pope, who subsequently gave it against him from the following cause. Edward III, then King of England, had withdrawn the tribute, which from the time of King John had been paid to the Pope. The Pope menaced. Edward called a parliament. The parliament resolved that King John had done an illegal thing and given up the rights of the nation, and advised the king not to submit, whatever consequences might follow. The clergy now began to write in favor of the Pope, and a learned monk published a spirited and plausible treatise, which had many advocates. Wycliffe, irritated at seeing so bad a cause so well defended, opposed the monk, and did it in so masterly a way that he was considered no longer as unanswerable. His suit at Rome was immediately determined against him, and nobody doubted but his opposition to the Pope, at so critical a period, was the true cause of his being non-suited at Rome. Wycliffe was afterward elected to the chair of the divinity professor, and now fully convinced of the errors of the Romish Church and the vileness of its monastic agents, he determined to expose them. In public lectures he lashed their vices and opposed their follies. He unfolded a variety of abuses covered by the darkness of superstition. At first he began to loosen the prejudices of the vulgar, and proceeded by slow advances. With the metaphysical disquisitions of the age, he mingled opinions in divinity, apparently novel. The usurpations of the court of Rome was a favorite topic. On these he expatiated with all the keenness of argument, joined to logical reasoning. This soon procured him the clamor of the clergy, who, with the Archbishop of Canterbury, deprived him of his office. At this time, the administration of affairs was in the hands of the Duke of Lancaster, well known by the name of John of Gaunt. This prince had very free notions of religion, and was at enmity with the clergy. The exactions of the court of Rome having become very burdensome, he determined to send the Bishop of Bangor and Wycliffe to remonstrate against these abuses, and it was agreed that the Pope should no longer dispose of any benefices belonging to the Church of England. In this embassy, Wycliffe's observant mind penetrated into the constitution and policy of Rome, and he returned more strongly than ever determined to expose its avarice and ambition. Having recovered his former situation, he inveighed in his lectures against the Pope, his usurpation, his infallibility, his pride, his avarice, and his tyranny. He was the first who termed the Pope Antichrist. From the Pope, he would turn to the pomp, the luxury and trappings of the bishops, and compared them with the simplicity of primitive bishops. Their superstitions and deceptions were topics that he urged with energy of mind and logical precision. From the patronage of the Duke of Lancaster, Wycliffe received a good benefice, but he was no sooner settled in his parish than his enemies and the bishops began to persecute him with renewed vigor. The Duke of Lancaster was his friend in this persecution, and by his presence and that of Lord Percy, Earl Marshal of England, he so overawed the trial that the whole ended in disorder. After the death of Edward III, his grandson Richard II succeeded, in the 11th year of his age. The Duke of Lancaster not obtaining to be the sole regent, as he expected, his power began to decline, and the enemies of Wycliffe, taking advantage of this circumstance, renewed their articles of accusation against him. 5 bulls were dispatched in consequence by the Pope to the king and certain bishops, but the regency and the people manifested a spirit of contempt at the haughty proceedings of the pontiff, and the former at that time, wanting money to oppose an expected invasion of the French, proposed to apply a large sum collected for the use of the Pope to that purpose. The question was submitted to the decision of Wycliffe. The bishops, however, supported by the papal authority, insisted upon bringing Wycliffe to trial, and he was actually undergoing examination at Lambeth, when, from the riotous behavior of the populace without, and awed by the command of Sir Lewis Clifford, a gentleman of the court, that they should not proceed to any definitive sentence, they terminated the whole affair in a prohibition to Wycliffe, not to preach those doctrines which were obnoxious to the Pope. But this was laughed at by our reformer, who, going about barefoot and in a long frieze gown, preached more vehemently than before. In the year 1378, a contest arose between 2 popes, Urban VI and Clement VII, which was the lawful pope, and Trubistran of God. This was a favorable period for the exertion of Wycliffe's talents. He soon produced a tract against popery, which was eagerly read by all sorts of people. About the end of the year, Wycliffe was seized with a violent disorder, which it was feared might prove fatal. The begging friars, accompanied by 4 of the most eminent citizens of Oxford, gained admittance to his bedchamber and begged of him to retract, for his soul's sake, the unjust things he had asserted of their order. Wycliffe, surprised at the solemn message, raised himself in his bed, and with a stern countenance replied, "I shall not die, but live to declare the evil deeds of the friars." When Wycliffe recovered, he set about a most important work, the translation of the Bible into English. Before this work appeared, he published a tract wherein he showed the necessity of it. The zeal of the bishops to suppress the scriptures greatly promoted its sale, and they who were not able to purchase copies procured transcripts of particular gospels or epistles. Afterward, when Lollardy increased and the flames kindled, it was a common practice to fasten about the neck of the condemned heretic such of these scraps of scripture as were found in his possession, which generally shared his fate. Immediately after this transaction, Wycliffe ventured a step further and effected the doctrine of transubstantiation. This strange opinion was invented by Pascad Radber and asserted with amazing boldness. Wycliffe, in his lecture before the University of Oxford, 1381, attacked this doctrine and published a treatise on the subject. Dr. Barton, at this time Vice-Chancellor of Oxford, calling together the heads of the university, condemned Wycliffe's doctrines as heretical and threatened their author with excommunication. Wycliffe could now derive no support from the Duke of Lancaster, and being cited to appear before his former adversary, William Courtenay, now made Archbishop of Canterbury, he sheltered himself under the plea that as a member of the university, he was exempt from episcopal jurisdiction. This plea was admitted, as the university were determined to support their member. The court met at the appointed time, determined at least to sit in judgment upon his opinions, and some they condemned as erroneous, others as heretical. The publication on this subject was immediately answered by Wycliffe, who had become a subject of the archbishop's determined malice. The king, solicited by the archbishop, granted a license to imprison the teacher of heresy, but the Commons made the king revoke this act as illegal. The primate, however, obtained letters from the king, directing the head of the University of Oxford to search for all heresies in the books published by Wycliffe, in consequence of which order the university became a scene of tumult. Wycliffe is supposed to have retired from the storm into an obscure part of the kingdom. The seeds, however, were scattered, and Wycliffe's opinions were so prevalent that it was said if you met two persons upon the road, you might be sure that one was a Lollard. At this period, the disputes between the two popes continued. Urban published a bull in which he earnestly called upon all who had any regard for religion to exert themselves in its cause and to take up arms against Clement and his adherents in defense of the Holy See. A war in which the name of religion was so vilely prostituted roused Wycliffe's inclination, even in his declining years. He took up his pen once more and wrote against it with the greatest acrimony. He expostulated with the Pope in a very free manner, and asked him boldly, how he durst make the token of Christ on the cross, which is the token of peace, mercy, and charity, a banner to lead us to slay Christian men for the love of two false priests, and to oppress Christendom worse than Christ and his apostles were oppressed by the Jews? When, said he, will the proud priest of Rome grant indulgences to mankind to live in peace and charity, as he now does to fight and slay one another? The severe peace drew upon him the resentment of Urban, and was likely to have involved him in greater troubles than he had before experienced. But providentially he was delivered out of their hands. He was struck with the palsy, and though he lived some time yet in such a way that his enemies considered him as a person below their resentment, to the last he attended divine worship, and received the fatal stroke of his disorder in his church at Lutterworth in the year 1384. This illustrious German divine and reformer of the church was the son of John Luther and Margaret Lindemann, and born at Iselben, a town of Saxony in the county of Mansfield, November 10, 1483. His father's extraction and condition were originally but mean, and his occupation that of a miner. It is probable, however, that by his application and industry he improved the fortunes of his family, as he afterward became a magistrate of rank and dignity. Luther was early initiated into letters, and at the age of 13 was sent to school at Magdeburg, and thence to Eisenach in Thuringia, where he remained 4 years, producing the early indications of his future eminence. In 1501 he was sent to the University of Erfurt, where he went through the usual courses of logic and philosophy. When 20, he took a master's degree, and then lectured on Aristotle's physics, ethics, and other parts of philosophy. Afterward, at the instigation of his parents, he turned himself to the civil law, with a view of advancing himself to the bar, but was diverted from this pursuit by the following accident. Walking out into the fields one day, he was struck by lightning so as to fall to the ground, while a companion was killed by his side, and this affected him so sensibly that without communicating his purpose to any of his friends, he withdrew himself from the world and retired into the order of the Hermits of St. Augustine. Here he employed himself in reading St. Augustine and the Schoolmen, but in turning over the leaves of the library, he accidentally found a copy of the Latin Bible, which he had never seen before. This raised his curiosity to a high degree. He read it over very greedily, and was amazed to find what a small portion of the scriptures was rehearsed to the people. He made his profession in the monastery of Erfurt after he had been a novice 1 year, and he took priest's orders and celebrated his first Mass in 1507. The year after, he was removed from the convent of Erfurt to the University of Wittenberg. For this university being just founded, nothing was thought more likely to bring it into immediate repute and credit than the authority and presence of a man so celebrated for his great parts in learning as Luther. In 1512, 7 convents of his order having a quarrel with their vicar general, Luther was chosen to go to Rome to maintain their cause. At Rome he saw the Pope and the court, and had an opportunity of observing also the manners of the clergy, whose hasty, superficial, and impious way of celebrating Mass he has severely noted. As soon as he had adjusted the dispute which was the business of his journey, he returned to Wittenberg and was created Doctor of Divinity at the expense of Frederick, Elector of Saxony, who had often heard him preach, was perfectly acquainted with his merit, and reverenced him highly. He continued in the University of Wittenberg, where, as Professor of Divinity, he employed himself in the business of his calling. Here then he began in the most earnest manner to read lectures upon the sacred books. He explained the Epistle to the Romans and the Psalms, which he cleared up and illustrated in a manner so entirely new and so different from what had been pursued by former commentators, that there seemed, after a long and dark night, a new day to arise in the judgment of all pious and prudent men. The better to qualify himself for the task he had undertaken, he applied himself attentively to the Greek and Hebrew languages, and in this manner was he employed when the general indulgences were published in 1517. Leo X, who succeeded Julius II in March 1513, formed a design of building the magnificent church of St. Peter's at Rome, which was indeed begun by Julius, but still required very large sums to be finished. Leo, therefore, 1517, published general indulgences throughout all Europe in favor of those who contribute any sum to the building of St. Peter's, and appointed persons in different countries to preach up these indulgences and to receive money for them. These strange proceedings gave vast offense at Wittenberg, and particularly inflamed the pious zeal of Luther, who, being naturally warm and active, and in the present case unable to contain himself, was determined to declare against them at all adventures. Upon the eve of All Saints, therefore, in 1517, he publicly fixed up, at the church next to the castle of that town, a thesis upon indulgences, in the beginning of which he challenged anyone to oppose it either by writing or disputation. Luther's propositions about indulgences were no sooner published than Tetzel, the Dominican friar and commissioner for selling them, maintained and published at Frankfurt a thesis containing a set of propositions directly contrary to them. He did more. He stirred up the clergy of his order against Luther, anathematized him from the pulpit as a most damnable heretic, and burned his thesis publicly at Frankfurt. Tetzel's thesis was also burnt, in return, by the Lutherans at Wittenberg, but Luther himself disowned having had any hand in that procedure. In 1518, Luther, though dissuaded from it by his friends, yet to show obedience to authority, went to the monastery of St. Augustine at Heidelberg while the chapter was held, and here maintained April 26th a dispute concerning justification by faith, which Bucer, who was present at, took down in writing, and afterward communicated to Beatus Renius not without the highest commendations. In the meantime, the zeal of his adversaries grew every day more and more active against him, and he was at length accused to Leo X as a heretic. As soon as he returned, therefore, from Heidelberg, he wrote a letter to that pope in the most submissive terms, and sent him, at the same time, an explication of his propositions about indulgences. This letter is dated on Trinity Sunday, 1518, and was accompanied with a protestation wherein he declared that he did not pretend to advance or defend anything contrary to the Holy Scriptures, or to the doctrine of the Fathers, received and observed by the Church of Rome, or to the canons and decretals of the popes. Nevertheless, he thought he had the liberty either to approve or disapprove the opinions of St. Thomas, Bonaventure, and other schoolmen and canonists, which are not grounded upon any text. The Emperor Maximilian was equally solicitous with the Pope about putting a stop to the propagation of Luther's opinions in Saxony, troublesome both to the Church and Empire. Maximilian therefore applied to Leo in a letter dated August 5, 1518, and begged him to forbid by his authority these useless, rash, and dangerous disputes, assuring him also that he would strictly execute in the empire whatever his holiness should enjoin. In the meantime, Luther, as soon as he understood what was transacting about him at Rome, used all imaginable means to prevent his being carried thither, and to obtain a hearing of his cause in Germany. The elector was also against Luther's going to Rome, and desired of Cardinal Cajetan that he might be heard before him as the Pope's legate in Germany. Upon these addresses, the Pope consented that the cause should be tried before Cardinal Cajetan, to whom he had given power to decide it. Luther therefore set off immediately for Augsburg and carried with him letters from the elector. He arrived here in October 1518, and upon an assurance of his safety, was admitted into the cardinal's presence. But Luther was soon convinced that he had more to fear from the cardinal's power than from disputations of any kind, and therefore, apprehensive of being seized if he did not submit, withdrew from Augsburg upon the 20th. But before his departure, he published a formal appeal to the Pope, and finding himself protected by the elector, continued to teach the same doctrines at Wittenberg, and sent a challenge to all the inquisitors to come in dispute with him. As to Luther, Miltitius, the Pope's chamberlain, had orders to require the elector to oblige him to retract or to deny him his protection. But things were not now to be carried with so high a hand, Luther's credit being too firmly established. Besides, the Emperor Maximilian happened to die upon the 12th of this month, whose death greatly altered the face of affairs, and made the elector more able to determine Luther's fate. Miltitius thought it best, therefore, to try what could be done by fair and gentle means, and to that end came to some conference with Luther. During all these treaties, the doctrine of Luther spread and prevailed greatly, and he himself received great encouragement at home and abroad. The Bohemians about this time sent him a book of the celebrated John Huss, who had fallen a martyr in the work of Reformation, and also letters in which they exhorted him to constancy and perseverance, owning that the divinity which he taught was the pure, sound, and orthodox divinity. Many great and learned men had joined themselves to him. In 1519, he had a famous dispute at Leipzig with John Foxe. But this dispute ended at length like all others, the parties not the least nearer in opinion, but more to enmity with each other's persons. About the end of this year, Luther published a book in which he contended for the communion being celebrated in both kinds, which was condemned by the Bishop of Misnia, January 24, 1520. While Luther was laboring to excuse himself to the new emperor and the bishops of Germany, Foxe had gone to Rome to solicit his condemnation, which it may easily be conceived was now become not difficult to be attained. Indeed, the continual importunities of Luther's adversaries with Leo caused him at length to publish a formal condemnation of him, and he did so accordingly in a bull dated June 15, 1520. This was carried into Germany and published there by Foxe, who had solicited it at Rome, and who, together with Jerome Alexander, a person eminent for his learning and eloquence, was entrusted by the Pope with the execution of it. In the meantime, Charles V of Spain, after he had set things to rights in the Low Countries, went into Germany and was crowned emperor October the 21st at Aix-la-Chapelle. The Diet of Worms was held in the beginning of 1521, which ended at length in the single and peremptory declaration of Luther that unless he was convinced by texts of Scripture or evident reason, for he did not think himself obliged to submit to the Pope or his councils, he neither could nor would retract anything, because it was not lawful for him to act against his conscience. Before the Diet of Worms was dissolved, Charles V caused an edict to be drawn up, which was dated the 8th of May, and decreed that Martin Luther be, agreeably to the sentence of the Pope, henceforward looked upon as a member separated from the Church, a schismatic, and an obstinate and notorious heretic. While the bull of Leo X, executed by Charles V, was thundering throughout the empire, Luther was safely shut up in the castle of Wittenberg. But weary at length of his retirement, he appeared publicly again at Wittenberg, March 6, 1522, after he had been absent about 10 months. Luther now made open war with the Pope and bishops, and that he might make the people despise their authority as much as possible, he wrote one book against the Pope's bull and another against the order falsely called the Order of Bishops. He published also a translation of the New Testament in the German tongue, which was afterward corrected by himself and Melanchthon. Affairs were now in great confusion in Germany, and they were not less so in Italy, for a quarrel arose between the Pope and the Emperor, during which Rome was twice taken and the Pope imprisoned. While the princes were thus employed in quarreling with each other, Luther persisted in carrying on the work of the Reformation, as well by opposing the Papists, as by combating the Anabaptists and other fanatical sects, which, having taken the advantage of his contest with the Church of Rome, had sprung up and established themselves in several places. In 1527, Luther was suddenly seized with a coagulation of the blood about the heart, which had like to have put an end to his life. The troubles of Germany being not likely to have any end, the emperor was forced to call a diet at Spires in 1529 to require the assistance of the princes of the empire against the Turks. 14 cities, viz., Strasbourg, Nuremberg, Ulm, Constance, Redlingen, Winsheim, Memmingen, Lindau, Kempten, Heilbronn, Isny, Weissenberg, Nordlingen, Esgau, joined against the decree of the Diet Protestation, which was put into writing and published the 19th of April, 1529. This was the famous protestation, which gave the name of Protestants to the reformers in Germany. After this, the Protestant princes labored to make a firm league and enjoin the Elector of Saxony and his allies to approve of what the Diet had done. But the deputies drew up an appeal, and the Protestants afterwards presented an apology for their confession, that famous confession which was drawn up by the temperate Melanchthon, as also the apology. These were signed by a variety of princes, and Luther had now nothing else to do but to sit down and contemplate the mighty work he had finished. For that a single monk should be able to give the Church of Rome so rude a shock that there needed but such another entirely to overthrow it, may be well esteemed a mighty work. In 1533, Luther wrote a consolatory epistle to the citizens of Oschatz, who had suffered some hardships for adhering to the Augsburg Confession of Faith. And in 1534, the Bible translated by him into German was first printed, as the old privilege, dated at Bibliopolis, under the elector's own hand shows, and it was published in the year after. He also published this year a book against masses and the consecration of priests. In February 1537, an assembly was held at Smalcald about matters of religion, to which Luther and Melanchthon were called. At this meeting, Luther was seized with so grievous an illness that there was no hope of his recovery. As he was carried along, he made his will, in which he bequeathed his detestation of popery to his friends and brethren. In this manner was he employed till his death, which happened in 1546. That year, accompanied by Melanchthon, he paid a visit to his own country, which he had not seen for many years, and returned again in safety. But soon after, he was called thither again by the Earls of Mansfeld to compose some differences which had arisen about their boundaries, where he was received by 100 horsemen or more, and conducted in a very honorable manner, but was at the same time so very ill that it was feared he would die. He said that these fits of sickness often came upon him when he had any great business to undertake. Of this, however, he did not recover, but died February 18th in his 63rd year. A little before he expired, he admonished those that were about him to pray to God for the propagation of the gospel. Because, said he, the Council of Trent, which had sat once or twice in the Pope, will devise strange things against it. Soon after, his body was put into a leaden coffin and carried with funeral pomp to the church at Iselbein, when Dr. Jonas preached a sermon upon the occasion. The Earls of Mansfeld desired that his body should be interred in their territories, but the Elector of Saxony insisted upon his being brought back to Wittenberg, which was accordingly done, and there he was buried with the greatest pomp that perhaps ever happened to any private man. Princes, earls, nobles, and students without number attended the procession of this extraordinary reformer, and Melanchthon made his funeral oration. We will close this account of the great founder of the Reformation by subjoining a few opinions which have been passed upon him by both Papists and Protestants. Luther, says Father Simon, was the first Protestant who ventured to translate the Bible into the vulgar tongue from the Hebrew text, although he understood Hebrew but very indifferently. As he was of a free and bold spirit, he accuses St. Jerome of ignorance in the Hebrew tongue. But he had more reason to accuse himself of this fault and for having so precipitately undertaken a work of this nature, which required more time than he employed about it. There is nothing great or learned in his commentaries upon the Bible, everything low and mean, and though he had studied divinity, he has rather composed a rhapsody of theological questions than a commentary upon the scripture text, to which we may add that he wanted understanding and usually followed his senses instead of his reason. This is the language of those in the Church of Rome who speak of Luther with any degree of moderation, for the generality allow him neither parts nor learning, nor any attainment intellectual or moral. But let us leave these impotent railers and attend a little to more equitable judges. Luther, says Wharton, in his appendix to Cave's Historia Literaria, was a man of prodigious sagacity and acuteness, very warm and formed for great undertakings, being a man, if ever there was one, whom nothing could daunt or intimidate. When the cause of religion was concerned, he never regarded whose love he was likely to gain or whose displeasure to incur. He is also highly spoken of by Atterbury and others. This reformer was born at Noyon in Picardy, July 10, 1409. He was instructed in grammar learning at Paris under Maturinus Corderius and studied philosophy in the College of Montaigne under a Spanish professor. His father, who discovered many marks of his early piety, particularly in his reprehensions of the vices of his companions, designed him at first for the church and got him presented, May 21, 1521, to the chapel of Notre Dame de la Ghisine in the church of Noyon. In 1527, he was presented to the rectory of Maryville, which he exchanged in 1529 for the rectory of Pont-l'Evêque near Noyon. His father afterwards changed his resolution and would have him study law, to which Calvin, who by reading the scriptures had conceived a dislike to the superstitions of popery, readily consented, and resigned the chapel of Jezan and the rectory of Pont-l'Evêque in 1534. He made a great progress in that science and improved no less in the knowledge of divinity by his private studies. At Bourges, he applied to the Greek tongue under the direction of Professor Volmar. His father's death having called him back to Noyon, he stayed there a short time and then went to Paris, where a speech of Nicolas Cop, rector of the University of Paris, of which Calvin furnished the materials, having greatly displeased the Sorbonne in the Parliament, gave rise to a persecution against the Protestants, and Calvin, who narrowly escaped being taken in the College of Forteret, was forced to retire to Xantonge after having had the honor to be introduced to the Queen of Navarre, who had raised this first storm against the Protestants. Calvin returned to Paris in 1534. This year, the Reformed met with severe treatment, which determined him to leave France after publishing a treatise against those who believe that departed souls are in a kind of sleep. He retired to Basel, where he studied Hebrew. At this time, he published his Institutions of the Christian Religion, a work well adapted to spread his fame, though he himself was desirous of living in obscurity. It is dedicated to the French king, Francis I. Calvin next wrote an apology for the Protestants who were burnt for their religion in France. After the publication of this work, Calvin went to Italy to pay a visit to the Duchess of Ferrara, a lady of eminent piety, by whom he was very kindly received. From Italy, he came back to France, and having settled his private affairs, he proposed to go to Strasbourg or Basel, in company with his sole surviving brother, Antony Calvin. But as the roads were not safe on account of the war, except through the Duke of Savoy's territories, he chose that road. This was a particular direction of Providence, says Bale. It was his destiny that he should settle at Geneva, and when he was wholly intent upon going farther, he found himself detained by an order from heaven, if I may so speak. At Geneva, Calvin, therefore, was obliged to comply with the choice which the consistory and magistrates made of him, with the consent of the people, to be one of their ministers and professor of divinity. He wanted to undertake only this last office and not the other, but in the end he was obliged to take both upon him in August 1536. The year following, he made all the people declare upon oath their assent to the confession of faith, which contained a renunciation of popery. He next intimated that he could not submit to a regulation which the canton of Bern had lately made, whereupon the syndics of Geneva summoned an assembly of the people, and it was ordered that Calvin, Farel, and another minister should leave the town in a few days for refusing to administer the sacrament. Calvin retired to Strasbourg and established a French church in that city, of which he was the first minister. He was also appointed to be professor of divinity there. Meanwhile, the people of Geneva entreated him so earnestly to return to them that at last he consented and arrived September 13, 1541, to the great satisfaction both of the people and the magistrates. And the first thing he did after his arrival was to establish a form of church discipline and a consistorial jurisdiction invested with power of inflicting censures and canonical punishments, as far as excommunication inclusively. It has long been the delight of both infidels and some professed Christians, when they wish to bring odium upon the opinions of Calvin, to refer to his agency in the death of Michael Servetus. This action is used on all occasions by those who have been unable to overthrow his opinions, as a conclusive argument against his whole system. Calvin burnt Servetus. Calvin burnt Servetus is good proof with a certain class of reasoners that the doctrine of the Trinity is not true, that divine sovereignty is anti-scriptural, and Christianity a cheat. We have no wish to palliate any act of Calvin's which is manifestly wrong. All his proceedings in relation to the unhappy affair of Servetus, we think, cannot be defended. Still, it should be remembered that the true principles of religious toleration were very little understood in the time of Calvin. All the other reformers then living approved of Calvin's conduct. Even the gentle and amiable Melanchthon expressed himself in relation to this affair in the following manner. In a letter addressed to Bullinger, he says, "I have read your statement respecting the blasphemy of Servetus, and praise your piety and judgment, and am persuaded that the Council of Geneva has done right in putting to death this obstinate man, who would never have ceased his blasphemies. I am astonished that anyone can be found to disapprove of this proceeding." Farel expressly says that Servetus deserved a capital punishment. Bowker did not hesitate to declare that Servetus deserved something worse than death. The truth is, although Calvin had some hand in the arrest and imprisonment of Servetus, he was unwilling that he should be burnt at all. "I desire," says he, "that the severity of the punishment should be remitted. We endeavored to commute the kind of death, but in vain. By wishing to mitigate the severity of the punishment," says Farel to Calvin, "you discharge the office of a friend towards your greatest enemy." That Calvin was the instigator of the magistrates that Servetus might be burned, says Turretin, historians neither anywhere affirm, nor does it appear from any considerations. Nay, it is certain that he, with the college of pastors, dissuaded from that kind of punishment. It has been often asserted that Calvin possessed so much influence with the magistrates of Geneva that he might have obtained the release of Servetus, had he not been desirous of his destruction. This, however, is not true. So far from it that Calvin was himself once banished from Geneva by these very magistrates, and often opposed their arbitrary measures in vain. So little desirous was Calvin of procuring the death of Servetus, that he warned him of his danger and suffered him to remain several weeks at Geneva before he was arrested. But his language, which was then accounted blasphemous, was the cause of his imprisonment. When in prison, Calvin visited him and used every argument to persuade him to retract his horrible blasphemies, without reference to his peculiar sentiments. This was the extent of Calvin's agency in this unhappy affair. It cannot, however, be denied that in this instance, Calvin acted contrary to the benignant spirit of the gospel. It is better to drop a tear over the inconsistency of human nature, and to bewail those infirmities which cannot be justified. He declares he acted conscientiously, and publicly justified the act. Cranmer acted the same part towards the poor Anabaptists in the reign of Edward VI. This doctrine they had learned at Rome, and it is certain that, with a very few exceptions, it was at this time the opinion of all parties. The author of the Memoirs of Literature says, "If the religion of Protestants depended on the doctrine and conduct of the Reformers, he should take care how he published his account of Servetus. But as the Protestant religion is entirely founded on Holy Scripture, so the defaults of the Reformers ought not to have any ill influence on the Reformation." The doctrine of non-toleration, which obtained in the 16th century among some Protestants, was that pernicious error which they had imbibed in the Church of Rome. And I believe I can say, without doing any injury to that church, that she is, in a great measure, answerable for the execution of Servetus. If the Roman Catholics had never put any person to death for the sake of religion, I dare say that Servetus had never been condemned to die in any Protestant city. Let us remember that Calvin and all the magistrates of Geneva in the year 1553 were born and bred up in the Church of Rome. This is the best apology that can be made for them. Biographia Evangelica, Volume 2, page 42. The apostles John and James would have called down fire from heaven. Calvin and Cranmer kindled it on earth. This, however, is the only fault alleged against Calvin. But let him that is without sin cast the first stone. It ought, however, says a sensible writer, to be acknowledged that persecution for religious principles was not at that time peculiar to any party of Christians, but common to all whenever they were invested with civil power. It was a detestable error, but it was the error of the age. They looked upon heresy in the same light as we look upon those crimes which are inimical to the peace of civil society, and accordingly proceeded to punish heretics by the sword of the civil magistrate. If Socinians did not persecute their adversaries so much as Trinitarians, it was because they were not equally invested with the power of doing so. Mr. Lindsay acknowledges that Faustus Socinus himself was not free from persecution in the case of Francis David, superintendent of the Unitarian churches in Transylvania. David had disputed with Socinus on the invocation of Christ and died in prison in consequence of his opinion, and some offense taken at his supposed indiscreet propagation of it from the pulpit. I wish I could say, adds Mr. Lindsay, that Socinus or his friend Blendrada had done all in their power to prevent his commitment or procure his release afterwards. The difference between Socinus and David was very slight. They both held Christ to be a mere man. The former, however, was for praying to him, which the latter, with much greater consistency, disapproved. Considering this, the persecution to which Socinus was accessory was as great as that of Calvin. And there is no reason to think but that if David had differed as much from Socinus as Servetus did from Calvin, and if the civil magistrates had been for burning him, Socinus would have concurred with them. To this it might be added that the conduct of Socinus was marked with disingenuity, in that he considered the opinion of David in no very heinous point of light, but was afraid of increasing the odium under which he and his party already lay among other Christian churches. It was the opinion that erroneous religious principles are punishable by the civil magistrate that did the mischief, whether at Geneva, in Transylvania, or in Britain. And to this, rather than to Trinitarianism or Unitarianism, it ought to be imputed the inflexible rigor with which Calvin asserted, on all occasions, the rights of his consistory procured him many enemies. But nothing daunted him, and one would hardly believe, if there were not unquestionable proofs of it, that amidst all the commotions at home, he could take so much care as he did of the churches abroad, in France, Germany, England, and Poland, and write so many books and letters. He did more by his pen than his presence. Nevertheless, on some occasions, he acted in person, particularly at Frankfurt in 1556, whither he went to put an end to the disputes which divided the French church in that city. He was always employed, having almost constantly his pen in his hand, even when sickness confined him to his bed, and he continued the discharge of all those duties which his zeal for the general good of the churches imposed on him, till the day of his death, May 27, 1564. He was a man whom God had endowed with very eminent talents, a clear understanding, a solid judgment, and a happy memory. He was a judicious, elegant, and indefatigable writer, and possessed of very extensive learning and a great zeal for truth. Joseph Scaliger, who was not lavish of his praise, could not forbear admiring Calvin. None of the commentators, he said, had so well hit the sense of the prophets, and he particularly commended him for not attempting to give a comment on the revelation. We understand from Guy Patin that many of the Roman Catholics would do justice to Calvin's merit if they dared to speak their minds. It must excite a laugh at those who have been so stupid as to accuse him of being a lover of wine, good cheer, company, money, and so on. Artful slanderers would have owned that he was sober by constitution and that he was not solicitous to heap up riches. That a man who had acquired so great a reputation and such an authority should yet have had but a salary of 100 crowns and refuse to accept more, and after living 55 years with the utmost frugality, should leave but 300 crowns to his heirs, including the value of his library, which sold very dear, is something so heroical that one must have lost all feeling not to admire. When Calvin took his leave of Strasbourg to return to Geneva, they wanted to continue to him the privileges of a freeman of their town and the revenues of a prebend which had been assigned to him. The former he accepted, but absolutely refused the other. He carried one of the brothers with him to Geneva, but he never took any pains to get him preferred to an honorable post, as any other possessed of his credit would have done. He took care indeed of the honor of his brother's family by getting him freed from an adulteress and obtaining leave for him to marry again. But even his enemies relate that he made him learn the trade of a bookbinder, which he followed all his life after. The Reverend Dr. Wisner, in his late discourse at Plymouth on the anniversary of the landing of the Pilgrims, makes the following assertion. Much as the name of Calvin has been scoffed at and loaded with reproach by many sons of freedom, there is not an historical proposition more susceptible of complete demonstration than this, that no man has lived to whom the world is under greater obligations for the freedom it now enjoys than John Calvin. In a note appended to the sermon, Dr. Wisner gives the following testimonies from history of the truth of this proposition, testimonies which deserve the more attention as they come from Calvin's opposers. We copy the note from the Boston Recorder. It may not be unacceptable to the reader to add a few particulars in confirmation of the statement in reference to the influence of Calvin in forming the opinions and character of the Puritans, and thus contributing to the discovery and establishment of the principles of religious and civil liberty. The peculiarities of the religious doctrines of the Puritans had an important influence in producing in them determined and persevering resistance to arbitrary power and a successful vindication of their religious and political rights. The fact is sufficiently illustrated in the quotation in the sermon from the Edinburgh Review. It is admitted by Hume and by all, whatever their religious opinions, who have thoroughly investigated the springs of action in those discoverers and founders of religious and civil freedom. But the doctrinal views of the Puritans were derived from Calvin. Their disapprobation of the rites and ceremonies enjoined by the English government was a prominent means of leading them to the discovery and stimulating to the successful vindication of the principles of religious and civil liberty. And that disapprobation may be directly traced to the influence of Calvin. With him, many of the leading Puritan divines studied theology and were taught the importance of laying aside the whole mass of popish additions to the simplicity of apostolic worship. When the difficulties arose among the exiles at Frankfurt in Mary's reign about the use of King Edward's liturgy, they asked advice of Calvin, who, having perused the English liturgy, took notice that there were many tolerable weaknesses in it, which because at first they could not be amended, were to be suffered, but that it behooved the learned, grave, and godly ministers of Christ to enterprise farther, and to set up something more filed from rust and purer. If religion, says he, had flourished till this day in England, many of these things would have been corrected. But since the Reformation is overthrown, and a church is to be set up in another place where you are at liberty to establish what order is most for edification, I cannot tell what they mean, who are so fond of the leavings of popish dregs. When the conformist party had triumphed at Frankfurt, they wrote to Mr. Calvin to countenance their proceedings, which that great divine could not do, but after a modest excuse for intermeddling in their affairs, told them that, in his opinion, they were too much addicted to the English ceremonies, nor could he see to what purpose it was to burden the church with such hurtful and offensive things, when there was liberty to have simple and more pure order. The Puritan part of the exiles retired to Geneva, and there prepared and published a service book, in the dedication of which they say that they had set up such an order as, in the judgment of Mr. Calvin and other learned divines, was most agreeable to Scripture and the best Reformed churches. And when subsequently the important step was taken by several Puritans in and about London of breaking off from the established churches and setting up a separate congregation, they adopted for use, as they say in their agreement, thus to separate, a book and order of preaching, administration of sacraments, and discipline that the great Mr. Calvin had approved of, and which was free from the superstitions of the English service. Neale, 152, 153, 154, 155, 252. But most important of all, in its influence on religious and civil liberty, was the attachment of the Puritans to a popular church government. And of the origin of this system, we have the following account from the judicious Hooker, prefixed to his famous work on ecclesiastical polity, written expressly against it. A founder it had, whom, for mine own part, I think incomparably the wisest man that ever the French Protestant church did enjoy since the hour it enjoyed him. His bringing up was in the civil law. Divine knowledge he gathered, not by hearing or reading, so much as by teaching others. For thousands were debtors to him, as touching knowledge in that kind. Yet he to none, but only to God, the author of that most blessed fountain, the Book of Life, and of the admirable dexterity of wit, together with the helps of other learning, which were his guides. Two things of principal moment there are which have deservedly procured him honor throughout the world. The one, his exceeding pains in composing the institutions of the Christian religion. This other, his no less industrious travels for the exposition of Holy Scripture, according to the same institutions. in which two things, whosoever they were that after him bestowed their labor, he gained the advantage of prejudice against them, if they gainsayed, and of glory above them, if they consented. Of what account the master of sentences was in the Church of Rome, the same and more among the preachers of the Reformed churches Calvin had purchased. So that the perfectest divines were judged they who were skillfulest in Calvin's writings, his books being almost the very canon to judge both doctrine and discipline by. These statements are confirmed by abundant testimony from writers of authority who had no good opinion of Calvin or his principles. Says Hume, History of England, 357, these disputes about ceremonies, etc., which had been started during the reign of Edward, were carried abroad by the Protestants who fled from the persecutions of Mary, and as the zeal of these men had received an increase from the pious zeal of their enemies, they were generally inclined to carry their opposition to the utmost extremity against the practices of the Church of Rome. Their communication with Calvin and the other reformers who followed the discipline and worship of Geneva confirmed them in this obstinate reluctance. And though some of the refugees, particularly those who were established at Frankfurt, still adhered to King Edward's liturgy, the prevailing spirit carried these confessors to seek a still further reformation. The celebrated Dean Swift, in a sermon preached on what Tories and high churchmen in England have styled the martyrdom of King Charles I, makes the following statements. Upon the cruel persecution raised against the Protestants under Queen Mary, among great numbers who fled the kingdom to seek for shelter, several went and resided at Geneva, which is a commonwealth governed without a king, where the religion contrived by Calvin is without the order of bishops. When the Protestant faith was restored by Queen Elizabeth, those who fled to Geneva returned, among the rest, home to England, and were grown so fond of the government and religion of the place they had left, that they used all possible endeavors to introduce both into their own country, at the same time continually preaching and railing against ceremonies and distinct habits of the clergy, taxing whatever they disliked as a remnant of popery, and continued exceedingly troublesome to the church and state, under that great queen, as well as her successor King James I. These people called themselves Puritans, as pretending to a purer faith than those of the established church, and these were the founders of our dissenters. They did not think it sufficient to leave all the errors of popery, but threw off many laudable and edifying institutions of the primitive church, and at last even the government of bishops, which having been ordained by the apostles themselves, had continued without interruption in all Christian churches for above 1,500 years. And all this they did, not because those things were evil, but because they were kept by the papists. From hence they proceeded, by degrees, to quarrel with the kingly government, because, as I have already said, the city of Geneva, to which their fathers had flown for refuge, was a commonwealth, or government of the people. Having thus stated the foundation and principles of Puritanism, the Dean proceeds with an account of its growth till the breaking out of the Civil War, and concludes the narrative as follows. That odious Parliament had early turned the bishops out of the House of Lords, in a few years after they murdered their king, then immediately abolished the whole House of Lords, and so at last obtained their wishes of having a government of the people in a new religion, both after the manner of Geneva, without a king, a bishop, or a nobleman. And this they blasphemously called the kingdom of Christ and his saints. In the same way, Dryden traced the origin of republicanism in England, as appears from his political poem called The Hind and the Panther, in which he characterizes the Romish church under the name of the hind, the English church under that of the panther, and the Presbyterian under that of the wolf. In the following extract, the kennel means the city of Geneva, the puddle its lake, and the wall its rampart. John Foxe was born at Boston in Lincolnshire in 1517, where his parents are stated to have lived in respectable circumstances. He was deprived of his father at an early age, and notwithstanding his mother soon married again, he still remained under the parental roof. From an early display of talents and inclination to learning, his friends were induced to send him to Oxford in order to cultivate and bring them to maturity. During his residence at this place, he was distinguished for the excellence and acuteness of his intellect, which was improved by the emulation of his fellow collegians, united to an indefatigable zeal and industry on his part. These qualities soon gained him the admiration of all, and as a reward for his exertions and amiable conduct, he was chosen Fellow of Magdalen College, which was accounted a great honor in the university and seldom bestowed unless in cases of great distinction. It appears that the first display of his genius was in poetry, and that he composed some Latin comedies, which are still extant. But he soon directed his thoughts to a more serious subject, the study of the sacred scriptures. To divinity indeed, he applied himself with more fervency than circumspection, and discovered his partiality to the Reformation, which had then commenced before he was known to its supporters or to those who protected them, a circumstance which proved to him the source of his first troubles. He is said to have often affirmed that the first matter which occasioned his search into the popish doctrine was that he saw diverse things, most repugnant in their nature to one another, forced upon men at the same time. Upon this foundation, his resolution and intended obedience to that church were somewhat shaken, and by degrees a dislike to the rest took place. His first care was to look into both the ancient and modern history of the church, to ascertain its beginning and progress, to consider the causes of all those controversies which in the meantime had sprung up, and diligently to weigh their effects, solidity, infirmities, etc. Before he had attained his 30th year, he had studied the Greek and Latin fathers and other learned authors, the transactions of the councils and decrees of the consistories, and had acquired a very competent skill in the Hebrew language. In these occupations, he frequently spent a considerable part, or even the whole of the night, and in order to unbend his mind after such incessant study, he would resort to a grove near the college, a place much frequented by the students in the evening, on account of its sequestered gloominess. In these solitary walks, he has been heard to ejaculate heavy sobs and sighs, and with tears to pour forth his prayers to God. These nightly retirements in the sequel gave rise to the first suspicion of his alienation from the Church of Rome. Being pressed for an explanation of this alteration in his conduct, he scorned to call in fiction to his excuse. He stated his opinions and was by the sentence of the college convicted, condemned as a heretic, and expelled. His friends upon the report of this circumstance were highly offended, and especially his father-in-law, who was now grown altogether implacable, either through a real hatred conceived against him for this cause, or pretending himself aggrieved, that he might now, with more show of justice, or at least with more security, withhold from Mr. Foxe his paternal estate, for he knew it could not be safe for one publicly hated and in danger of the law to seek a remedy for his injustice. When he was thus forsaken by his own friends, a refuge offered itself in the house of Sir Thomas Lucy of Warwickshire, by whom he was sent for to instruct his children. In this house he afterwards married. But the fear of the popish inquisitors hastened his departure thence, as they were not contented to pursue public offenses, but began also to dive into the secrets of private families. He now began to consider what was best to be done to free himself from further inconvenience, and resolved either to go to his wife's father or to his father-in-law. His wife's father was a citizen of Coventry, whose heart was not alienated from him, and he was more likely to be well entreated for his daughter's sake. He resolved first to go to him, and in the meanwhile, by letters, to try whether his father-in-law would receive him or not. This he accordingly did, and he received for answer that it seemed to him a hard condition to take one into his house whom he knew to be guilty and condemned for a capital offense. Neither was he ignorant what hazard he should undergo in so doing. He would, however, show himself a kinsman and neglect his own danger. If he would alter his mind, he might come, on condition to stay as long as he himself desired. But if he could not be persuaded to that, he must content himself with a shorter stay and not bring him and his mother into danger. No condition was to be refused. Besides, he was secretly advised by his mother to come and not to fear his father-in-law's severity. For that, perchance, it was needful to write as he did, but when occasion should be offered, he would make recompense for his words with his actions. In fact, he was better received by both of them than he had hoped for. By these means he kept himself concealed for some time, and afterwards made a journey to London, in the latter part of the reign of Henry VIII. Here, being unknown, he was in much distress, and was even reduced to the danger of being starved to death, had not Providence interfered in his favor in the following manner. One day, as Mr. Foxe was sitting in St. Paul's Church, Exhausted with long fasting, a stranger took a seat by his side and courteously saluted him, thrust a sum of money into his hand, and bade him cheer up his spirits, at the same time informing him that in a few days new prospects would present themselves for his future subsistence. Who this stranger was, he could never learn, but at the end of 3 days he received an invitation from the Duchess of Richmond to undertake the tuition of the children of the Earl of Surrey, who, together with his father, the Duke of Norfolk, was imprisoned in the Tower by the jealousy and ingratitude of the king. The children thus confided to his care were Thomas, who succeeded to the dukedom, Henry, afterwards Earl of Northampton, and Jane, who became Countess to Westmoreland. In the performance of his duties, he fully satisfied the expectations of the Duchess, their aunt. These halcyon days continued during the latter part of the reign of Henry VIII and the 5 years of the reign of Edward VI till Mary came to the crown, who, soon after her accession, gave all power into the hands of the papists. At this time, Mr. Foxe, who was still under the protection of his noble pupil, the Duke, began to excite the envy and hatred of many, particularly Dr. Gardiner, then Bishop of Winchester, who, in the sequel, became his most violent enemy. Mr. Foxe, aware of this, and seeing the dreadful persecutions then commencing, began to think of quitting the kingdom. As soon as the Duke knew his intention, he endeavored to persuade him to remain, and his arguments were so powerful and given with so much sincerity that he gave up the thought of abandoning his asylum for the present. At that time, the Bishop of Winchester was very intimate with the Duke, by the patronage of whose family he had risen to the dignity he then enjoyed, and frequently waited on him to present his service when he several times requested that he might see his old tutor. At first the Duke denied his request, at one time alleging his absence, at another, indisposition. At length it happened that Mr. Foxe, not knowing the bishop was in the house, entered the room where the Duke and he were in discourse, and seeing the bishop, withdrew. Gardiner asked who that was. The Duke answered, his physician, who was somewhat uncourtly, as being new come from the university. I like his countenance and aspect very well, replied the bishop, and when occasion offers, I will send for him. The Duke understood that speech as the messenger of some approaching danger, and now himself thought it high time for Mr. Foxe to quit the city, and even the country. He accordingly caused everything necessary for his flight to be provided in silence, by sending one of his servants to Ipswich to hire a bark, and prepare all the requisites for his departure. He also fixed on the house of one of his servants, who was a farmer, where he might lodge till the wind became favorable. And everything being in readiness, Mr. Foxe took leave of his noble patron, and with his wife, who was pregnant at the time, secretly departed for the ship. The vessel was scarcely under sail when a most violent storm came on, which lasted all day and night, and the next day drove them back to the port from which they had departed. During the time that the vessel had been at sea, an officer dispatched by the Bishop of Winchester had broken open the house of the farmer with a warrant to apprehend Mr. Foxe wherever he might be found and bring him back to the city. On hearing this news, he hired a horse under the pretense of leaving the town immediately, but secretly returned the same night and agreed with the captain of the vessel to sail for any place as soon as the wind should shift, only desiring him to proceed and not to doubt that God would prosper his undertaking. The mariner suffered himself to be persuaded, and within 2 days landed his passengers in safety at Newport. After spending a few days in that place, Mr. Foxe set out for Basle, where he found a number of English refugees who had quitted their country to avoid the cruelty of the persecutors. With these he associated, and began to write his History of the Acts and Monuments of the Church, which was first published in Latin at Basle, and shortly after in English. In the meantime, the Reformed religion began again to flourish in England, and the Popish faction much to decline by the death of Queen Mary, which induced the greater number of the Protestant exiles to return to their native country. Among others, on the accession of Elizabeth to the throne, Mr. Foxe returned to England, where, on his arrival, he found a faithful and active friend in his late pupil, the Duke of Norfolk, till death deprived him of his benefactor. After which event, Mr. Foxe inherited a pension bequeathed to him by the Duke and ratified by his son, the Earl of Suffolk. Nor did the good man's successes stop here. On being recommended to the Queen by her Secretary of State, the great Cecil, Her Majesty granted him the prebendary of Shipton in the Cathedral of Salisbury, which was in a manner forced upon him. for it was with difficulty that he could be persuaded to accept it. On his resettlement in England, he employed himself in revising and enlarging his admirable martyrology. With prodigious pains and constant study, he completed that celebrated work in 11 years. For the sake of greater correctness, he wrote every line of this vast book with his own hand, and transcribed all the records and papers himself. But in consequence of such excessive toil, leaving no part of his time free from study, nor affording himself either the repose or recreation which nature required, his health was so reduced, and his person became so emaciated and altered, that such of his friends and relations as only conversed with him occasionally could scarcely recognize his person. Yet though he grew daily more exhausted, he proceeded in his studies as briskly as ever, nor would he be persuaded to diminish his accustomed labors. The papists, foreseeing how detrimental his history of their errors and cruelties would prove to their cause, had recourse to every artifice to lessen the reputation of his work. But their malice was of signal service, both to Mr. Foxe himself and to the Church of God at large, as it eventually made his book more intrinsically valuable, by inducing him to weigh with the most scrupulous attention the certainty of the facts which he recorded and the validity of the authorities from which he drew his information. But while he was thus indefatigably employed in promoting the cause of truth, he did not neglect the other duties of his station. He was charitable, humane, and attentive to the wants, both spiritual and temporal, of his neighbors. With the view of being more extensively useful, although he had no desire to cultivate the acquaintance of the rich and great on his own account, he did not decline the friendship of those in a higher rank who proffered it, and never failed to employ his influence with them in behalf of the poor and needy. In consequence of his well-known probity and charity, he was frequently presented with sums of money by persons possessed of wealth, which he accepted and distributed among those who were distressed. He would also occasionally attend the table of his friends, not so much for the sake of pleasure as from civility, and to convince them that his absence was not occasioned by a fear of being exposed to the temptations of the appetite. In short, his character as a man and as a Christian was without reproach. Of the esteem in which he was held, the names of the following respectable friends and noble patrons will afford ample proof. It has been already mentioned that the attachment of the Duke of Norfolk was so great to his tutor that he granted him a pension for life. He also enjoyed the patronage of the Earls of Bedford and Warwick, and the intimate friendship of Sir Francis Walsingham, Secretary of State, Sir Thomas, and Mr. Michael Heneage, of whom he was frequently heard to observe that Sir Thomas had every requisite for a complete courtier, but that Mr. Michael possessed all the merits of his brother, besides his own, still untainted by the court. He was on very intimate and affectionate terms with Sir Drew Drury, Sir Francis Drake, Dr. Grindal, Archbishop of Canterbury, Dr. Elmar, Bishop of London, Dr. Pilkington, Bishop of Durham, and Dr. Nowell, Dean of St. Paul's. Others of his most intimate acquaintances and friends were Drs. Humphrey, Whitaker, and Fulk, Mr. John Crowley, and Mr. Baldwin Collins. Among the eminent citizens, we find he was much venerated by Sir Thomas Gresham, Sir Thomas Roe, Alderman Bacchus, Mr. Smith, Mr. Dale, Mr. Sherrington, etc., etc., etc. At length, having long served both the church and the world by his ministry, by his pen, and by the unsullied luster of a benevolent, useful, and holy life, he meekly resigned his soul to Christ on the 18th of April, 1587, being then in the 70th year of his age. He was interred in the chancel of St. Giles's, Cripplegate, of which parish he had been, in the beginning of Elizabeth's reign, for some time vicar. The Lord had given him a foresight of his departure, and so fully was he assured that the time was just at hand when his soul should quit the body, that, probably to enjoy unmolested communion with God, and to have no worldly interruptions in his last hours, he purposely sent his 2 sons from home, though he loved them with great tenderness. And before they returned, his spirit, as he had foreseen would be the case, had flown to heaven. His death occasioned great lamentations throughout the city, and his funeral was honored with a great concourse of people, each of whom appeared to bewail the loss of a father or a brother. In his able martyrology, he has elaborately treated of the vices and absurdities of papal hierarchy, of which the following is a brief enumeration. Traditions. The Church of Rome, having deprived the laity of the Bible, substitutes in its stead apostolic and ecclesiastical traditions, and obliges her disciples to admit for truth whatever she teaches them. But what do the Holy Scriptures say? Why do ye transgress the commandment of God by your tradition? Matthew 15:3, 9, and so on. They also command us to call no man master in spiritual concerns, to try the Spirit, and beware of false teachers. Prayers and divine services in Latin. The Roman Catholics will not interpret the Scriptures otherwise than according to the sense of Holy Mother Church and the pretended unanimous consent of the Fathers. They assert also that the Scriptures ought not to be read publicly, nor indifferently by all, and that the common people may be enslaved by gross ignorance. They perform public worship in an unknown tongue, contrary to the rule laid down by the Apostle, that all things should be done to edification. St. Paul says, "If I pray in an unknown tongue, my spirit prayeth, but my understanding is unfruitful." 7 sacraments. 2 only were instituted by Christ, to which the Romish Church has added 5 more, making in all 7 necessary to salvation, namely the Eucharist, baptism, confirmation, penance, extreme unction, orders, and matrimony. To those 2 which Christ instituted, she has added a mixture of her own inventions. For in the sacrament of baptism, she uses salt, oil, or spittle, and in the sacrament of the Lord's Supper, the laity have only the bread administered to them. And even that not after the manner ordained by Christ, who broke the bread and gave it to his disciples. Instead of which the Church of Rome administers to her members not bread, but a wafer, and the priests only drink the wine, though our blessed Lord said, "Drink ye all of this." Matthew 26:27. The Mass. Roman Catholics believe it to be a true, proper, and propitiatory sacrifice, and therefore call it the sacrament of the altar. Whereas the death of Christ was a full and complete sacrifice, in which he hath, by one suffering, perfected forever them that are sanctified. He himself is a priest forever, who, being raised from the dead, died no more, and who, through the eternal Spirit, offered himself without spot to God. Paul's Epist to the Hebrews, chapter 9, verse 10. It was on account of this gross absurdity and the irreligious application of it that our first reformers suffered, and so many were put to death in the reign of Queen Mary. Transubstantiation. Roman Catholics profess that in the most holy sacrament of the Lord's Supper, there is really and substantially the body and blood, together with the soul and divinity of Christ, and that the whole substance of the bread is turned into his body, and the whole substance of the wine into his blood, which conversion, so contradictory to our senses, they call transubstantiation, but at the same time they affirm that, under either kind or species, only one whole entire Christ and the true sacrament is received. But why are those words, "This is my body," to be taken in a literal sense any more than those concerning the cup? Our Savior says, "I am the true vine, I am the door." Saint Paul says our fathers drank of the rock that followed them, and that rock was Christ. In writing to the Corinthians, he affirms that he had fed them with milk. Can these passages be taken literally? Why then must we be forced to interpret our Savior's words in a literal sense, when the apostle has explained the intention of the sacrament to be to show forth the Lord's death till he come? Purgatory. This, they say, is a certain place in which, as in a prison, after death, those souls by the prayers of the faithful are purged, which in this life could not be fully cleansed. No, not by the blood of Christ. And notwithstanding it is asserted in the Scriptures, if we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us, and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. 1 John 1:9. This place of purgatory is in the power of the Pope, who dispenses the indulgences and directs the treasury of his merits, by which the pains are mitigated and the deliverance hastened. For the tormented sufferers in this ideal inquisition, his monks and friars say masses, all of whom must be paid for their trouble, because no penny, no paternoster, by which bubble the Church of Rome amasses great wealth. Idolatry and creature worship. In all the Romish worship, the Blessed Virgin is a principal object of adoration. She is styled the Queen of Heaven, Lady of the World, the only hope of sinners, Queen of Angels, Patroness of men, Advocate for sinners, Mother of Mercies, under which titles they desire her, by the power of a mother, to command her son. In some prayers, they invoke God to bring them to heaven by the merits and mediation of the Virgin Mary and all her saints, and that they may enjoy perpetual soundness, both of body and mind, by her glorious intercession. Hence it might be imagined by a papist that the sacred writings were full of encomiums on this pretended Mother of God, whereas on the contrary we do not find Christ in any part of Scripture called the Son of Mary, nor that he at any time calls her mother. And when the woman cried, "Blessed is the womb that bore thee, and the paps that thou hast sucked," yea, returns our Lord, rather blessed are they that hear the word of God and keep it. Nor does our Savior own any relation but that of a disciple. For when his mother and brethren stood without, desiring to speak with him, Jesus answered, "Who are my mother and brethren?" And looking round upon his disciples, he saith, "Behold my mother and my brethren, for whosoever shall do the will of my Father who is in heaven, the same is my brother, sister, and mother." Of the same nature are their prayers to other saints and angels, by which they derogate from the honor of our Christ, and transfer his offices to others. Though the Scriptures expressly assert, there is but one mediator between God and man. Nor must we omit under this head the idolatry of the Mass in the elevation of the host. Thus is the second commandment infringed, which the Romish Church has endeavored as much as possible to suppress, and in many of their little manuals it is altogether omitted. Papal sovereignty. This is politically supported by a pretended infallibility, auricular confession founded upon the priest's power to forgive sins, indulgences, pretended relics, penance, strings of beads for Ave Marys and Paternosters, celibacy, merits and works of supererogations, restrictions, monkish austerities, religious vows and orders, palms, candles, decorated images, holy water, christening of bells, hallowed flowers and branches, Agnus Dei, oblations, consecrations, etc., etc. Ludicrous forms and ceremonies. At the Feast of Christmas, the Roman Catholics have exhibited in their churches a cradle with an image of an infant in it, which is rocked with great seeming devotion. And on Good Friday, they have the figure of our Savior on the cross, and then they perform the service which they call the Tenebres, having abundance of lighted candles, all of which they extinguish one by one, after which the body is taken down from the cross and put into a sepulchre, and men stand to watch it. Cruel maxims. Papists hold that heretics may not be termed children and kindred, that no faith is to be kept with heretics, and that it is lawful to torture or kill them for the good of their souls. The design of those who were the primary agents in originating the causes of the French Revolution was the utter subversion of the Christian religion. Voltaire, the leader in this crusade against religion, boasted that with one hand he would pull down what took 12 apostles to build up. The motto on the seal of his letters was, "Crush the wretch," having reference to Jesus Christ and the system of religion which he promulgated. To effect his object, he wrote and published a great variety of infidel tracts, containing the most licentious sentiments and the most blasphemous attacks upon the religion of the Bible. Innumerable copies of these tracts were printed and gratuitously circulated in France and other countries. As they were adapted to the capacity of all classes of persons, they were eagerly sought after and read with avidity. The doctrines inculcated in them were subversive of every principle of morality and religion. The everlasting distinctions between virtue and vice were completely broken down. Marriage was ridiculed, obedience to parents treated as the most abject slavery, subordination to civil government, the most odious despotism, and the acknowledgement of a God, the height of folly and absurdity. Deeply tinged with such sentiments, the Revolution of 1789 found the popular mind in France prepared for all the atrocities which followed. The public conscience had become so perverted that scenes of treachery, cruelty, and blood were regarded with indifference and sometimes excited the most unbounded applause in the spectators. Such a change had been effected in the French character by the propagation of infidel and atheistical opinions, that from being one of the most light-hearted and kind-tempered of nations, says Scott, the French seemed upon the Revolution to have been animated, not merely with the courage, but with the rabid fury of wild beasts. When the Bastille was stormed, Fouton and Berthier Two individuals whom they considered as enemies of the people were put to death with circumstances of cruelty and insult, fitting only at the death stake of an Indian encampment. And in imitation of literal cannibals, there were men, or rather monsters, found, not only to tear asunder the limbs of their victims, but to eat their hearts and drink their blood. Crowley, in his new interpretation of the Apocalypse, holds the following language. The primary cause of the French Revolution was the exile of Protestantism. Its decency of manners had largely restrained the licentious tendencies of the higher orders. Its learning had compelled the Romish ecclesiastics to similar labors, and while Christianity could appeal to such a church in France, the progress of the infidel writers was checked by the living evidence of the purity, peacefulness, and wisdom of the gospel. It is not even without sanction of Scripture and history to conceive that the presence of such a body of the servants of God was a divine protection to their country. But the fall of the church was followed by the most palpable, immediate, and ominous change. The great names of the Romish priesthood, the vigorous literature of Bossuet, the majestic oratory of Massillon, the pathetic and classic elegance of Fenelon, the mildest of all enthusiasts, a race of men who towered above the genius of their country and of their religion, passed away without a successor. In the beginning of the 18th century, the most profligate man in France was an ecclesiastic, the Cardinal Dubois, prime minister to the most profligate prince in Europe, the Regent Orleans. The country was convulsed with bitter personal disputes between Jesuit and Jansenists, fighting even to mutual persecution upon points either beyond or beneath the human intellect. A third party stood by, unseen, occasionally stimulating each, but equally despising both, a potential fiend, sneering at the blind zealotry and miserable rage that were doing its unsuspected will. Rome, that boasts of her freedom from schism, should blot the 18th century from her page. The French mind, subtle, satirical, and delighting to turn even matters of seriousness into ridicule, was immeasurably captivated by the true burlesque of those disputes, the childish virulence, the extravagant pretensions, and the still more extravagant impostures fabricated in support of the rival preeminence in absurdity, the visions of half-mad nuns and friars, the convulsionaries, the miracles at the tomb of the Abbé Paris, trespasses on the common sense of man, scarcely conceivable by us if they had not been renewed under our eyes by popery. All France was in a burst of laughter. In the midst of this tempest of scorn, an extraordinary man arose. To guide and deepen it into public ruin, Voltaire, a personal profligate, possessing a vast variety of that superficial knowledge which gives importance to folly, frantic for popularity, which he solicited at all hazards, and sufficiently opulent to relieve him from the necessity of any labors but those of national undoing. Holding but an inferior and struggling rank in all the manlier provinces of the mind, in science, poetry, and philosophy, he was the prince of scorners, the splenetic pleasantry which stimulates the wearied tastes of high life, the grossness which half concealed captivates the loose, without offense to their feeble decorum, and the easy brilliancy which throws what colors it will on the darker features of its purpose, made Voltaire the very genius of France. But under the smooth and sparkling surface, reflecting like ice all the lights flung upon it, there was a dark, fathomless depth of malignity. He hated government. He hated morals. He hated man. He hated religion. He sometimes bursts out into exclamations of rage and insane fury against all that we honor as best and holiest, that sound less the voice of human lips than the echoes of the final place of agony and despair. A tribe worthy of his succession, showy, ambitious, and malignant, followed, each with some vivid literary contribution, some powerful and popular work, a new despotic of combustion in that mighty mine on which stood in thin and fatal security the throne of France. Rousseau, the most impassioned of all romancers, the great corrupter of the female mind. Buffon, a lofty and splendid speculator who dazzled the whole multitude of the minor philosophers and fixed the creed of materialism. Montesquieu, eminent for knowledge and sagacity in his spirit of laws, striking all the establishments of his country into contempt, and in his Persian letters, leveling the same blow at her morals. D'Alembert, the first mathematician of his day, an eloquent writer, the declared pupil of Voltaire, and by his secretaryship of the French Academy, furnished with all the facilities for propagating his master's opinions, and Diderot, the projector and chief conductor of the Encyclopedia, a work justly exciting the admiration of Europe by the novelty and magnificence of its design, and by the comprehensive and solid extent of its knowledge, but in its principles utterly evil, a condensation of all the treasons of the school of anarchy, the lex scripta of the revolution. All those men were open infidels, and their attacks on religion, such as they saw before them, roused the Gallican Church. But the warfare was totally unequal. The priesthood came armed with the antiquated and unwieldy weapons of old controversy, forgotten traditions, and exhausted legends. They could have conquered them only by the Bible. They fought them only with the breviary. The histories of the saints and the wonders of images were but fresh food for the most overwhelming scorn. The Bible itself, which popery has always labored to close, was brought into the contest and used resistlessly against the priesthood. They were contemptuously asked in what part of the sacred volume had they found the worship of the Virgin, of the saints, or of the host. Where was the privilege that conferred saintship at the hands of the Pope? Where was the prohibition of the general use of Scripture by every man who had a soul to be saved? Where was the revelation of that purgatory from which a monk in a mass could extract a sinner? Where was the command to imprison, torture, and slay men for their difference of opinion with an Italian priest in the College of Cardinals? To those formidable questions, the clerics answered by fragments from the Fathers, angry harangues, and more legends of more miracles. They tried to enlist the nobles and the court in a crusade, but the nobles were already among the most zealous, though secret, converts to the Encyclopedia, and the gentle spirit of the monarch was not to be urged into a civil war. The threat of force only inflamed contempt into vengeance. The populace of Paris, like all mobs, licentious, restless, and fickle, but beyond all, taking an interest in public matters, had not been neglected by the deep designers who saw in the quarrel of the pen the growing quarrel of the sword. The Fronde was not yet out of their minds. The barrier days of Paris, the municipal council which in 1648 had levied war against the government, the mob army which had fought and terrified that government into forgiveness, were the strong memorials on which the anarchists of 1793 founded their seduction. The perpetual ridicule of the national belief was kept alive among them. The populace of the provinces, whose religion was in their rosary, were prepared for rebellion by similar means, and the terrible and fated visitation of France began. After passing through many scenes from the recital of which the mind turns away with loathing and disgust, the reign of terror commenced. Previous to this, however, there had been dreadful riots and disorders in Paris. The Swiss guards had been cut to pieces, and the king and royal family imprisoned. The priests had nearly all perished or been banished from France. The National Assembly was divided into desperate factions, which often turned their arms against one another. When one party triumphed, proscription followed, and the guillotine was put in requisition, and blood flowed in torrents. The grossest irreligion likewise prevailed. Leaders of the atheistical mob would extend their arms to heaven and dare a god, if he existed, to vindicate his insulted majesty and crush them with his thunderbolts. Over the entrance of their graveyards was placed this inscription, "Death in eternal sleep." Men who dared to think differently from the dominant faction were immediately executed in mockery often of all the forms of justice. The most ferocious of the bloody factions were the Jacobins, so called from their place of meeting. The leaders of this party were Danton, Robespierre, and Marat. They are thus described by Scott in his Life of Napoleon. Three men of terror whose names will long remain, we trust, unmatched in history by those of any similar miscreants, had now the unrivaled leading of the Jacobins and were called the Triumvirate. Danton deserves to be named first, as unrivaled by his colleagues in talent and audacity. He was a man of gigantic size and possessed a voice of thunder. His countenance was that of an ogre on the shoulders of a Hercules. He was as fond of the pleasures of vice as of the practice of cruelty, and it was said there were times when he became humanized amidst his debauchery, laughed at the terror which his furious declamation excited, and might be approached with safety like the maelstrom at the turn of tide. His profusion was indulged to an extent hazardous to his popularity, for the populace are jealous of a lavish expenditure, as raising their favorites too much above their own degree, and the charge of peculation finds always ready credit with them when brought against public men. Robespierre possessed this advantage over Danton, that he did not seem to seek for wealth, either for hoarding or expending, but lived in strict and economical retirement to justify the name of the incorruptible, with which he was honored by his partisans. He appears to have possessed little talent, saving a deep fund of hypocrisy, considerable powers of sophistry, and a cold, exaggerated strain of oratory, as foreign to good taste as the measures he recommended were to ordinary humanity. It seemed wonderful that even the seething and boiling of the revolutionary cauldron should have sent up from the bottom and long supported on the surface a thing so miserably void of claims to public distinction. But Robespierre had to impose on the minds of the vulgar, and he knew how to beguile them by accommodating his flattery to their passions and scale of understanding, and by acts of cunning and hypocrisy which weigh more with the multitude than the words of eloquence or the arguments of wisdom. The people listened as to their Cicero when he twanged out his apostrophes of pauvre peuple, peuple vertueux, and hastened to execute whatever came recommended by such honeyed phrases, though devised by the worst of men for the worst and most inhuman of purposes. Vanity was Robespierre's ruling passion, and though his countenance was the image of his mind, he was vain even of his personal appearance, and never adopted the external habits of a sans-culotte. Amongst his fellow Jacobins, he was distinguished by the nicety with which his hair was arranged and powdered, and the neatness of his dress was carefully attended to, so as to counterbalance, if possible, the vulgarity of his person. His apartments, though small, were elegant, and vanity had filled them with representations of the occupant. Robespierre's picture at length hung in one place, his miniature in another, his bust occupied a niche, and on the table were disposed a few medallions exhibiting his head in profile. The vanity which all this indicated was of the coldest and most selfish character, being such as considers neglect as insult, and receives homage merely as a tribute, so that, while praise is received without gratitude, it is withheld at the risk of mortal hate. Self-love of this dangerous character is closely allied with envy, and Robespierre was one of the most envious and vindictive men that ever lived. He never was known to pardon any opposition, affront, or even rivalry, and to be marked in his tablets on such an account was a sure, though perhaps not an immediate sentence of death. Danton was a hero compared with this cold, calculating, creeping miscreant, for his passions, though exaggerated, had at least some touch of humanity, and his brutal ferocity was supported by brutal courage. Robespierre was a coward who signed death warrants with a hand that shook, though his heart was relentless. He possessed no passions on which to charge his crimes. They were perpetrated in cold blood and upon mature deliberation. Marat, the third of this infernal triumvirate, had attracted the attention of the lower orders by the violence of his sentiments in the journal which he conducted from the commencement of the Revolution, upon such principles that it took the lead in forwarding its successive changes. His political exhortations began and ended like the howl of a bloodhound for murder. Or, if a wolf could have written a journal, the gaunt and famished wretch could not have ravened more eagerly for slaughter. It was blood which was Marat's constant demand, not in drops from the breast of an individual, not in puny streams from the slaughter of families, but blood in the profusion of an ocean. His usual calculation of the heads which he demanded amounted to 260,000, and though he sometimes raised it as high as 300,000, it never fell beneath the smaller number. It may be hoped, and for the honor of human nature, we are inclined to believe, there was a touch of insanity in this unnatural strain of ferocity, and the wild and squalid features of the wretch appear to have intimated a degree of alienation of mind. Marat was, like Robespierre, a coward. Repeatedly denounced in the assembly, he skulked instead of defending himself, and lay concealed in some obscure garret or cellar among his cutthroats until a storm appeared, when, like a bird of ill omen, his death screech was again heard. Such was the strange and fatal triumvirate in which the same degree of cannibal cruelty existed under different aspects. Danton murdered to glut his rage, Robespierre to avenge his injured vanity, or to remove a rival whom he envied. Marat from the same instinctive love of blood which induces a wolf to continue his ravage of the flocks long after his hunger is appeased. These monsters ruled France for a time with the most despotic sway. The most sanguinary laws were enacted, and the most vigilant system of police maintained. Spies and informers were employed, and every murmur and every expression unfavorable to the ruling powers was followed with the sentence of death and its immediate execution. Men, says Scott, read Livy for the sake of discovering what degree of private crime might be committed under the mask of public virtue. The deed of the younger Brutus served any man as an apology to betray to ruin and to death, a friend or a patron whose patriotism might not be of the pitch which suited the time. Under the example of the elder Brutus, the nearest ties of blood were repeatedly made to give way before the ferocity of party zeal, a zeal too often assumed for the most infamous and selfish purposes. As some fanatics of yore studied the Old Testament for the purpose of finding examples of bad actions to vindicate those which themselves were tempted to commit, so the Republicans of France, we mean the desperate and outrageous bigots of the Revolution, read history to justify, by classical instances, their public and private crimes. Informers, those scourges of a state, were encouraged to a degree scarce known in ancient Rome in the time of the emperors, though Tacitus has hurled his thunders against them as the poison and pest of his time. The duty of lodging such informations was unblushingly urged as indispensable. The safety of the Republic being the supreme charge of every citizen, he was on no account to hesitate in denouncing, as it was termed, anyone whomsoever or howsoever connected with him, the friend of his counsels, or the wife of his bosom, providing he had reason to suspect the devoted individual of the crime of incivism, a crime the more mysteriously dreadful, as no one knew exactly its nature. In this place we shall give an account of some of the scenes to which France was subject during this awful period. In order to render the triumph complete, the leaders of the Jacobins determined upon a general massacre of all the friends of the unfortunate Louis and the Constitution in the kingdom. For this purpose, suspected persons of all ranks were collected in the prisons and jails, and on the 2nd of September, 1792, the work of death commenced. The number of individuals accumulated in the various prisons of Paris had increased by the arrests and domiciliary visits subsequent to the 10th of August to about 8,000 persons. It was the object of this infernal scheme to destroy the greater part of these under one general system of murder, not to be executed by the sudden and furious impulse of an armed multitude, but with a certain degree of cold blood and deliberate investigation. A force of armed banditti, Marcelloid partly and partly chosen ruffians of the faubourgs, proceeded to the several prisons, into which they either forced their passage or were admitted by the jailers, most of whom had been apprised of what was to take place, though some even of these steeled officials exerted themselves to save those under their charge. A revolutionary tribunal was formed from among the armed ruffians themselves, who examined the registers of the prison and summoned the captives individually to undergo the form of a trial. If the judges, as was almost always the case, declared for death, their doom, to prevent the efforts of men in despair, was expressed in the words, "Give the prisoner freedom." The victim was then thrust out into the street or yard. He was dispatched by men and women who, with sleeves tucked up, arms dyed elbow-deep in blood, hands holding axes, pikes, and sabers, were executioners of the sentence, and by the manner in which they did their office on the living and mangled the bodies of the dead, showed that they occupied the post as much from pleasure as from love of hire. They often exchanged places, the judges going out to take the executioner's duty, the executioners with reeking hands sitting as judges in their turn. Maillard, a ruffian alleged to have distinguished himself at the siege of the Bastille, but better known by his exploits on the march to Versailles, presided during these brief and sanguinary investigations. His companions on the bench were persons of the same stamp. Yet there were occasions when they showed some transient gleams of humanity, and it is not unimportant to remark that boldness had more influence on them than any appeal to mercy or compassion. An avowed royalist was occasionally dismissed uninjured, while the constitutionalists were sure to be massacred. Another trait of a singular nature is that two of the ruffians who were appointed to guard one of these intended victims home in safety, as if they were acquitted, insisted on seeing his meeting with his family, seemed to share in the transports of the moment, and on taking leave shook the hand of their late prisoner, while their own were clotted with the gore of his friends, and had been just raised to shed his own. Few indeed, and brief, were these symptoms of relenting. In general, the doom of the prisoner was death, and that doom was instantly accomplished. In the meanwhile, the captives were penned up in their dungeons like cattle in a shambles, and in many instances might, from windows which looked outwards, mark the fate of their comrades, hear their cries, and behold their struggles, and learn from the horrible scene how they might best meet their own approaching fate. They observed, according to Saint-Maur, who, in his well-named Agony of 36 Hours, has given the account of this fearful scene, that those who intercepted the blows of the executioners, by holding up their hands, suffered protracted torment, while those who offered no show of struggle were more easily dispatched, and they encouraged each other to submit to their fate in the manner least likely to prolong their sufferings. Many ladies, especially those belonging to the court, were thus murdered. The Princess de Lamballe, whose only crime seems to have been her friendship for Marie Antoinette, was literally hewn to pieces, and her head and that of others paraded on pikes through the metropolis. It was carried to the temple on that accursed weapon, the features yet beautiful in death, and the long fair curls of the hair floating around the spear. The murderers insisted that the king and queen should be compelled to come to the window to view this dreadful trophy. The municipal officers who were upon duty over the royal prisoners had difficulty not merely in saving them from this horrible inhumanity, but also in preventing their prison from being forced. 3 colored ribbons were extended across the street, and this frail barrier was found sufficient to intimate that the temple was under the safeguard of the nation. We do not read that the efficiency of the 3 colored ribbons was tried for the protection of any of the other prisoners. No doubt the executioners had their instructions where and when they should be respected. The clergy, who had declined the constitutional oath from pious scruples, were, during the massacre, the peculiar objects of insult and cruelty, and their conduct was such as corresponded with their religious and conscientious professions. They were seen confessing themselves to each other, or receiving the confessions of their lay companions in misfortune, and encouraging them to undergo the evil hour with as much calmness as if they had not been to share its bitterness. As Protestants, we cannot abstractedly approve of the doctrines which render the established clergy of one country dependent upon the sovereign pontiff, the prince of an alien state. But these priests did not make the laws for which they suffered, they only obeyed them, and as men and Christians, we must regard them as martyrs, who preferred death to what they considered as apostasy. In the brief intervals of this dreadful butchery, which lasted 4 days, the judges and executioners ate, drank, and slept, and awoke from slumber, or arose from their meal with fresh appetite for murder. There were places arranged for the male and for the female murderers, for the work had been incomplete without the intervention of the latter. Prison after prison was invested, entered, and under the same form of proceeding made the scene of the same inhuman butchery. The Jacobins had reckoned on making the massacre universal over France, but the example was not generally followed. It required, as in the case of Saint Bartholomew, the only massacre which can be compared to this in atrocity, the excitation of a large capital, in a violent crisis, to render such horrors possible. The community of Paris were not in fault for this. They did all they could to extend the sphere of murder. Their warrant brought from Orleans near 60 persons, including the Duc de Cosse-Brissac, de Lazare, the late minister, and other royalists of distinction, who were to have been tried before the High Court of that department. A band of assassins met them, by appointment of the community, at Versailles, who, uniting with their escort, murdered almost the whole of the unhappy men. From the 2nd to the 6th of September, these infernal crimes proceeded uninterrupted, protracted by the actors for the sake of the daily pay of a louis to each, openly distributed amongst them by order of the commune. It was either from a desire to continue as long as possible a labor so well requited, or because these beings had acquired an insatiable lust of murder, that, when the jails were emptied of state criminals, the assassins attacked the Bicêtre, a prison where ordinary delinquents were confined. These unhappy wretches offered a degree of resistance which cost the assailants more dear than any they had experienced from their proper victims. They were obliged to fire on them with cannon, and many hundreds of the miserable creatures were in thus way exterminated by wretches worse than themselves. No exact account was ever made of the number of persons murdered during this dreadful period, but not above 200 or 300 of the prisoners arrested for state offenses were known to escape or be discharged, and the most moderate computation raises the number of those who fell to 2,000 or 3,000, though some carry it to twice the extent. Truchot announced to the Legislative Assembly that 4,000 had perished. Some exertion was made to save the lives of those imprisoned for debt, whose numbers, with those of common felons, may make up the balance betwixt the number slain and 8,000 who were prisoners when the massacre began. The bodies were interred in heaps in immense trenches, prepared beforehand by order of the community of Paris, but their bones have since been transferred to the subterranean catacombs, which form the general charnel house of the city. In those melancholy regions, while other relics of mortality lie exposed all around, the remains of those who perished in the massacres of September are alone secluded from the eye. The vault in which they repose is closed with a screen of freestone, as if relating to crimes unfit to be thought of even in the proper abode of death, and which France would willingly hide in oblivion. After this dreadful massacre, the Jacobins eagerly demanded the life of Louis XVI. He was accordingly tried by the Convention and condemned to be beheaded. On the 21st of January 1793, Louis XVI was publicly beheaded in the midst of his own metropolis, in the Place Louis XV, erected to the memory of his grandfather. It is possible, for the critical eye of the historian, to discover much weakness in the conduct of this unhappy monarch, for he had neither the determination to fight for his rights, nor the power of submitting with apparent indifference to circumstances where resistance inferred danger. He submitted indeed, but with so bad a grace that he only made himself suspected of cowardice without getting credit for voluntary concession. But yet his behavior on many trying occasions effectually vindicated him from the charge of timidity, and showed that the unwillingness to shed blood, by which he was peculiarly distinguished, arose from benevolence, not from pusillanimity. Upon the scaffold he behaved with a firmness which became a noble spirit, in the patience beseeming one who was reconciled to heaven. As one of the few marks of sympathy with which his sufferings were softened, the attendance of a confessor, who had not taken the constitutional oath, was permitted to the dethroned monarch. He who undertook the honorable but dangerous office was a gentleman of gifted family of Edgeworthstown, and the devoted zeal with which he rendered the last duties to Louis had like issue to have proved fatal to himself. As the instrument of death descended, the confessor pronounced the impressive words, "Son of St. Louis, ascend to heaven." There was a last will of Louis XVI, circulated upon good authority, bearing this remarkable passage: "I recommend to my son, should you have the misfortune to become king, to recollect that his whole faculties are due to the service of the public, that he ought to consult the happiness of his people by governing according to the laws, forgetting all injuries and misfortunes, and in particular those which I may have sustained. But while I exhort him to govern under the authority of the laws, I cannot but add that this will be only in his power, in so far as he shall be endowed with authority to cause right to be respected and wrong punished, and that without such authority, his situation in the government must be more hurtful than advantageous to the state. Not to mingle the fate of the illustrious victim of the royal family with the general tale of the sufferers under the Reign of Terror, we must here mention the deaths of the rest of that illustrious house, which closed for a time a monarchy that, existing through 3 dynasties, had given 66 kings to France. It was not to be supposed that the queen was to be long permitted to survive her husband. She had been even more than he the object of revolutionary detestation. Nay, many were disposed to throw on Marie Antoinette, almost exclusively, the blame of those measures which they considered as counter-revolutionary. The terms of her accusation were too basely depraved to be even hinted at here. She scorned to reply to it, but appealed to all who had been mothers, against the very possibility of the horrors which were stated against her. The widow of a king, the sister of an emperor, was condemned to death, dragged in an open tumbrel to the place of execution, and beheaded on the 16th of October, 1793. She suffered death in her 39th year. The Princess Elizabeth, sister of Louis, of whom it might be said, in the words of Lord Clarendon, that she resembled a chapel in a king's palace, into which nothing but piety and morality enter, while all around is filled with sin, idleness, and folly, did not, by the most harmless demeanor and inoffensive character, escape the miserable fate in which the Jacobins had determined to involve the whole family of Louis XVI. Part of the accusation redounded to the honor of her character. She was accused of having admitted to the apartments of the Tuileries some of the National Guards of the section of Filet de Saint Thomas, and causing the wounds to be looked to which they had received in a skirmish with the Marseillois immediately before the 10th of August. The princess admitted her having done so, and it was exactly in consistence with her whole conduct. Another charge stated the ridiculous accusation that she had distributed bullets chewed by herself and her attendants, to render them more fatal, to the defenders of the castle of the Tuileries, a ridiculous fable, of which there was no proof whatever. She was beheaded in May 1794 and met her death as became the manner in which her life had been spent. We are weary of recounting these atrocities, as others must be of reading them. Yet it is not useless that men should see how far human nature can be carried, in contradiction to every feeling the most sacred, to every pleading, whether of justice or of humanity. The Dauphin we have already described as a promising child of 7 years old, an age at which no offense could have been given, and from which no danger could have been apprehended. Nevertheless, it was resolved to destroy the innocent child, and by means to which ordinary murders seem deeds of mercy. The unhappy boy was put in charge of the most hard-hearted villain whom the community of Paris, well acquainted where such agents were to be found, were able to select from their band of Jacobins. This wretch, a shoemaker called Simon, asked his employers, what was to be done with the young wolf-whelp? Was he to be slain? No. Poisoned? No. Starved to death? No. What then? He was to be got rid of. Accordingly, by a continuance of the most severe treatment, by beating, cold, vigils, fasts, and ill usage of every kind, so frail a blossom was soon blighted. He died on the 8th of June, 1795. After this last horrible crime, there was a relaxation in favor of the daughter, and now the sole child of this unhappy house. The Princess Royal, whose qualities have honored even her birth and blood, experienced from this period a mitigated captivity. Finally, on the 19th of December, 1795, this last remaining relic of the family of Louis was permitted to leave her prison and her country in exchange for Lafayette and others, whom, on that condition, Austria delivered from captivity. She became afterwards the wife of her cousin, the Duke d'Angoulême, eldest son of the reigning monarch of France, and obtained, by the manner in which she conducted herself at Bordeaux in 1815, the highest praise for gallantry and spirit. In La Vendée, one of the departments of France, an insurrection broke out against the Jacobinical government in 1793. Upwards of 200 battles and skirmishes were fought in this devoted country. The revolutionary fever was in its access. The shedding of blood seemed to have become positive pleasure to the perpetrators of slaughter, and was varied by each invention which cruelty could invent to give it new zest. The habitations of the Vendéens were destroyed, their families subjected to violation and massacre, their cattle houghed and slaughtered, and their crops burnt and wasted. One Republican column assumed and merited the name of the Infernal by the horrid atrocities which they committed. At Pillau, they roasted the women and children in a heated oven. Many similar horrors could be added, did not the heart and hand recoil from the task. Without quoting any more special instances of horror, we use the words of a Republican eyewitness to express the general spectacle presented by the theater of public conflict. I did not see a single male being at the towns of Saint-Hermand, Chantonnet, or Herbiers. A few women alone had escaped the sword. Country seats, cottages, habitations of whichever kind were burnt. The herds and flocks were wandering in terror around their usual places of shelter, now smoking in ruins. I was surprised by night, but the wavering and dismal blaze of conflagration afforded light over the country. To the bleating of the terrified flocks and bellowing of the terrified cattle was joined the deep hoarse notes of carrion crows and the yells of wild animals coming from the recesses of the woods to prey upon the carcasses of the slain. At length, a distant column of fire, widening and increasing as I approached, served me as a beacon. It was the town of Mortagne in flames. When I arrived there, no living creatures were to be seen, save a few wretched women who were striving to save some remnants of their property from the general conflagration. Les Mémoires d'un ancien administrateur des armées républicaines, Marseille, Toulon, and Lyon, had declared themselves against the Jacobin supremacy, rich from commerce in their maritime situation, and in the case of Lyons, from their command of internal navigation. The wealthy merchants and manufacturers of those cities foresaw the total insecurity of property, and in consequence of their own ruin, in the system of arbitrary spoliation and murder upon which the government of the Jacobins was founded. But property for which they were solicitous, though, if its natural force is used in time, the most powerful barrier to withstand revolution becomes, after a certain period of delay, its helpless victim. If the rich are in due season liberal of their means, they have the power of enlisting in their cause, and as adherents those among the lower orders, who, if they see their superiors dejected and despairing, will be tempted to consider them as objects of plunder. But this must be done early, or those who might be made the most active defenders of property will join with such as are prepared to make a prey of it. Marseille showed at once her goodwill and her impotency of means. The utmost exertions of that wealthy city, whose revolutionary band had contributed so much to the downfall of the monarchy in the attack on the Tuileries, were able to equip only a small and doubtful army of about 3,000 men, who were dispatched to the relief of Lyon. This inconsiderable army threw themselves into Avignon and were defeated with the utmost ease by the Republican General Carteau, despicable as a military officer, and whose forces would not have stood a single engalement of Vendôme's sharpshooters. Marseille received the victors and bowed her head to the subsequent horrors which it pleased Carteau, with two formidable Jacobins, Barras and Ferron, to inflict on that flourishing city. The place underwent the usual terrors of Jacobin purification and was for a time affectedly called Nameless Commune. Lyons made a more honorable stand. That noble city had been subjected for some time to the domination of Chalier, one of the most ferocious, and at the same time one of the most extravagantly absurd, of the Jacobins. He was at the head of a formidable club, which was worthy of being affiliated with the Mother Society and ambitious of treading in its footsteps, and he was supported by a garrison of 2 revolutionary regiments, besides a numerous artillery and a large addition of volunteers, amounting in all to about 10,000 men, forming what was called a revolutionary army. This Chalier was an apostate priest, an atheist, and a thorough-paced pupil in the School of Terror. He had been procureur of the community and had imposed on the wealthy citizens a tax, which was raised from 6 to 30 millions of livres. But blood as well as gold was his object. The massacre of a few priests and aristocrats confined in the fortress of Pierre-Six was a pitiful sacrifice, and Chalier, ambitious of deeds more decisive, caused the general arrest of 100 principal citizens, whom he destined as a hecatomb more worthy of the demon whom he served. This sacrifice was prevented by the courage of the Lyonnais, a courage which, if assumed by the Parisians, might have prevented most of the horrors which disgraced the revolution. The meditated slaughter was already announced by Chalier to the Jacobin Club. 300 heads, he said, are marked for slaughter. Let us lose no time in seizing the members of the departmental office bearers, the presidents and secretaries of the sections, all the local authorities who obstruct our revolutionary measures. Let us make one faggot of the whole and deliver them at once to the guillotine. But ere he could execute his threat, terror was awakened into the courage of despair. The citizens rose in arms and besieged the Hôtel de Ville, in which Chalier, with his revolutionary troops, made a desperate and for some time a successful, yet ultimately a vain defense. But the Lyonnois unhappily knew not how to avail themselves of their triumph. They were not sufficiently aware of the nature of the vengeance which they had provoked, or of the necessity of supporting the bold step which they had taken by measures which precluded a compromise. Their resistance to the violence and atrocity of the Jacobins had no political character, any more than that offered by the traveler against robbers who threatened him with plunder and murder. They were not sufficiently aware that, having done so much, they must necessarily do more. They ought, by declaring themselves royalists, to have endeavored to prevail on the troops of Savoy, if not on the Swiss, who had embraced a species of neutrality, which after the 10th of August was dishonorable to their ancient reputation, to send in all haste soldiery to the assistance of a city which had no fortifications or regular troops to defend it, but which possessed, nevertheless, treasures to pay their auxiliaries, in strong hands and able officers, to avail themselves of the localities of their situation, which, when well defended, are sometimes as formidable as the regular protection erected by scientific engineers. The people of Lyon vainly endeavored to establish a revolutionary character for themselves upon the system of Gironde, two of whose proscribed deputies tried to draw them over to their unpopular and hopeless cause, and they inconsistently sought protection by affecting a republican zeal, even while resisting the decrees and defeating the troops of the Jacobins. There were undoubtedly many of royalist principles among the insurgents, and some of their leaders were decidedly such. But these were not numerous or influential enough to establish the true principle of open resistance and the ultimate chance of rescue by a bold proclamation of the king's interest. They still appealed to the convention as their legitimate sovereign, in whose eyes they endeavored to vindicate themselves, and at the same time tried to secure the interest of two Jacobin deputies, who had countenanced every violation attempted by Chaulieu, that they might prevail upon them to represent their conduct favorably. Of course, they had enough of promises to this effect, while Messrs. Gautier and Yoshi, the deputies in question, remained in their power. Promises, doubtless the more readily given, that the Lyonnois, though desirous to conciliate the favor of the convention, did not hesitate in proceeding to the punishment of the Jacobin Chaulieu. He was condemned and executed, along with one of his principal associates termed Reard. To defend these vigorous proceedings, the unhappy insurgents placed themselves under the interim government of a council who, still desirous to temporize and maintain the revolutionary character, termed themselves the Popular and Republican Commission of Public Safety of the Department of the Rhine and Loire, a title which, while it excited no popular enthusiasm and attracted no foreign aid, no ways soothed but rather exasperated the resentment of the convention, now under the absolute domination of the Jacobins, by whom everything short of complete fraternization was accounted presumptuous defiance. Those who were not with them, it was their policy to hold as their most decided enemies. The Lyonnois had indeed letters of encouragement and promised concurrence from several departments, but no effectual support was ever directed to their city, excepting the petty reinforcement from Marseille, which we have seen was intercepted and dispersed with little trouble by the Jacobin general, Carteau. Lyons had expected to become the patroness and focus of an anti-Jacobin league, formed by the great commercial towns against Paris and the predominant part of the convention. She found herself isolated and unsupported, and left to oppose her own proper forces and means of defense to an army of 60,000 men and to the numerous Jacobins contained within her own walls. About the end of July, after a lapse of an interval of 2 months, a regular blockade was formed around the city, and in the first week of August, hostilities took place. The besieging army was directed in its military character by General Kellerman, who, with other distinguished soldiers, had now began to hold an eminent rank in the Republican armies. But for the purpose of executing the vengeance for which they thirsted, the Jacobins relied chiefly on the exertions of the deputies they had sent along with the commander, and especially of the representative, Dubois-Krantz, a man whose sole merit appears to have been his frantic Jacobinism. General Percy, formerly an officer in the royal service, undertook the almost hopeless task of defense, and by forming redoubts on the most commanding situations around the town, commenced a resistance against the immensely superior force of the besiegers, which was honorable if it could have been useful. The Lyonnois at the same time still endeavored to make fair weather with the besieging army by representing themselves as firm republicans. They celebrated as a public festival the anniversary of the 10th of August, while Dubois-Krantz, to show the credit he gave them for their republican zeal, fixed the same day for commencing his fire on the place, and caused the first gun to be discharged by his own concubine, a female born in Lyon. Bombs and red-hot bullets were next resorted to against the second city of the French Empire, while the besieged sustained the attack with a constancy and on many parts repelled it with a courage highly honorable to their character. But their fate was determined. The deputies announced to the convention their purpose of pouring their instruments of havoc on every quarter of the town at once, and when it was on fire in several places, to attempt a general storm. The city, they said, must surrender, or there shall not remain one stone upon another, and this we hope to accomplish in spite of the suggestions of false compassion. Do not then be surprised when you hear that lions exist no longer. The fury of the attack threatened to make good these promises. The sufferings of the citizens became intolerable. Several quarters of the city were on fire at the same time. Immense magazines were burnt to the ground, and a loss incurred during 2 nights' bombardment, which was calculated at 200 millions of livres. A black flag was hoisted by the besieged on the great hospital as a sign that the fire of the assailants should not be directed on that asylum of hopeless misery. The signal seemed only to draw the Republican bombs to the spot where they could create the most frightful distresses and outrage in the highest degree the feelings of humanity. The devastations of famine were soon added to those of slaughter, and after 2 months of such horrors had been sustained, it became obvious that farther resistance was impossible. The paralytic Couthon, with Collot d'Herbois and other deputies, were sent to Lyon by the Committee of Public Safety to execute the vengeance which the Jacobins demanded, while Dubois-Krantz was recalled for having put, it was thought, less energy to his proceedings than the prosecution of the siege required. Collot d'Herbois had a personal motive of a singular nature for delighting in the task entrusted to him and his colleagues. In his capacity of a play actor, he had been hissed from the stage at Lyon, and the door to revenge was now open. The instructions of this committee enjoined them to take the most satisfactory revenge for the death of Chalier and the insurrection of Lyon, not merely on the citizens, but on the town itself. The principal streets and buildings were to be leveled with the ground, and a monument erected where they stood was to record the cause. Lyon rebelled against the Republic. Lyons is no more. Such fragments of the town as might be permitted to remain were to bear the name of Ville-Affranchie. It will scarce be believed that a doom like that which might have passed the lips of some Eastern despot, in all the frantic madness of arbitrary power and utter ignorance, could have been seriously pronounced and as seriously enforced in one of the most civilized nations in Europe, and that to the present enlightened age, men who pretended to wisdom and philosophy should have considered the labors of the architect as a proper subject of punishment. So it was, however, and to give the demolition more effect, the impotent Couthon was carried from house to house, devoting each to ruin, by striking the door with a silver hammer and pronouncing these words, "House of a rebel, I condemn thee in the name of the law." Workmen followed in great multitudes, who executed the sentence by pulling the house down to the foundations. This wanton demolition continued for 6 months, and is said to have been carried on at an expense equal to that which the superb military hospital, the Hôtel des Invalides, cost its founder, Louis XIV. But Republican vengeance did not waste itself exclusively upon senseless lime and stone. It sought out sentient victims. The deserved death of Chalier had been atoned by an apotheosis executed after Lyon had surrendered. But Collot d'Herbois declared that every drop of that patriotic blood fell as if scalding his own heart, and that the murder demanded atonement. All ordinary process and every usual mode of execution was thought too tardy to avenge the death of a Jacobin proconsul. The judges of the Revolutionary Commission were worn out with fatigue. The arm of the executioner was weary. The very steel of the guillotine was blunted. Collot d'Herbois devised a more summary mode of slaughter. A number from 200 to 300 victims at once were dragged from prison to the Place de Boteau, one of the largest squares in Lyon, and there subjected to a fire of grape shot. Efficacious as this mode of execution may seem, it was neither speedy nor merciful. The sufferers fell to the ground like singed flies, mutilated but not slain, and imploring their executioners to dispatch them speedily. This was done with sabers and bayonets, and with such haste and zeal that some of the jailers and assistants were slain along with those whom they had assisted in dragging to death, and the mistake was not discerned until, upon counting the dead bodies, the military murderers found them to amount to more than the destined tale. The bodies of the dead were thrown into the Rhône to carry news of the Republican vengeance, as Collot d'Herbois expressed himself, to Toulon, then also in a state of revolt. But the sullen stream rejected the office imposed on it and headed back the dead in heaps upon the banks. And the Committee of Representatives was compelled at length to allow the relics of their cruelty to be interred, to prevent the risk of contagion. At length, the zeal of the infuriated atheists in France hurried them to the perpetration of one of the most ridiculous and at the same time impious transactions which ever disgraced the annals of any nation. It was no less than a formal renunciation of the existence of a supreme being and the installation of the goddess of reason in 1793. There is, says Scott, a fanaticism of atheism as well as of superstitious belief. And a philosopher can harbor and express as much malice against those who persevere in believing what he is pleased to denounce as unworthy of credence, as an ignorant and bigoted priest can bear against a man who cannot yield faith to dogmata which he thinks insufficiently proved. Accordingly, the throne being totally annihilated, it appeared to the philosophers of the school of Hebert, who was author of the most gross and beastly periodical paper of the time, called the Père Duchesne, that in totally destroying such vestiges of religion and public worship as were still retained by the people of France, there was room for a splendid triumph of liberal opinions. It was not enough, they said, for a regenerate nation to have dethroned earthly kings, unless she stretched out the arm of defiance towards those powers which superstition had represented as reigning over boundless space. An unhappy man named Gobet, constitutional bishop of Paris, was brought forward to play the principal part in the most impudent and scandalous farce ever acted in the face of a national representation. It is said that the leaders of the scene had some difficulty in inducing the bishop to comply with the task assigned him, which after all he executed, not without present tears and subsequent remorse. But he did play the part prescribed. He was brought forward in full procession to declare to the convention that the religion which he had taught so many years was, in every respect, a piece of priestcraft, which had no foundation either in history or sacred truth. He disowned in solemn and explicit terms the existence of the deity to whose worship he had been consecrated, and devoted himself in future to the homage of liberty, equality, virtue, and morality. He then laid on the table his episcopal decorations and received a fraternal embrace from the president of the convention. Several apostate priests followed the example of this prelate. The gold and silver plate of the churches was seized upon and desecrated. Processions entered the convention, travestied in priestly garments and singing the most profane hymns, while many of the chalices and sacred vessels were applied by Chomet and Hebert to the celebration of their own impious orgies. The world for the first time heard an assembly of men, born and educated in civilization, and assuming the right to govern one of the finest of the European nations, uplift their united voice to deny the most solemn truth which man's soul receives, and renounce unanimously the belief and worship of a deity. For a short time, the same mad profanity continued to be acted upon. One of the ceremonies of this insane time stands unrivaled for absurdity, combined with impiety. The doors of the convention were thrown open to a band of musicians, preceded by whom the members of the municipal body entered in solemn procession, singing a hymn in praise of liberty, and escorting, as the object of their future worship, a veiled female, whom they termed the goddess of reason. Being brought within the bars, she was unveiled with great form and placed on the right hand of the president, when she was generally recognized as a dancing girl of the opera, with whose charms most of the persons present were acquainted from her appearance on the stage, while the experience of individuals was farther extended. To this person, as the fittest representative of that reason whom they worshipped, the National Convention of France rendered public homage. This impious and ridiculous mummery had a certain fashion, and the installation of the goddess of reason was renewed and imitated throughout the nation. In such places where the inhabitants desired to show themselves equal to all the heights of the revolution, the churches were, in most districts of France, closed against priests and worshippers. The bells were broken and cast into cannon, the whole ecclesiastical establishment destroyed, and the republican inscription over the cemeteries, declaring death to be perpetual sleep, announced to those who lived under that dominion that they were to hope no redress even in the next world. Intimately connected with these laws affecting religion was that which reduced the union of marriage, the most sacred engagement which human beings can form, and the permanence of which leads most strongly to the consolidation of society, to the state of a mere civil contract of a transitory character, which any two persons might engage in and cast loose at pleasure when their taste was changed or their appetite gratified. If fiends had set themselves to work to discover a mode of most effectually destroying whatever is venerable, graceful, or permanent in domestic life, and of obtaining at the same time an assurance that the mischief which it was their object to create should be perpetuated from one generation to another, they could not have invented a more effectual plan than the degradation of marriage into a state of mere occasional cohabitation, or licensed concubinage. Sophie Arnaud, an actress famous for the witty things she said, described the Republican marriage as the sacrament of adultery. These monsters fell victims by the same means they had used for the destruction of others. Marat was poignarded in 1793 by Charlotte Corday, a young female who had cherished in a feeling between lunacy and heroism the ambition of ridding the world of a tyrant. Danton was guillotined in 1794. Robespierre followed soon after. His fall is thus described by Scott in his Life of Napoleon. At length his fate urged him on to the encounter. Robespierre descended to the convention, where he had of late but rarely appeared, like the far nobler dictator of Rome. And in his case also, a band of senators was ready to pointer the tyrant on the spot. Had they not been afraid of the popularity he was supposed to enjoy, and which they feared might render them instant victims to the revenge of the Jacobins. The speech which Robespierre addressed to the convention was as menacing as the first distant rustle of the hurricane, and dark and lurid as the eclipse which announces its approach. Anxious murmurs had been heard among the populace who filled the tribunes or crowded the entrances of the hall of the convention, indicating that a second 31st of May, being the day on which the Jacobins proscribed the Girondists, was about to witness a similar operation. The first theme of the gloomy orator was the display of his own virtues and his services as a patriot, distinguishing as enemies to their country all whose opinions were contrary to his own. He then reviewed successively the various departments of the government and loaded them in turn with censure and contempt. He declaimed against the supineness of the committees of public safety and public security, as if the guillotine had never been in exercise. And he accused the Committee of Finance of having counter-revolutionized the revenues of the Republic. He enlarged with no less bitterness on withdrawing the artillerymen, always violent Jacobins, from Paris, and on the mode of management adopted in the conquered countries of Belgium. It seemed as if he wished to collect within the same list all the functionaries of the state, and in the same breath to utter defiance to them all. The usual honorary motion was made to print the discourse. But then the storm of opposition broke forth, and many speakers vociferously demanded that before so far adopting the grave inculpations which it contained, the discourse should be referred to the two committees. Robespierre, in his turn, exclaimed that this was subjecting his speech to the partial criticism and revision of the very parties whom he had accused. Exculpations and defenses were heard on all sides against the charges which had been thus sweepingly brought forward, and there were many deputies who complained in no obscure terms of individual tyranny and of a conspiracy on foot to outlaw and murder such part of the convention as might be disposed to offer resistance. Robespierre was but feebly supported, save by Saint-Just, Cousin, and by his own brother. After a stormy debate, in which the convention were alternately swayed by their fear and their hatred of Robespierre, the discourse was finally referred to the committees, instead of being printed, and the haughty and sullen dictator saw in the open slight, thus put on his measures and opinions, the sure mark of his approaching fall. He carried his complaints to the Jacobin Club, to repose, as he expressed it, his patriotic sorrows in their virtuous bosoms, where alone he hoped to find succor and sympathy. To this partial audience he renewed, in a tone of yet greater audacity, the complaints with which he had loaded every branch of the government and the representative body itself. He reminded those around him of various heroic eras, when their presence and their pikes had decided the votes of the trembling deputies. He reminded them of their pristine actions of revolutionary vigor, asked them if they had forgot the road to the convention, and concluded by pathetically assuring them that if they forsook him, he stood resigned to his fate, and they should behold with what courage he would drink the fatal hemlock. The artist David caught him by the hand as he closed, exclaiming in rapture at his elocution, "I will drink it with thee." The distinguished painter has been reproached as having, on the subsequent day, declined the pledge which he seemed so eagerly to embrace. But there were many of his original opinion. At the time he expressed it so boldly, and had Robespierre possessed either military talents or even decided courage, there was nothing to have prevented him from placing himself that very night at the head of a desperate insurrection of the Jacobins and their followers. Payen, the successor of Heber, actually proposed that the Jacobins should instantly march against the two committees, which Robespierre charged with being the focus of the anti-revolutionary machinations, surprise their handful of guards, and stifle the evil with which the state was menaced, even in the very cradle. This plan was deemed too hazardous to be adopted, although it was one of those sudden and masterstrokes of policy which Machiavel would have recommended. The fire of the Jacobins spent itself in tumult and threatening, and in expelling from the bosom of their society Collot d'Herbois, Tallien, and about 30 other deputies of the Mountain Party, whom they considered as specially leagued to effect the downfall of Robespierre, and whom they drove from their society with execration and even blows. Collot d'Herbois, thus outraged, went straight from the meeting of the Jacobins to the place where the Committee of Public Safety was still sitting, in consultation on the report which they had to make to the convention the next day upon the speech of Robespierre. Saint-Just, one of their number, though warmly attached to the dictator, had been entrusted by the committee with the delicate task of drawing up that report. It was a step towards reconciliation, but the entrance of Collot d'Herbois, frantic with the insults he had received, broke off all hope of accommodation betwixt the friends of Danton and those of Robespierre. D'Herbois exhausted himself in threats against Saint-Just, Couthon, and their master Robespierre, and they parted on terms of mortal and avowed enmity. Every exertion now was used by the associated conspirators against the power of Robespierre to collect and combine against him the whole forces of the convention, to alarm the deputies of the plain with fears for themselves, and to awaken the rage of the mountaineers, against whose throat the dictator now waved the sword which their short-sighted policy had placed in his hands. Lists of proscribed deputies were handed around, said to have been copied from the tablets of the dictator. Genuine or false, they obtained universal credit and currency, and these whose names stood on the fatal scrolls engaged themselves for protection in the league against their enemy. The opinion that his fall could not be delayed now became general. This sentiment was so commonly entertained in Paris on the 9th Thermidor, or 27 July, that a herd of about 80 victims who were in the act of being dragged to the guillotine were nearly saved by means of it. The people, in a generous burst of compassion, began to gather in crowds and interrupted the melancholy procession, as if the power which presided over these hideous exhibitions had already been deprived of energy. But the hour was not come. The vile Henriette, commandant of the National Guards, came up with fresh forces also on the day destined to be the last of his own life, proved the means of carrying to execution this crowd of unhappy and doubtless innocent persons. On this eventful day, Robespierre arrived in the convention and beheld the mountain in close array and completely manned, while, as in the case of Catalan, the bench on which he himself was accustomed to sit seemed purposely deserted. Saint-Just, Couthon, Lebas, his brother-in-law, and the younger Robespierre were the only deputies of name who stood prepared to support him. But could he make an effectual struggle? He might depend upon the aid of the servile Barrère, a sort of Belial in the convention, the meanest yet not the least able, amongst those fallen spirits who, with great adroitness and ingenuity, as well as wit and eloquence, caught opportunities as they arose, and was eminently dexterous in being always strong upon the strongest and safe upon the safest side. There was a tolerably numerous party ready, in times so dangerous, to attach themselves to Barrère as a leader who professed to guide them to safety, if not to honor. And it was the existence of this vacillating and uncertain body, whose ultimate motions could never be calculated upon, which rendered it impossible to presage with assurance the event of any debate in the convention during this dangerous period. Saint-Just arose in the name of the Committee of Public Safety to make, after his own manner, not theirs, a report on the discourse of Robespierre on the previous evening. He had begun a harangue in the tone of his patron, declaring that, were the tribune which he occupied the Tarpeian Rock itself, he would not the less, placed as he stood there, discharge the duties of a patriot. I am about, he said, to lift the veil. I tear it asunder, said Tallien, interrupting him. The public interest is sacrificed by individuals. who come hither exclusively in their own name and conduct themselves as superior to the whole convention. He forced Saint-Just from the tribune, and a violent debate ensued. Varennes called the attention of the assembly to the sitting of the Jacobin Club on the preceding evening. He declared the military force of Paris was placed under the command of Henriot, a traitor and a parricide, who was ready to march the soldiers whom he commanded against the convention. He denounced Robespierre himself as a second Catalan, artful as well as ambitious, whose system it had been to nurse jealousies and inflame dissensions in the convention, so as to disunite parties and even individuals from each other, attack them in detail, and thus destroy those antagonists separately, upon whose combined and united strength he dared not have looked. The convention echoed with applause every violent expression of the orator, and when Robespierre sprung to the tribune, his voice was drowned by a general shout of, "Down with the tyrant!" Tallien moved the denunciation of Robespierre with the arrest of Henriot, his staff officers, and of others connected with the meditated violence on the convention. He had undertaken to lead the attack upon the tyrant, he said, and to poignard him in the convention itself, if the members did not show courage enough to enforce the law against him. With these words, he brandished an unsheathed poignard, as if about to make his purpose good. Robespierre still struggled hard to obtain audience, but the tribune was adjudged to Barrère, and the part taken against the fallen dictator by that versatile and self-interested statesman was the most absolute sign that his overthrow was irrecoverable. Torrents of invective were now uttered from every quarter of the hall against him whose single word was wont to hush it into silence. This scene was dreadful, yet not without its use to those who may be disposed to look at it as an extraordinary crisis, in which human passions were brought so singularly into collision. While the vaults of the hall echoed with exclamations from those who had hitherto been the accomplices, the flatterers, the followers, at least the timid and overawed assenters to the dethroned demagogue, he himself, breathless, foaming, exhausted, like the hunter of classical antiquity, when on the point of being overpowered and torn to pieces by his own hounds, tried in vain to raise those screech-owl notes by which the convention had formerly been terrified and put to silence. He appealed for a hearing from the president of the assembly to the various parties of which it was composed. Rejected by the mountaineers, his former associates, who now headed the clamor against him, he applied to the Girondists, few and feeble as they were, and to the more numerous but equally helpless deputies of the plain with whom they sheltered. The former shook him from them with disgust, the last with horror. It was in vain he reminded individuals that he had spared their lives, while at his mercy. This might have been applied to every member in the House, to every man in France. For who was it during 2 years that had lived on other terms than under Robespierre's permission? And deeply must he internally have regretted the clemency, as he might term it, which had left so many with ungashed throats to bay at him. But his agitated and repeated appeals were repulsed by some with indignation, by others with sullen or embarrassed and timid silence. A British historian might say that even Robespierre ought to have been heard in his defense, and that such calmness would have done honor to the convention and dignified their final sentence of condemnation. As it was, they no doubt treated the guilty individual according to his deserts, but they fell short of that regularity and manly staidness of conduct which was due to themselves and to the law, and which would have given to the punishment of the demagogue the effect and weight of a solemn and deliberate sentence, in place of its seeming the result of the hasty and precipitate seizure of a temporary advantage. Haste was, however, necessary, and must have appeared more so at such a crisis than perhaps it really was. Much must be pardoned to the terrors of the moment, the horrid character of the culprit, and the necessity of hurrying to a decisive conclusion. We have been told that his last audible words, contending against the exclamations of hundreds, and the bell which the president was ringing incessantly, had uttered in the highest tones which despair could give to a voice naturally shrill and discordant, dwelt long on the memory, and haunted the dreams of many who heard him. "President of assassins," he screamed, "for the last time I demand privilege of speech." After this exertion, his breath became short and faint, and while he still uttered broken murmurs and hoarse ejaculations, the members of the Mountain called out that the blood of Danton choked his voice. The tumult was closed by a decree of arrest against Robespierre, his brother Couthon, and Saint-Just. Lebas was included on his own motion, and indeed could scarce have escaped the fate of his brother-in-law, though his conduct then, and subsequently, showed more energy than that of the others. Couthon, hugging in his bosom the spaniel upon which he was wont to exhaust the overflowing of his affected sensibility, appealed to his decrepitude, and asked whether, maimed of proportion and activity as he was, he could be suspected of nourishing plans of violence or ambition. "Wretch," said Legendre, "thou hast the strength of Hercules for the perpetration of crime." Dumas, president of the Revolutionary Tribunal, with Henriot, commandant of the National Guards, and other satellites of Robespierre, were included in the doom of arrest. The convention had declared their sitting permanent, and had taken all precautions for appealing for protection to the large mass of citizens, who, wearied out by the reign of terror, were desirous to close it at all hazards. They quickly had deputations from several of the neighboring sections, declaring their adherence to the national representatives, in whose defense they were arming, and, many undoubtedly prepared beforehand, were marching in all haste to the protection of the convention. But they heard also the less pleasing tidings that Henriot, having effected the dispersion of those citizens who had obstructed, as elsewhere mentioned, the execution of the 80 condemned persons, and consummated that final act of murder, was approaching the Tuileries, where they had held their sitting, with a numerous staff and such of the Jacobinical forces as could hastily be collected. Happily for the convention, this commandant of the National Guards, on whose presence of mind encouraged the fate of France perhaps for the moment depended, was as stupid and cowardly as he was brutally ferocious. He suffered himself without resistance to be arrested by a few gendarmes, the immediate guards of the convention, headed by 2 of its members, who behaved in the emergency with equal prudence and spirit. But fortune, or the demon whom he had served, afforded Robespierre another chance for safety, perhaps even for empire. For moments which a man of self-possession might have employed for escape, one of desperate courage might have used for victory, which, considering the divided and extremely unsettled state of the capital, was likely to be gained by the boldest competitor. The arrested deputies had been carried from one prison to another, all the jailers refusing to receive, under their official charge, Robespierre, and those who had aided him in supplying their dark habitations with such a tide of successive inhabitants. At length the prisoners were secured in the office of the Committee of Public Safety. But by this time all was in alarm amongst the Commune of Paris, where Fleuriot the mayor, and Payan the successor of Hébert, convoked the civic body, dispatched municipal officers to raise the city and the faubourgs in their name, and caused the tocsin to be rung. Payan speedily assembled a force sufficient to liberate Henriot, Robespierre, and the other arrested deputies, and to carry them to the Hôtel de Ville, where about 2,000 men were congregated, consisting chiefly of artillerymen and of insurgents from the suburb of Saint-Antoine, who already expressed their resolution of marching against the convention. But the selfish and cowardly character of Robespierre was unfit for such a crisis. He appeared altogether confounded and overwhelmed with what had passed and was passing around him, and not one of all the victims of the reign of terror felt its disabling influence so completely as he, the despot who had so long directed its sway. He had not, even though the means must have been in his power, the presence of mind to disperse money in considerable sums, which of itself would not have failed to ensure the support of the revolutionary rabble. Meantime, the convention continued to maintain the bold and commanding front which they had so suddenly and critically assumed. Upon learning the escape of the arrested deputies, and hearing of the insurrection at the Hôtel de Ville, they instantly passed a decree outlawing Robespierre and his associates, inflicting a similar doom upon the mayor of Paris, the procureur, and other members of the Commune, and charging 12 of their members, the boldest that could be selected, to proceed with the armed force to the execution of the sentence. The drums of the National Guards now beat to arms in all the sections under authority of the convention, while the tocsin continued to summon assistance with its iron voice to Robespierre and the civic magistrates. Everything appeared to threaten a violent catastrophe until it was seen clearly that the public voice, and especially amongst the National Guards, was declaring itself generally against the terrorists. The Hôtel de Ville was surrounded by about 1,500 men, and cannon turned upon the doors. The force of the assailants was weakest in point of number, but their leaders were men of spirit, and night concealed their inferiority of force. The deputies commissioned for the purpose read the decree of the assembly to those whom they found assembled in front of the city hall, and they shrunk from the attempt of defending it, some joining the assailants, others laying down their arms and dispersing. Meantime, the deserted group of terrorists within conducted themselves like scorpions, which, when surrounded by a circle of fire, are said to turn their stings on each other and on themselves. Mutual and ferocious upbraiding took place among these miserable men. "Wretch, were these the means you promised to furnish?" said Payan to Henriot, whom he found intoxicated and incapable of resolution or exertion, and seizing on him as he spoke, he precipitated the revolutionary general from a window. Henriot survived the fall only to drag himself into a drain, in which he was afterwards discovered and brought out to execution. The younger Robespierre threw himself from the window, but had not the good fortune to perish on the spot. It seemed as if even the melancholy fate of suicide, the last refuge of guilt and despair, was denied to men who had so long refused every species of mercy to their fellow creatures. Labat alone had calmness enough to dispatch himself with a pistol shot. Saint-Just, after imploring his comrades to kill him, attempted his own life with an irresolute hand and failed. Couthon lay beneath the table brandishing a knife with which he repeatedly wounded his bosom, without daring to add force enough to reach his heart. Their chief, Robespierre, in an unsuccessful attempt to shoot himself, had only inflicted a horrible fracture on his underjaw. In this situation they were found like wolves in their lair, foul with blood, mutilated, despairing, and yet not able to die. Robespierre lay on a table in an anteroom, his head supported by a deal box, and his hideous countenance half hidden by a bloody and dirty cloth bound round the shattered chin. The captives were carried in triumph to the convention, who, without admitting them to the bar, ordered them, as outlaws, for instant execution. As the fatal cars passed to the guillotine, those who filled them, but especially Robespierre, were overwhelmed with execrations from the friends and relatives of victims whom he had sent on the same melancholy road. The nature of his previous wound, from which the cloth had never been removed till the executioner tore it off, added to the torture of the sufferer. The shattered jaw dropped, and the wretch yelled aloud to the horror of the spectators. A mask taken from that dreadful head was long exhibited in different nations of Europe, and appalled the spectator by its ugliness, and the mixture of fiendish expression with that of bodily agony. Thus fell Maximilien Robespierre, after having been the first person in the French Republic for nearly 2 years, during which time he governed it upon the principles of Nero or Caligula. His elevation to the situation which he held involved more contradictions than perhaps attached to any similar event in history. A low-born and low-minded tyrant was permitted to rule with the rod of the most frightful despotism, a people whose anxiety for liberty had shortly before rendered them unable to endure the rule of a humane and lawful sovereign. A dastardly coward arose to the command of one of the bravest nations in the world, and it was under the auspices of a man who dared scarce fire a pistol that the greatest generals in France began their careers of conquest. He had neither eloquence nor imagination, but substituted in their stead a miserable, affected, bombastic style, which until other circumstances gave him consequence, drew on him general ridicule. Yet against so poor an orator, all the eloquence of the philosophical Girondin, all the terrible powers of his associate Danton, employed in a popular assembly, could not enable them to make an effectual resistance. It may seem trifling to mention that in a nation where a good deal of prepossession is excited by amiable manners and beauty of external appearance, the person who ascended to the highest power was not only ill-looking, but singularly mean in person, awkward and constrained in his address, ignorant how to set about pleasing even when he most desired to give pleasure, and as tiresome nearly as he was odious and heartless. To compensate all these deficiencies, Robespierre had but an insatiable ambition, founded on a vanity which made him think himself capable of filling the highest situation, and therefore gave him daring, when to dare is frequently to achieve. He mixed a false and overstrained, but rather fluent species of bombastic composition with the grossest flattery to the lowest classes of the people. in consideration of which they could not but receive as genuine the praises which he always bestowed on himself. His prudent resolution to be satisfied with possessing the essence of power, without seeming to desire its rank and trappings, formed another art of cajoling the multitude. His watchful envy, his long protracted but sure revenge, his craft, which to vulgar minds supplies the place of wisdom, were his only means of competing with his distinguished antagonists. And it seems to have been a merited punishment of the extravagances and abuses of the French Revolution, that it engaged the country in a state of anarchy which permitted a wretch such as we have described to be for a long period master of her destiny. Blood was his element, like that of the other terrorists, and he never fastened with so much pleasure on a new victim, as when he was at the same time an ancient associate. In an epitaph of which the following couplet may serve as a translation, his life was represented as incompatible with the existence of the human race. The fall of Robespierre ended the reign of terror. Most of the leaders who had acted a conspicuous part in these horrid scenes met a doom similar to that of their leaders. It is impossible to convey to the reader any adequate conception of the atrocities committed in France during this gloomy period, in the name of liberty. Men, women, and children were involved in the massacres which took place at the instigation of the Jacobin chiefs. Hundreds of both sexes were thrown into the Loire, and this was called Republican marriage and Republican baptism. And it should never be forgotten that it was not till France as a nation had denied the existence of a deity and the validity of his institutions that she was visited by such terrible calamities. Let it be burned in on the memory of every generation that such is the legitimate tendency of infidel opinions. They first destroy the conscience, blunt the moral sense, harden the heart, and wither up all the social and kindly affections. And then their votaries are ripe for any deed of wickedness within the possibility of accomplishment by human agency. Says an eloquent writer, when the Sabbath was abolished in France, the mighty God whose being they had denied, and whose worship they abolished, stood aloof and gave them up, and a scene of proscription and assassination and desolation ensued, unparalleled in the annals of the civilized world. In the city of Paris, there were in 1803 807 suicides and murders. Among the criminals executed, there were 7 fathers who had poisoned their children, 10 husbands who had murdered their wives, 6 wives who had poisoned their husbands, and 15 children who had destroyed their parents. It may be profitable here to record the end of several other Jacobin leaders who had been conspicuous during these scenes of atrocity and bloodshed. Public opinion demanded that some of the most obnoxious members should be condemned. After hesitating for some time, at length the convention, pressed by shame on the one side and fear on the other, saw the necessity of some active measure, and appointed a commission to consider and report upon the conduct of the 4 most obnoxious Jacobin chiefs, Collot d'Herbois, Billaud-Varennes, Vadier, and Barrère. The report was, of course, unfavorable. Yet upon the case being considered, the convention were satisfied to condemn them to transportation to Cayenne. Some resistance was offered to this sentence, so mild in proportion to what those who underwent it had been in the habit of inflicting. But it was borne down, and the sentence was carried into execution. Collot d'Herbois, the demolisher and depopulator of Lyon, is said to have died in the common hospital in consequence of drinking off at once a whole bottle of ardent spirits. Billaud-Varennes spent his time in teaching the innocent parrots of Guyena the frightful jargon of the Revolutionary Committee, and finally perished in misery. These men both belonged to that class of atheists who, looking up towards heaven, loudly and literally defied the deity to make his existence known by launching his thunderbolts. Miracles are not wrought on the challenge of a blasphemer more than on the demand of a skeptic. But both these unhappy men had probably before their death reason to confess that in abandoning the wicked to their own free will, a greater penalty results even in this life than if Providence had been pleased to inflict the immediate doom which they had impiously defied. Encouraged by the success of this decisive measure, the government proceeded against some of the terrorists whom they had hitherto spared, but whose fate was now determined in order to strike dismay into their party. 6 Jacobins, accounted among the most ferocious of the class, were arrested and delivered up to be tried by a military commission. They were all deputies of the mountain gang. Certain of their doom, they adopted a desperate resolution. Among the whole party, they possessed but 1 knife, but they resolved it should serve them all for the purpose of suicide. The instant their sentence was pronounced, one stabbed himself with this weapon, another snatched the knife from his companion's dying hand, plunged it in his own bosom, and handed it to the third, who imitated the dreadful example. Such was the consternation of the attendants that no one arrested the fatal progress of the weapon. All fell either dead or desperately wounded. The last were dispatched by the guillotine. After this decisive victory and last dreadful catastrophe, Jacobinism, considered as a pure and unmixed party, can scarce be said to have again raised its head in France, although its leaven has gone to qualify and characterize, in some degree, more than one of the different parties which have succeeded them. As a political sect, the Jacobins can be compared to none that ever existed, for none but themselves ever thought of an organized, regular, and continued system of murdering and plundering the rich, that they might debauch the poor by the distribution of their spoils. They bear, however, some resemblance to the frantic followers of John of Leyden and Kniperdeling, who occupied Munster in the 17th century, and committed, in the name of religion, the same frantic horrors which the French Jacobins did in that of freedom. In both cases, the courses adopted by these parties were most foreign to and inconsistent with the alleged motives of their conduct. The Anabaptists practiced every species of vice and cruelty by the dictates, they said, of inspiration. The Jacobins imprisoned 300,000 of their countrymen in the name of liberty, and put to death more than half the number under the sanction of fraternity. The end. Thank you for listening, and have a wonderful day.